What's going on, everybody? I hope y'all ready for the breakdown. This is the time in the season, right here with one more week left, where we're going to break it down. I'm here with a statistician, if you will, my man Elaine from Panther Theory. When we get back, we're going to break it down.
Appreciate
I hope
it.
y'all.
What's up? This is Thomas Davis, man, and you are watching the Black Cat Panther podcast. Make sure y'all tune in all season long.
Yeah, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast.
Can I run up the score, run up the board, breaking the mold? Ay, ay, walking the door, you know what happened? We step on the floor. Ay, ay, coming from on, you don't want partners, you already know it. Ay, ay, come on, to it, you already know I'm finna go do it. Ay, yeah, I'm locked in, and I feel like Mark 10. Ay, walking to a room, chest up with my chin. Ay, already finished for this joint, even begin. Ay, when is what I am, I cannot ever pretend. Ay, yeah, never pretend. Ay, back in the lab again. Ay, you when I touching the friends, ayy. You when I touching the kin, ayy. Putting the points on the board, I'm killing the boys, you know what it is, ayy. Switching the moves, no number two, I came in the win. Said I'm tapped in with the action, if it got the master on the master, I can never move passive. I'm active, I can make them go ghost on this cast. But wanna know who running it, just ask us. On the track, I'm gunning it, I'm blasting. This that gas and diesel, Shaq and dog.
You know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat. Everybody eat. Hey, you know I'm a beast. You know I'm a beast. Welcome to the feast. My whole team off the leash. We don't know defeat.
Hey, man, let's get to it. What's up? Hey, Kevin Kev, Flame for Jesus, Kitty, what's going on? Earl Locklear, C, Relax and Talk Sports. I see y'all out there, man. Everybody come on in. Dopey, King JP, I see y'all out there, man. Y'all come on in. Y'all know what to do, man. Hit that like button, subscribe, wipe your feet off. Don't bring that bullshit up in here. Y'all know what time it is, man. Let's get to it. Y'all, this one's called the breakdown. We're gonna break it down. I got my man, he needs no introduction. Elaine, Panther Theory. What's going on? What's going on?
What's up, family? What's going on, man? How you doing, Kendall?
Man, I can't say nothing but happy new year to everybody out there. Happy new year to you. Happy new year to you. Panama Queen, I see you. I see you sneaking in the building. What's going on, popping? But happy new year to everybody. Let's get into it. We're gonna get into some football aspects, y'all. We're gonna break some stuff down because we at a point in the season where we got one game left, and it's a lot of things out there, a lot of finger pointing, Elaine, a lot of
Yeah,
finger pointing.
yeah.
So maybe we can get your insides on it. You know what I'm saying? Men lie,
hmm
women lie, but numbers don't lie. You're a
They don't.
numbers guy,
They don't.
okay? So I don't know if we're gonna stop the finger pointing or if somebody what they gonna do. You know what I'm saying? It's up to him.
Yeah.
I will just put it on out there. That's what we'll do.
So,
Uh, I go ahead, go ahead.
yeah. You said a lot of blames going around. I'm assuming we're talking about Evero.
Yeah. Our defensive coordinator
hmm
is Jairo Evero. I don't know if he's on the hot seat. I hadn't seen nothing about he's on the hot seat. His job is in danger or something like that. But a lot of the Panther fans
Yeah.
wants to run the man out of town.
Right.
Uh One thing was this damn near 50 burger that
hmm
got put up on us last week.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, well, like I said, you the numbers guy, man. If you want to break it down, I can
Yeah.
see something like this. This is what I'm saying. I did a little bit research and I said, well, if we had somebody like Brian Flores,
hmm
because the thing was that Evero wasn't aggressive enough.
Yeah.
Evero sits those guys back. J.C. Horn don't travel. with the best wide receiver. He wants to lay back in a zone too much. He doesn't blitz enough or show enough exotic front. We stay in this 3-4 all the time, which is a lie because that's our
Yeah.
base defense. That's nothing but a base defense.
Right.
And just all those things. Like I said, finger point, finger point, finger point. So Brian Flores, this is just an example. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
hang me to the cross. Like I said, if Brian Flores was our DC,
Mm-hmm.
and he's got the Vikings right now, number 16 overall defense, total defense, number
Yep.
16, where they rank in the
Yep.
NFL. Okay, so explain to me why, with a 16 defense, you would think they would say, because see, it's the defense fault over here, right? This is
Yeah.
what I'm saying. This is what I'm throwing to you. Because they're saying it's the defense fault. They're blaming the defense.
Yeah.
So the Vikings have a 16 defense,
Yep.
but they're sitting damn near number 1 seed in the NFC. So explain that to me.
And I'll do you one better, Kendall. The Panthers had the number 3 overall defense last year, and we won 2 games.
Oh,
So adding better defense is not going to equate better offense, guys. You get what I'm saying? And we're going to kind of get to the quarterback situation a little bit later, but it's kind of a game of field position, right? When your quarterback or your offense isn't moving the ball, the other team's getting better field position. We were almost last in points allowed last year, but number 3 in yards, meaning we didn't allow a lot of yards, but we allowed a lot of points. That comes from field position. The other team isn't moving the ball far to score. You get what I'm saying?
Can you elaborate a little more on that field position type thing? The field position.
Correct. So what ends up happening is when your defense when your offense goes 3 and out and they don't move the ball, we
had 8 of them. We had eight of them last week. We had 8
right.
of them.
We had 8 3 and outs. I had no clue. Thank you for that. And I'm supposed to be the stat man. That's insane.
Okay.
Now, what happens in a 3 and out is you don't move the ball and then you punt the ball to the opposing team. And by virtue of you not moving the ball, the opposing team is going to have better field position than they would have had if you would at least have moved the ball a little bit before punting. Is everybody following me so far? Is that making sense?
I got you. I got you.
The opposing offense gets on the field and they don't have far to go to put up points on the board. That's what we saw last year. That's what we saw this year, right? We saw last year that our team was number 3 defense in yards, but we were allowing a lot of points, right? The same thing this year, except we have the added element of 2 years in a row of not investing in the defense, right? Nose tackles, second the worst PFF grade in the league as far as run stopping. 2 years in a row, bottom 5 nose tackle. We don't have a traditional nose tackle. We've spent the past 2 years, Kendall, investing in the offense and not putting any premium picks or draft or capital into the defensive side of the ball. I find it very interesting that when a quarterback struggles, the first thing on people's mind for a quarterback who's never ever played in the NFL or had any success in the NFL is say, "Oh, we should get him some weapons," right? But when you have a defensive coordinator who's had a top 5 defenses 2 out of 3 years, and you've done nothing but lose players and don't replace them, people say he sucks. Because he had a top 5 defense in Denver.
Yeah. And I was just getting ready to say that. You took the words out of my mouth. Denver played last Saturday. And I think they're number 9.
Yep.
Right? No. I'm lying because somebody get me. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Denver Broncos right now are. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I should have had. Well, I didn't had it segue to it. But I know I looked at one thing. They were like number 9 or something.
And I put my headphones on, so I heard people were saying something about my headphones. I hope you hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Can y'all hear Elaine in the chat? The Broncos are 15. Now I seen one with number 9, but Saturday, man, good God! That defense, they had the opposing team just peel back. Joe Burrow,
right.
Cincinnati. And with Jamar Chase over there and the rest of those guys,
Hmm.
they had Chase had a bad game, but
Right.
they had them going 3 and out, but they won the game. They ended up winning the game. But you thought that was, I mean, looking at it the way they were playing, you thought that
Yeah.
was a top 5 defense.
Right.
So
Right.
it's ironic for you to say this man is 2 years removed from that defense,
Right.
and they're playing like that. That just doesn't
Well, and he was
happen,
number,
people.
and he was number three last year as well. So let's not even go 2 years. Last year he had the number three overall defense, number three versus the pass, right? And again, we kind of struggled against the run last year, but we can identify the pieces on the defensive line that we have not addressed, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, we would never talk about an offensive coordinator in this standpoint. Like an offensive coordinator comes along and you don't draft him a quarterback and you don't draft him any top receivers, and then you say he
Ooh,
sucks. Like
man.
we don't do this on the opposite side of the ball.
I mean,
You know
you
what I'm
couldn't. That
saying?
that wouldn't be here though. That wouldn't be here. You couldn't be fair. That's like saying that. Okay, if you say that, let's talk about Las Vegas then. Let's talk about the
Right,
Las Vegas Raiders. You say
right.
okay, all right. If you say the head coach over there right now,
Yep,
he
yep.
ain't had a quarterback, and he wasn't able to draft this quarterback. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? So do you nail that man to the cross?
right. Where's he Gyros Evero shiny new toy? Where's his first round pass rusher? Where's his top linebacker that he's supposed to mold and get 10 sacks out of? You guys want a fourth round pick in DJ Johnson to be getting 10 sacks. That's unheard of in the NFL. You got to make the
Unheard of.
investments. We lost Chin, we lost Luvu, we lost Burns. We're just losing players. Shaq Thompson injured, Derek Brown injured, right? We're losing all these players and we're not actually making investments to replace them. You couldn't get any other result except the one that we got on defense. It's a miracle that he's holding it together the way he is, in my opinion.
So I ask you a dumb question, but some people in the back might not know it.
Yeah.
Where did the investment go? Who got the shiny new toy?
Yeah, I got you. So if we start the year that we drafted Bryce Young, right? Um, we didn't have a lot of draft capital this year. We got Young. We went in the second round and we got Jonathan Mingo, right? Fourth round, we got Chandler Savala. We did get DJ Johnson with the 80th pick, which is basically the fourth round. But DJ Johnson, by their own admission, was the last pass rusher on their draft board, and they just jumped up because they were afraid he would be gone. So they kind of
Uh-huh.
overdrafted
Uh-huh.
him, right?
They overdrafted. Because I tell
They
people this all the time. They drafted DJ Johnson got drafted. Do you know what his draft number was? I can't off my head.
number 80, number 80,
Number
80
number
overall.
80. Okay,
Yep,
they jumped up and drafted him 80.
yep.
So 3 picks ahead of that, Elaine, a guy by the name of Byron Young
Hmm.
goes to the Rams.
Hmm.
He was on all my mock drafts, right? Byron
Yep,
Young is lighting it up with the Rams.
yep,
Three
yep,
picks now. But
yep.
I mean, I don't know what was going on in that war room at that time or whatever. But
Well, the word that came out of their mouth was panic. They said we were afraid, we panicked, we it was the last pass rusher, we needed one. So
yeah,
they
yeah,
just ran up and grabbed a pass rusher who doesn't
yeah.
even have
So I
college
don't,
production.
yeah,
Johnson doesn't
I
have
don't know.
college production like that.
Yeah, I don't know if they might have been looking at a Young or somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
all the time I look at it like it was ironic. We should have got Byron Young. Like second round or when we moved up. That's what we should
Yep,
have moved them. Maybe they seen him come off the board and
yep,
like you said, they panicked and jumped up and got Johnson. But we gave away.
yep.
But year prior to that, they did the same thing with the quarterback position with Matt Corral and them. You know what I'm saying? Giving away
Right,
draft capital
exactly.
for a quarterback in the
No,
third round. So.
now I was going to say the
Uh-huh.
remaining of that investment, almost $180 million went into the offensive line, right? It went to
Uh-huh.
the offensive line, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but the truth is the truth. Last year, Bryce Young had the 10th most amount of time of in the pocket of any quarterback. He had some of the most time in the pocket of any quarterback, right? Now, if
Mm-hmm.
you take the first two games and you put that on a loop and all those blown, protections in the first two games, then you can kind of make up something, a fake narrative. But the reality is, through the stretch of the season last year, Bryce Young had the 10th most time in the pocket of any quarterback in the league.
Now this was
Full
before. You're
stop.
saying last year, before the $180 million investment.
Correct.
Okay.
Before the
Now
$180 million. Yeah.
did y'all hear that? This was. I'm gonna say it twice. This was before. And say the top. Say the numbers again, Elaine. Say the numbers again. Give them the numbers again.
He
Before,
was
not
10th
now. Before.
before he was 10th in the league in time in the pocket. 10th.
But
And
now I was told. This is what I was told. Every
yeah.
time he dropped back, somebody was sitting in his lap. He had no time in the pocket. He our O line was trash, and just awesome.
You know what,
Even though
Kendall?
we changed guards, we
Yeah.
had a guard problem. We had a guard
It's a
problem. I
Vala, it's a
understand that.
Vala struggle. It's a Vala struggle big
Yeah, yeah,
time. Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah,
would
yeah,
be
yeah,
remiss if I didn't say that. But yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah.
What I would
But the
say,
numbers.
Kendall,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
to answer your question, a lot of times as fans, they have a very simplistic view of the game, right? You saw blown coverage, you're seeing Bryce Young get pressured, and then you go, well, look, he's getting pressured. Of course he can't do nothing. Me, what I do, Kendall, is say, okay, I see the film. I see he's getting pressured, right? But before I say he doesn't have enough time, what does that mean exactly? How
Mhm.
much time are other quarterbacks getting in the NFL? That's how you judge whether or not he has enough
So
time.
so
Wh-
okay. Damn, boy, that's great. Oh my lord, I love that. I love that. Say, I'm gonna have
Yeah,
you repeat some stuff
right,
that you
right.
that you just said, in case somebody didn't catch it as fast as I caught it,
Instead,
or slower than I caught it, or whatever. Would you repeat
instead of
that?
instead of looking at tape of blown coverages and complaining how he doesn't have time in the pocket, you have to step outside your own team and look at the NFL as a whole.
Uh huh.
Okay, before I say Bryce Young doesn't have much time in the pocket, how much time are other quarterbacks getting in the pocket?
I'll stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. Now, I have been told on this platform and other platforms that don't compare him to him. Don't compare him to him. Don't compare him to that quarterback. Don't compare him
Yeah,
to this quarterback, right?
right.
So, who are you referring to when a counterpart at the same position?
hmm
Who would you compare? How do you compare that? Then?
If let me answer the question like this. What I like to do with Bryce Young a lot of times, or these quarterbacks a lot of times, Kendall, is to say, okay, let's just throw everything out the window and say, okay, you know, what maybe he is getting pressured and everybody's in his face. Let's look at something more advanced, like what is his completion percentage from a clean pocket when he's not being pressured,
Okay,
right?
okay.
Last year he was 34th in the league. This year he's 37th in the league completion percentage from a clean pocket, right? Okay,
From a clean pocket.
from a
Okay.
clean pocket. Okay, well, okay, no receivers got open. Okay, I'll take your word. No receivers got open. Okay, what is his completion percentage throwing to open receivers? Bryce Young for 2 years in a row is well, he was last in the league um last year, and he's 28th in the league this year in off-target throws to open receivers. Meaning, if there's an open receiver in the NFL, there are only three quarterbacks that are worse at giving that receiver the ball. This is what a quarterback right now, Kendall. Bryce Young has the ninth most time in the league right now, Kendall. And
The
what I
ninth.
heard people say the ninth, he has is it 2.76 seconds in the pocket?
Hmm.
2.76 seconds in the pocket. Now, what I
I think
found, right?
King JP just put that up there. 2 point. If I
Help
want to
me out.
use his data,
It's
uh,
ninth, whatever it is. It's
yeah,
ninth.
it's ninth, and I think it was 2.9 or 2.7,
They're
if I'm not
2.9.
mistaken.
Okay. And then yeah, it's 2.9. He's actually right. He's
Uh
2.9.
huh. Uh
Because
huh.
what happened is people were saying last week Well, how could he succeed when the Bucks were all in his face? He had X amount of pressures, right? He had X
Mm-hmm.
amount of pressures. He had X amount of sacks last week. But then when you go look at the numbers from last week, Bryce Young had 3.2 seconds in the pocket versus the Bucks. Now, I'm gonna just break this down real
3.2.
quick.
Okay,
3.2.
okay.
If the amount of time he had in the pocket last year was his season average, he would be third in the league in the most amount of times in the pocket. Hence, the problem with Bryce Young is he holds the ball too long.
And that's been a
Did you
problem
follow
since
me?
college. That's been a
It's been
problem
a
since college. Because if you
well, a
followed
lot.
him in college, which people
Yeah,
say, I hate him, this and that, I followed him in college. Like I said, once again, I love this team, and I shouldn't have to reiterate that I love this team. I'm doing a
yeah,
damn Panthers podcast. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So I'm a fan. But I think, and I know I'm right, I
yeah,
believe he was the most sacked quarterback coming out of Alabama
yeah. He
going
caught no.
into it
So the not the year coming out of the draft, but the prior year he got tore up.
the prior year.
Yeah, his first year as a
I
starter,
know
he
it was
got
one of
tore
those
up.
years
Yeah,
that was the problem, holding on the
right.
ball too long.
And so
Okay.
we've cut the sacks down by a little bit more than half this year
And
on
that and
Bryce.
that and that came from $180 million investment.
$180 million investment. We moved up one spot in time in pocket, and his completion percentage today is worse than it was last year. It's
Mm.
only by 2/10 of a
Yeah,
point, a
because I heard
percentage
you said
point.
34 to 37.
It's no, well, he's 58.7 versus 59, no, 59.7 versus 59.4. It's small, but statistically speaking, his completion percentage is worse right now than it was last year. Now, you're not going to win, and I went and looked back the numbers historically. Quarterbacks that complete less than 60% of their passes only win a hair over 50% of their games, right? So a lot of
Mm.
times we're looking at the game and we're going, what's his name? Drop the ball. And I want to digress really quickly because it's very interesting a lot of times when people say, "Oh, you criticize Bryce or the quarterback situation, you must not be a fan." But I'll see these same people freaking crucify Xavier Leggett. He's eating
Look at
raccoon. He's stupid,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
right?
A rookie now,
Um,
a real
rookie,
rookie, a rookie.
a rookie.
No
Not it's not
experience in
like
the
he's
a rookie. Okay.
it's not like he's putting up historically bad numbers like Bryce was, right? He's not anywhere near one of the worst first round pick wide receivers of all time. It's not even, he's nowhere
No,
near
no,
that.
no, 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 nowhere near
Right.
that. Nowhere near that. Nowhere near that.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'll get yeah, and I'll get back to and I kind of lost my train of thought there. What was I saying before I digressed there? Um,
Well, we were talking about Alvaro in the defense and
yeah,
how basically you spent the 180 over there, but you didn't spend anything over here. And then the last
right.
draft pick were all given to the offense.
Right. So you're looking at a team that just got marginally better. His completion percentage is a little bit worse than it was last year. And, people say he's improved, but it's marginal. The improvement really, the real big improvement in Bryce has been his completion percentage past 20 yards. He was
Okay.
22% last year. This year, he's 38%. Still underperforming, but that small improvement has loosened up some things underneath and have seen him be able to kind of make some throws or stay in the game
Hmm.
more so than he did last year. I mean, again, his completion percentage is the same. Now, what a lot of people just fail to realize when it comes to the quarterback position, a lot of times we're excited about certain plays he's making, and then we'll blame people for the
Uh-huh.
drops. And
Uh-huh.
even though we're
Uh-huh.
we're middle of the pack in drops, we're nowhere near the worst in the league. But what people fail to really recognize the problem is missed opportunities, right?
Okay. Elaborate on that.
Bryce, I'm happily. Bryce Young has taken over as the starter for Andy Dalton. He's at 50. He's at 50. I keep saying 58 or 59. Let me just get it correct because I hate to pass information that is incorrect, sir. So just bear with me 1 second.
Yeah.
50. 9.7. Yeah, I had it right. Okay, so he's at 59.7 completion percentage of passes. Andy Dalton is completing 66% of his passes. Notice that I said it's hard to if it only you only quarterbacks only win about 50% of their games when they complete under 60%.
Mm-hmm.
Andy is at
Mm-hmm.
66. How is that possible on the same team? There are some opportunities that are being missed by this quarterback, right?
Okay.
We saw that even last year. We saw that where, when we had Deontay Johnson had some of his worst games with Bryce. But Deontay Johnson broke his regular game high in yardage with Andy Dalton,
Well, from what you're
right?
telling me, what I'm getting is that he's not taking the big shots down the field.
He's not taking the big shots down the field, but there are people open underneath too that he's not really um taking advantage of those opportunities either. I recall last week there was a play. It was a completion, and a lot of people got excited about it. And I looked at it and said, that's kind of the problem. Bryce Young got so far back in his drop back that he allowed the pass rusher a straight line to basically put pressure on him. And
Mm-hmm.
instead of stepping up into the clean pocket that didn't have any pressure or push up it, he kind of scrambled to the side and he hit a streaking wide receiver going across the field who was actually open before he started scrambling. That play worked out, but I looked at that and say things like that are the reason he's completing less than 60% of his passes, right?
Okay.
As a fan, you'll get excited about those things, but you say, "What? That doesn't work consistently in the NFL." He was supposed to step up in that pocket and deliver
Step
that
up
ball,
in it.
right?
That's one thing that irks me about his game and always have. Even Cam Newton
Yeah.
said on his podcast, just step up in the pocket, bruh. That's exactly what Cam said in Cam's words. Step up in
What's
the
up, Eternal?
pocket. But he does that's something he doesn't do. And he doesn't do it
Yeah.
well, what I'm saying, time in and time again. And
Yep.
throw it the consistency and the power off the back foot.
Well, and to be
And
specific, I'm off fucking there.
uh-huh. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
to be specific, the big problem here, Kendall, is that a lot of people, they get caught up in, okay, they see this nice drive, they get to the end of the game and a receiver drops the ball. But it's a little bit bigger than that. When I talk about missed opportunities, right now, pass when it comes to targeting, 10 to 19 yards, Bryce Young is only completing 50% of those passes.
Mm-hmm.
You can't win games completing 50%, well, under 50% of your passes past 10 yards. You just can't. There's nothing a defense can do. Hence, last year you were number 3. You got the number 5 rush offense, right? And you should be able to take advantage of that. But the problem is his completion percentage off play action is 29th in the league, right? Like he's not even taking advantage of a top run defense, and he's only completing less than 50% of his passes past 10 yards. You're just not going to win a lot of games like that,
Mm-hmm.
right? And a lot of times, we say, okay, get him weapons, get him receivers. I know that crowd is out there, but I'll
Yeah.
be honest, guys. When you look at a lot of the advanced statistics, there is nothing in Bryce's numbers that say if you get him weapons, it will be better. And I said this over and over again on my channel last year, and a lot of people didn't understand me, right? Okay, you get a better receiver that can get open, he's top of the league in off-target throws. You give him more time in the pocket, he's worse in the league in completion percentage from a clean pocket. So open
What what
receivers aren't
what
going to
what
help.
what what about what about if say if Brooks would have came back healthy or something like that, if you'd have gave him the prolific running back like we had supposed to draft it. What
Well,
about
we
that?
already got we have this offensive line has led us to a top 5 rushing attack
Mm-hmm.
with Chuba. So I mean, would
Now
a third rushing attack make the situation better? You know what I mean?
that's what I'm saying. But see, then I have to go back to this is a quarterback driven league, so you got to go down the field. So
Yeah.
that's what I come back. Some people say, well, we should run the ball all the time. See, that's the question that I'm asking. I'm being a little sarcastic with it by saying,
Yeah.
uh, the prolific running back or whatever would have made a difference. But this is a
Hmm.
quarterback-driven league, y'all. You have to go down the field. Big chunk
You do.
plays down the field. You have to.
And the margin, I
No
said it
way.
earlier, the marginal improvement from Bryce, I mean, his deep ball completion percentage is still horrific, but it was 22% last year. It wasn't even functional. So that little bit improvement of Bryce you guys see is basically the defense is not being able to go all out on the underneath stuff
Uh
like they
huh.
did last year.
Yeah.
The arm strength
Exactly.
got a tad bit better, but I mean,
Okay.
better is
Okay.
relative.
Okay. But I mean, everybody's we're taking what we can get. So we saying the
Yep.
arm strength. If the numbers say the arm strength got a little bit better, then the arm strength got a little bit better, y'all.
Yep.
If you can see it on the on the film and you can and the numbers say it, then what do we do going into next year? I guess to just build on that the arm strength got a little better.
Yeah, well, I would, I would really preface this by saying the word better is relative, right? Um, I can go outside and practice my three-point shot, and within a couple of weeks, I'm going to get better, but I'll never be good enough to play in the NBA. You get what
Okay,
I'm saying?
okay, okay, okay,
So it's relative. It's still
ah,
not
damn.
38, 30,
Okay.
30, yeah, 38% is not functional. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
And that's the problem. So, I mean, we're talking about a quarterback that's still completing less than 60% of his passes. It's not good enough, right? He's
Okay.
better, but it's nowhere near good enough. Um, so what were you saying? Like next year, as far as the draft goes, was that where you were going?
Well. Somebody made me realize the day saying right now. Let's just
Hmm.
talk. You know what I'm saying in absolute. Let's
Yeah.
just talk in absolutes right now.
Hmm.
We're, we're, we're going into 2025 with them, not without them. With them.
Yeah, it's hard for me. I would say I'm about 80% with you, just because I really haven't done a lot of the QB breakdowns in the draft. I've seen people mock anywhere from 3 to 5 quarterbacks going in the first round.
Well,
Um, and
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something else, Elaine.
go ahead.
You got Drew Allard said he's
Hmm.
going back to school, Penn State.
That's a big
You
one,
got
yeah.
Quinn Ewers that got offered
Mhm.
$6 million to jump in the portal to go to
Yeah.
places like Oregon and somewhere else. That's Texas's
Hmm.
quarterback. You
Hmm.
got good God Almighty, I can't. I just draw a blank. It's an man, it's another quarterback that would it's a couple of these guys that's going to announce in the next couple of days or whatever that they're going to declare that they're going back to school
Yeah.
because I have been telling you guys and telling you guys right here on Black Cat Panther podcast, man. Let's just the cat out of the bag. And it's, I mean, we have been doing. People say, "Why y'all doing a mock draft now?" That was week 2. That was week 2,
Yeah.
Elaine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Week 2. I mean, duh. You know what I'm saying? We were doing mock drafts in week 2.
Yeah.
So it's. I've been telling them all year long that this is a big man in the trenches draft.
Yeah.
Cornerbacks, edge rushers, defensive tackles, offensive tackles. You know, this is a big man draft,
Well,
and they getting ready to dominate this draft. So those quarterbacks
well,
drop, and those
right.
guys do not want to be third round NFL prospects. They're going
Yeah.
back to
So
school.
what I would say, Kendall, is that a lot of times fans like to go in and address needs. Okay, let me go get one corner because we need a corner. Let me go get a safety because they'll just go nitpick the draft and just get these little pieces that we need. And the way
Mm-hmm.
you win in the NFL is by building strengths, not necessarily trying to address needs, right? You want to give the opposing team something to worry about, right? So if I go get Mason Graham and put him next to
Mason
Derek
Graham.
Brown,
Mason
that
Graham.
creates that creates something for the other opposing team to worry about now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
instead of going to go get a receiver, when Bryce Young has shown that when you put the investment in him, the returns are marginal at best,
Minimum.
right?
Yes, 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 yes,
Right, right,
yes.
right, right.
And
If you, I mean, go ahead, sir.
thank you, Chad. West Coast and some of your other guys, Jackson Dart. That's what it was. L-
Hmm.
Going back to school. Say they going back to school because these guys are
Okay.
NIL, man. They pay, so they getting paid, man. Like I said, upward of $6
Oh,
million
for
or
sure.
better, to go back to school and not be a
Yeah.
third round, third, fourth round prospect in the NFL.
Right.
Thank you, Chad. Appreciate you guys.
Right.
But yeah,
Now,
I that's why I tell them I'd rather put the tackle beside Derek
yep.
than invest more in the offense, and I'm
Right.
not getting a return. You know,
Now the only thing can I will say that really somewhat contradicts what I just said there is that quarterback position is very special to the point where if you need one and you're anywhere in the vicinity where you can get one that you believe has that value that's worth it, you gotta
hmm
go get him because you're gonna find yourself in quarterback purgatory, right?
yeah,
We're
yeah.
familiar with that. We spent 7 years in there and then ultimately
Nah.
made one of the worst trades in NFL history to get our quarterback because we were so desperate.
And if
I
anybody who
don't,
listens to me, man, I've
yeah.
been saying it over and over again. GM Mickey Loomis over there in New Orleans, he picks one
Hmm.
every year. One year he's gonna hit on one of them guys, and we're gonna be in trouble. We're gonna be in
Yep.
trouble. One year he's gonna hit on one of those second, third round guys that he's gonna believe in, and we're gonna be in
Yep.
trouble. They got too many offensive weapons over there. We're gonna be in
Yep.
trouble, y'all. I'm sorry.
That's a fact. But yeah, I mean, just from an offensive standpoint, I mean, because I've heard the get Bryce Younger receiver crew, right? I've heard them, right? And
Hmm
we're just gonna waste another draft pick, guys. I mean, because when you look at it now, I'll admit Xavier Legette, I think could end up being a decent receiver. He's just not a good receiver for Bryce. Why? Because Xavier Legette, one of his weaknesses is route running. But where he dominated is down the field, intermediate jump balls, and he was pretty
hmm
good after the catch too. But I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
you kind of negate that when you don't run good routes, right? So he's not gonna uncover quickly for Bryce at all. But another
Uh-huh.
quarterback who can actually have that arm and that deep ball accuracy could take more advantage of him than Bryce Young could, right? But I feel like if you just go get another receiver, man, it's just really not going to help in the way you guys think it is. I mean, right now, what is he sitting at? 12 touchdowns? He's averaging about a touchdown a game.
Uh-huh. Leggett. Oh no, you're talking about Bryce. Yeah, 12, 12, 12.
Yeah, he's like 12 yeah, he's a touchdown a game, man. I mean,
Uh-huh.
if you go get him an elite receiver, man, I mean, he has too many deficiencies to the point where that even that receiver, uh, when you have an elite receiver and the quarterback doesn't throw the deep ball well, it negates that receiver's abilities or the fear
Uh
the defense has for that receiver.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
All day.
Uh,
All day. I'm gonna get the relax and talk sports. We appreciate you donating to the show, the $2 super chat. Uh a loss this weekend and a loss this weekend, we are getting the second pick.
it's a little more
So
complicated than that.
yeah, I have to
It is.
yeah,
It is.
because
No, it's somebody hit me up about it. I had it earlier, and I'll have to go find it. Kendall, when I find it, I'll send it to you. But it's all the scenarios and the draft picks we can get under those
yeah,
scenarios. So
yeah, yeah,
it's a
yeah.
little bit more than
That's
us losing.
yeah, that's perfect situation because you
Yeah.
still got the Giants and we own them the head to
Right.
head over them.
Yeah.
I think you go strengthen
Strength of
schedule with
schedule.
Cleveland
Yep.
and some stuff like yeah, relax. I think we're sitting at 6 now. If I'm not, I think that's the best we can get. I think that's the
Yeah.
best we
I
can get. But,
No, from everything I've been reading, is like the Panthers could comfortably finish fifth or something like that, fifth, sixth. But two is still in the cards, but it's very unlikely.
uh-huh, for that to happen.
There's
I
yeah, I'd
mean,
have to
yes,
break down. I had the scenarios. I know I seem like a machine sometimes with the stats, but I can't remember
uh-huh,
everything. So I don't remember
yeah,
the
yeah.
exact scenarios in which, but
But
it's unlikely.
yeah, for us to sit at 2, just like it's got to be some sky breaking open You know what I'm saying? This and that
Yeah.
falling type shit. You know what I'm saying? To
Right.
happen for
Yep.
us to be sitting there too.
Yep.
It's. I wouldn't call it a pipe dream or anything
You,
like that, but
you're depending.
it's more likely not gonna happen. Us
You're
sitting there
depending
doing
on some really bad teams to win games. I'll just
it.
say
Yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Jaguars and yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah. Exactly.
I, I like I said, somewhere between five to seven, where you know where we're falling at right
Yeah.
now. Which still ain't bad, y'all, because just like you just
Five
said,
is nice.
we can still, yeah, we can still end up getting what we need, and that's
Yeah.
the purpose of this show right here today, to break it down, just to tell you, if some of you guys are in an uproar about Tech McMillan or go get this guy, that guy,
Mm.
offensive weapon, we just showed you the last. We've been up here. Oh my God, I ain't know we've been here 40 minutes now. We've been up here 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And this man, like I said, that's why I brought Elaine on. Like I said, a statistician to tell you it's not really going to matter
Yeah.
because the wide receiver is not going to get utilized. Basically, what he just
No.
told you.
I'll say this. I've done a lot of research on just draft history, Kendall, and the draft is no. It really just comes down to this. Just to keep it very simple, the teams with the most picks draft the best.
Uh huh.
You
Uh
know
huh.
what I'm saying? Now there is some skill in there, right? But the
Yeah.
general
Yes,
census
sir.
of all the data is the more bites at the apple you get, the better you are, right?
Yes, sir.
And
And and
s-
and I'd go here and I put it out there, and I'm gonna say this: Philadelphia Eagles.
correct. When they flipped
About
all those draft picks, yep,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yep,
After
yep,
they won the Super Bowl,
right,
they shot out there again and tried to repeat. That was a
yep,
flop. Okay, if y'all look at what they did, they got rid of assets. Like I told y'all,
yeah,
when we got rid of a Brian Burns, whether y'all like it or not, he was an asset. I said
correct.
this just last week, the other day. He was an asset. And they flipped that into picks. I think they had three first rounders. They were like back to back, sitting up there, like in the teens
Yep,
or whatever.
that is.
But
Yep,
then they were able to parlay that into another pick up. You see what I'm saying?
they slid up in that
And
draft. I
now
forgot. I forgot who for who. Oh, they
they
ended up
went up
getting
and
your
got
boy defensive
Carter.
tackle Carter, the
Yes,
defensive
sir.
tackle. Yeah, yeah.
Carter from
The guy,
Georgia.
the guy we should have stayed put and got, but yeah,
Yeah. Year prior to that, they got Big Jordan Davis.
yep,
Still had Fletcher Cox, Sweat, um,
yep.
and traded for Reddick with
Yeah,
us.
Kendall, I'll say this: we haven't made the playoffs in 7 years, and often what I hear is that teams play. I mean, fans will get attached to these players and they want to stick around and re-sign them. But the reality is, you got to come to the point where you have to realize that this mix of players that we have just don't work, right? Um, and at the end of the day, I think the best move, unless there's just some really good player sitting there at five or whatever it is, and nobody really excites me like that. I'll be honest with you. You know what I mean? At
Hmm.
five, that I would not lean more heavier towards trading back, right? Where to the
Okay.
point where the next two drafts, you need to be drafting about eight players. You know what I mean? In each draft,
Uh huh.
you need to get
Uh huh.
about three or four. You need to get about three or four starters out of each draft, right? Um,
Yeah.
and really start, and then maybe getting two or three contributors out of those two drafts, right?
Okay.
About four
Okay.
contributors across two drafts, four starters, four contributors, and really transforming the look of this team, right? Let's stop. The problem is we've kind of been in a retool for 7 years, and we've been scared to really break it down all the way, right? We've been so scared to break it down that we're holding on to players thinking we're about to win, and we hold on
One
to
piece
players so
away.
long, like
Yeah.
Derrick Brown, and we barely get nothing for them,
Hmm.
right? And I just think it's just time to really tear this down, man, and just get a whole new set of young guys in here. Draft, draft, draft. We need to be having 8, 9 players coming in through the draft next year.
Well, you got to talk to the fan base about that, because all we doing is talking to fan base. It ain't like we talking to upper level management right there in the Panthers
Yep.
organization or something like
Yeah.
that. And the way this fan base is talk, like, you got people talking playoffs next year.
Hmm.
One piece away after this draft right here, we're in the playoff for sure, for certain.
Mm.
And now you
Mm.
just told me that the numbers tell us that we got a guy who's only hitting so many of 20 yarders and
Yep.
under the 60% that you
Yep.
said takes us to win, and the money we spent over $180 million, and we
Yep.
didn't move the need. We moved the needle marginally,
Right.
and then we got a defensive coordinator that might be out the door. So if that defensive coordinator goes out the door, that means a whole nother concept, a whole nother group of guys is coming in. And
Yep.
if we're throwing draft capital back to the offense again, what is this new guy going to get for his defense?
Right. Right. And the thing is, Ken, that we made the switch from a 4-3 to a 3-4 and made dang near zero investment into getting the pieces for the 3-4 defense.
For the 3-4 defense. Because, like you
What do
said,
you
the
need?
first thing you
Yep.
said on there was nose tackle. Nose
Right.
tackle.
You need a
Nose tackle.
traditional you need a traditional 3-4 nose tackle. You need a big dude who's 6'3", 6'4" plus, 320 pounds minimum, who cannot be moved. We try to run
Deion
shot.
Walker,
Yep. Yep.
Kentucky.
Vincent Vincent Wolford or
Deion
something like that type of dude. Yeah,
Walker,
exactly.
Kentucky.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Correct.
That's all I. Oh,
You
man.
need a mountain. You need a mountain of a man there to really set it up. In the 3-4 defense, it is the most important piece of the defense is the nose tackle, right? Not the corner, not the linebacker. It's not. It all starts with the nose tackle in the 3-4. He's the anchor of the defense, right?
Yeah.
It's not an attacking defense like a 4-3, right? He basically holds the blocks and everything flows from
He,
there, right?
he holds that block
Um,
and keeps that linebacker clean so they can go
correct.
side to side.
Exactly. And if you recall, this wasn't, the 4-3. This wasn't the 3-4. It was a 4-3. But Luke Kuechly's first year in the team, we had the worst run defense in the league. I don't know if you recall that. Or
Hmm.
we were 31st or 32nd. I can't remember, but let's just call it the worst, right? The
Yeah, we was
following
in the work.
year, yeah, the following year, what we did is went to go get K'Wan Shorts and Starla Tulele
And started
back to
Tulane.
back.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Because, we got the linebacker, let's keep him clean now. And we just have not made that investment, right? Our defensive ends on the 3-4 now. We got Derek Brown over on the other end. And, I haven't really looked into him, but from what I'm hearing is that Ashawn Robinson is actually having a really good season, right?
He's having and
So
surprised me. Surprised me. He
yeah,
said he's okay. Once again, just like I told everybody about Derek Brown, Ashawn Robinson is leading the league in tackles, just like Derek Brown did. Because why?
yeah,
You sit back on us and you start to run once you have a lead on us, which most
yeah,
people do. Going like I always tell them, 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Start to look at the change in
yeah.
the game. Teams are usually up 14 to 20 some points on us going
And
into
I
the fourth
say
quarter.
And I say I gotta look into it, Kendall, because something like tackles doesn't mean you're having a good season, right? Now, when you
Nah,
look at Derek Brown, when he broke the tackle record, his pass rush win rate, like when he engaged in blocks, he was winning at a rate of 22%, which is some of the highest in the league. So not
uh-huh.
only is he getting the volume, but he's straight up beating his guy
Beating people,
a high
beating them up.
percentage of the time.
And see,
Right. You
Ashawn
get
not doing that. He's just reciprocating on people running on our ass. You understand what I'm
I
saying?
that is I won't go on the limb, but I think that is my theory. That is my strong opinion.
I looked
What
at
I'm
it. I looked at it.
suggesting before.
I
Oh, you
got
looked
those
at it. Okay.
statistics. Yeah,
Because I was like,
yeah,
I have not looked
yeah.
at it,
I
but
looked
that's
at it.
what I think is happening
Yeah, yeah.
with him.
I looked at it. That's what it
Okay.
is. Yeah, yeah. He's
Okay.
just been the right person at the right place. You know what I'm saying? To
Because
get those tackles. And they're behind, not behind the line of scrimmage, you know what I'm saying? A little bit
past the line
lower.
of
He's
scrimmage.
giving up ground. Exactly.
You took
And
the
just
words out
saying,
of my
oh, let
mouth.
me get this guy.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth because I said, it probably doesn't feel impactful because he's not making a lot of stops. There's not a lot of,
Exactly.
stops at the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage. There's not a lot of,
Exactly.
even when he's not making the plays, Kendall, you're not seeing a lot of plays being diverted because he beat his man. So now the running back has to switch directions or something. You know what I mean? He's not blowing up
Exactly.
plays even
Yeah,
when he's
yeah,
not
he's not
making the
blowing up play.
tackle.
Exactly, exactly. And
Right.
that's what it's been. And when it was announced to me, like I was like, "Oh, get the fuck out!"
Yeah.
Because see, I didn't believe it. That's why I went and looked it up.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it. I
Yeah.
was like, "What the hell? This not, that's the most quietest shit you ever seen." That's exactly
Yeah.
what it is. He's not dominating people. You know what I'm
Correct.
saying? He's getting
Yeah.
them a yard or two down the road.
Right. That's a fact. And and a lot of people disagree with me about Brian Burns last year. But Brian Burns, his pass rush win rate was up there with some of the best defensive end in the league. I mean, not like Bosa or nothing like that, right? But he was above average with it. The only thing with Brian Burns last year is that there was no defensive end that had the least amount of attempts to rush a passer than Brian Burns did, right? Like we got ran on more than any team in the NFL. On average,
Hmm.
the on average, other teams had about 10 more passes against than we did. That works out to be what, almost
Yeah,
170, 180 passes, pass
it
attempts,
was.
attempts to rush the passers that you didn't get. You know what I'm saying? So
It
yeah,
was a little. We gave them that statistics over here.
yep,
It was over. It was somewhere around one. It was in 150s. It was in the
yep,
150s. I can't remember the
right,
exact number, but it was in the it was in the 150s.
right,
I think we did it between him and because everybody wanted to put him up against Max Crosby, Max Crosby, Max Crosby. You know
yep,
what I'm saying?
yep,
And so
yep.
we compared those two, and I think it
So
was
so
like a hundred somewhere 155, 150 something other. You know,
so Max Crosby had 150 more pass rush attempts he could have had, is what you're saying.
more attempts than he had.
That's what I'm saying. Right. So like, and then we're talking about, Max Crosby had a lot of sacks and all, but we're talking like if Brian Burns would have had three more sacks, we would have considered a good season. I mean, you don't think at
Exactly.
150 pass rushers at
You're gonna get
22% win rate, he
exactly.
would have gotten the three, four
Exactly.
sacks. You know what I mean? So a lot of times with
Exactly.
fans, they kind of look at it very simplistically. And you really
Hmm.
just gotta, you gotta step a little bit further out than I saw the blocker miss a block, so the offensive line sucks and
Hmm.
Bryce Young isn't
Hmm.
getting more time.
Or the
It's a
one play I seen him get washed, you know what I'm saying? Because
yeah,
he was
yeah, yeah.
might have been coming down or he bit too hard or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Things you got to look. Yeah, I mean, so on the other side
yeah,
with Icky, you know what I mean?
facts,
And
facts.
people give him hell, and
Yeah,
you seen the QB like you said earlier
yeah,
kept back.
yeah,
know, and the
yeah,
biggest thing about it, if I'm on the left side as a
yeah,
tackle, if a guy takes an inside route,
yeah.
I got beat.
And
If
I and I
I'm
if I
keeping him outside,
yep,
I won. Or I'm blocking.
yep.
That's what that is. And vice versa
That's
on
a
the right
fact.
side.
And if I could, man, my man King Jermaine said something. I just want to, because he said great players affect the game in other areas too, not just pass rush. Now, I'll be very honest with you as far as Brian Burns went last year. Brian Burns does not anchor well on the defensive line. Okay, like
No, we
we're
know that.
just not
We know
we're
that.
just not gonna pretend like that. But
Yeah.
when he stood up as a linebacker for whatever it's worth, as a run stopper, as a linebacker. Brian Burns finished pretty well at linebacker because he wasn't asked to anchor. He was able to kind of use his speed to kind of roam around a little bit. So
Hmm.
he's never going to affect the game as a run stopper. He's a pure pass rusher. Like you just
Hmm.
as a team, the game you just have to put him in a situation where your team's game script
Where he couldn't win.
dictates the other team's trying to come back and score points, so he's always in play. But if he's on a
Hmm.
trash team and they're constantly being ran against, he's going to be a non-factor. You get what I'm saying? That's
Non-factor.
just the reality.
Non-factor.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why the difference is defensive end,
Yeah.
edge rusher, and that
Yeah.
and the 3-4 linebacker was playing. You
Correct.
know what I'm saying? And the 3-4 linebacker, he's coming, and the edge rusher is coming. The defensive
Correct.
end is asked to do things against the run, set the edge, stay home a little bit more, drop back a little bit. You know, you're
Yep.
not looking at him to pretty
Yeah.
much go in there and get sacked.
Correct.
a la
Well,
Davion
well, Eternal.
Clowney. Look at his 11-year career.
Yeah. Well, and my man Eternal 252 said, we've been losing the past 2 years, 7 years, so now the 2 years means more. No, no, no. So one thing we do have to recognize is that, in the Matt Rule era and Steve Wilkes era, we've won 5 games plus every single year. The past 2 years, this team has gotten significantly worse.
Yeah.
So yeah, we haven't won in 7 years, but we made a bad turn from just kind of being a bad team in the past 7 years to the last 2 years being the worst team in the NFL. You
One of the
get what
worst
I'm
teams.
saying? So
Yeah.
right, right, right. So it's
And a lot of
yeah,
things have gotten us there. A lot of
correct.
things have gotten us there. A lot of things that we've done. I mean, if you want to blame it on Tap,
Yeah,
what I'm saying, ownership. And I say a lot of times, blaming stuff on David Tepper is easy. People might say, him being from up north, or blame it on the big bad rich guy, or blame,
yep,
his attitude
yep,
of getting rid of coaches and
yep,
things like that. But the one thing I have to give him is this: he spent 180, 355 million plus. When the team need, if you go
yep.
back to Richardson and some of them guys
Hmm.
who, Richardson Richardson didn't have as much money as David Tepper
Right,
by far.
right.
You know what I'm saying? And he had partners, and this thing was ran by like a corporation or what? Had a
Hmm.
board of directors. Okay, they can go and make the decision right there. Like he told you, he got the veto power. He told y'all that
Yep,
because
yep,
he the one that writing the check. Okay,
yep,
next thing we go to, he will write the check. Frank Reich and his coaching staff, he said, go out there and get the best of the best.
yep,
He told them to do that. Y'all want to spend 355 on this
yep,
team? Let's do it. Now, don't get mad, Carolina Panthers fans. I'm a fan. Carolina Panthers YouTube fan base. I'm a YouTube fan base. I listen to everybody. That's why
yep.
Elaine is on here. Anybody else who wants to do a show with us, come on, hit the link, whatever. Let's talk about it. Don't get all in. Don't get your panties all in an uproar if I say something that you don't like about a certain player, about a certain whatever. But some heads are going to roll after this man spent 355 million, and he's supposed to. They're supposed to. I don't know if it'll be
Right.
Everett, Canales, Dan Morgan, or who, but in the next 2 weeks or so,
Yeah.
somebody's gonna have to answer for 4-13 or 4 and whatever, or 5 and 12 or whatever. Somebody's gonna have
Right.
to answer for that.
Right.
I
My,
promise you.
my thing My thing is this: last year he had a number 3 defense with nothing but scraps. It just that defense didn't really have much on it, man. You get what I'm saying? And I was
Huh?
amazed he was able to do that. Just if you throw away a defensive coordinator that had 2 top 5 defenses in 3 years, this team deserves to lose for the next 10, 20 years. You get what I'm saying? It would just
Yeah,
be
yeah.
stupid.
I
And
absolutely
with that,
agree.
right.
I mean, there's nothing else you can say about it. I absolutely agree.
Right.
I
Give
absolutely
him
agree.
the give him the investments for him to screw up. Because I mean, we got Mike. Isn't Mike Jackson undrafted?
Mike
The corner
Jack, Mike Jack came from Seattle, and he was a utility guy over there in Seattle. He was like, he was there.
was, but was he undrafted though? Right?
Somebody would have to help me
But
in the
nevertheless, he's
chat
a
with that, y'all.
utility guy.
Help.
Yeah, I mean, we got a bunch
Yeah,
of
he was a utility guy.
castaways. Yeah, we just got a bunch of castaways and
Elaine.
nobodies and injuries.
Oh
Yeah.
man, they jumps on the goat's ass, man. When I said earlier when they were putting
Hmm.
this team together, I think this. I might have said it after the draft, and I might have said it before. You know what I'm saying? After free
Hmm.
agent, I said we got a bunch of B minus players, B and
Correct.
C grade guys, right? When
Correct.
they, oh man, the Wanham and Clowney was supposed to be better than Burns and any other thing you could put out there. They never invested in putting anything beside Burns.
No. And Clown and Clown
Case,
and look, Clowney was never an elite pass rusher like that, right? It's like,
Hmm.
he's actually, as he
Never.
got older into his career, he was better known as a better
Run
run
stopper.
stopper than
Edge
pass
setter.
rusher.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, right,
11 years. This is his 11th
right,
or 12th season right here. Never had double
right.
digit sacks, which that's supposed to be the benchmark, right? That's the
Yep,
benchmark what everybody was saying about Burns. Now, if you
yep,
look at it, Burns was supposed to get hit. Now, come on, y'all. Let's do one thing
yep,
about performance. Let's talk one thing about performance in
yep.
any job
Right,
out here, right? If
right,
you're doing your job and it's time for you to get your evaluation, which when Burns put 12.5 sacks up. That was when he was supposed to get his money. That was his
right,
evaluation year. But we were still harping about moving up in the draft, being one piece away, this, that, the third. So we extended the man. So now, but you having to worry about football, which you say, oh, they're getting paid this and that. So you used to have to worry about football or whatever. You worrying about now. This becoming my contract year. I got
right.
plus I got a new defensive position to play for the
Correct.
first time.
And I think he transitioned very well. I mean, he
He
transitioned
did.
very, very well. Yeah, I think so.
He
Yeah,
did. So put some other pieces beside
right,
him, but that's not here, dude. When you start talking about
right.
Burns getting ready to open up a fucking
You
hornet's nest and
there,
wow,
there's just
four.
there's more evidence that say you should put more behind Evero than Bryce Young, guys. I mean, and I don't know if I've shared this a few times, but I've never really, I don't think I've talked to you about this. I mean, like Bryce Young, our quarterback is historically bad, and like you'd be hard pressed to convince me that this is the worst roster of all time. But he's
Yeah, no,
performing like one of the
I
worst.
can't say that. Yeah, I can't
It's
say
it's
that.
just not possible, man. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's not. It's not.
so
I
I often told people this, like we're in trouble. Since 2011, Kendall, there has been 431 quarterbacks who have thrown passes in the NFL since
hmm
2011, right?
since 2011. Now say what you get ready to say. I believe I
Yeah.
know where you get ready to go, but say it
Okay.
slowly now for the people in the back.
I'm gonna say it slowly because a lot of people, oh, nah, right? Uh,
Okay, okay.
since 2011, there has been 431 quarterbacks that have thrown passes in the NFL. 431. Okay. And I think it
431.
may be but they may have cut them off at a certain point, or this might be everybody or whatever. But 431. Now, nobody that has finished out of those 431 in QBR, right? So we're talking QBR. No, I'm sorry, yards per dropback. We're talking yards per dropback for those 431. Nobody who has finished of those 300, nobody who has finished 300 or worse finished their rookie contract. Are you following me?
Uh-huh.
So if you finish anywhere from 300 to 431, you didn't finish your rookie contract,
You didn't
right?
finish your request. Mean they moved on from you,
They moved
or
on, they cut you. So
yeah, somebody
right,
came in there, took your job, or
right,
something. Something
something
happened
of
between
those
them
four.
that fourth year or that fifth year of that contract.
Yeah, yeah. So 300 or worse, you're in bad shape. 300 to 431, you're in bad shape. And I'm taking my time to make people understand this. Of those 431 quarterbacks since 2001, do you know where Bryce Young is?
Out of 431,
Yep.
I'm gonna say somewhere between 420 something.
Bryce Young is 431.
431. I didn't want because
He, he,
everybody gonna say that.
he has,
I would have
he
said
has
431, 432, but everybody say I'm a hater.
right,
You know what I'm saying? They'll
right.
say I'm a hater. Yeah, yeah. Link is
History.
in the chat, y'all. We we,
Yep.
we, we had a couple more ways we were gonna go, but man, this
Yep.
has been a great conversation and time just zoomed on us. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to get in, I see some people
Yes.
asking some stuff in the chat. If y'all
Mhm.
want to another couple questions in or whatever, it's been a great conversation. Like I say, men lie, women lie. Numbers do not
Oh, facts.
know
Yep.
about it. Numbers don't lie. So, Elaine, at 431,
431. History
what,
doesn't bode well
what,
for him.
at 431,
Yep.
does that
That
solidify that we will be drafting a quarterback at some point in time in this draft or in
it
2026?
almost it almost solidifies, no matter how smart or stupid the Panthers are about addressing the quarterback situation, Bryce Young is not the answer. He's gonna
Wow.
he can put together a few good games here and there. He made some good throws, and I've been impressed by a lot of the throws he's made this year, no doubt. But never, don't forget, his passing percentage is
But
worse than it was last year, right?
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
let's
Yeah,
get
yeah,
off
yeah.
the
You
throws.
said that earlier.
Yeah,
You said that earlier.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then the good ones, because I said, oh
Mhm.
man, I come on here and I told people, and they forget about it. I said, man, he threw a nice out route. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He threw a nice out route to such and such, or he threw this to
yep,
Adam, his main target, Adam Thielen.
right.
You know, this and that. Or that was a clutch throw, but they're far and few between.
And these good throws are after he's completing 50% of his passes or 40% of his passes for the whole entire game, right?
No doubt.
So you wouldn't need that big throw if, I see we got Pop. What's my man popping in here? What's good, bro?
Yeah, pop it in the house.
What's up with y'all, man? I just want to tell y'all, man, this was a phenomenal job y'all done together today. Uh,
Thanks,
E,
sir.
man, I think if not, I know you've opened up more things that I have been questioning, and you just kind of proven what I believe is a problem that we have on our hands more
Yeah,
uh, more correct than not. So I
yeah,
appreciate you breaking down these stats.
appreciate
And
it.
it's not just one or two stats. Where they at? Like where those stats lay at. So,
Right,
round of applause to you, man. You
appreciate
two
it, man.
go.
Yeah,
Appreciate it, man.
no doubt, no doubt. We appreciate it, appreciate it. But
Yeah,
Pop,
and
you had a question in the chat.
oh
Um,
yeah, yeah.
or did we get to it, or what's going on with you?
I wanted to hear both of y'all break down the Evero scheme. Um, a little bit. I thought that was probably one of y'all talking points y'all probably just didn't get to. But before y'all do, I just want to make this one statement because I've been debating people all day on this brand new day of 2025, brand new year, and this has been just my standpoint where I'm not gonna step away from it. In every position in Carolina Panthers history, there has been a standard. You can look at it. QB, who set the standard there? Linebacker, who set the standard there? Defensive lineman, nose tackle, offensive lineman, safety. Any position we have had somebody great in it somewhere, there's a standard that we should have ourselves held this organization at. You should not have to lower your standards if they're not even trying to meet somewhere close to that. So all the excuses, all the delusion has to stop because you're only mind fucking yourself. There's a standard. Let's stay there, guys. Let's not lower our standards.
Wow, that's a good point, Pop. So right now, you think we lowering our standards by, like I said,
No,
drilling that squirt
not
pin in that
we,
brown hole?
them,
Okay,
not
them,
we,
them, them,
them.
them, them, them.
I mean, I'm not trying to just
Well,
harp
he
on
make
the
he makes it.
Bryce.
Well, yeah, he makes a good point, right? Because every week I'm hearing, "Yay, Bryce! Look at Bryce, man! Oh, Bryce looks great." Statistically, he's one of the worst quarterbacks in NFL history, guys.
Yeah,
Like, what are we cheering for?
yeah,
like, like, they're finding moral victories in like, oh, did you see that throw? Did you see that drive? Yeah,
Mm,
he had a good
yeah.
drive,
That's
but
what
he was
I can't latch on to that, Elaine. I just
right.
I
my
can't either.
just my love for this team. I can't stand to see it. Be just obliterated like this. You know what I'm saying?
What was that
Just
game? Oh, my
where did the
fault, sir. What
standard
was?
go?
Yeah, it was that game where Xavier Leggett had missed dropped that would be touchdown or whatever it was, right? And I said, yeah, I
The
mean,
Philly game. The Philly game.
right. And I'm like, okay, yeah, we can really get down to the last play and see if he would have caught that, XYZ would have happened. But when you looked at that game, because I look at these things, I look at my quarterback completing 44% of his passes throughout most of the game, right? Like
Yeah,
that put us in a those are missed opportunities. You get what I'm saying? I
that
looked
put
at all the three of the, yeah, like you just
Yeah.
3 and
can't
out.
win. Right.
The missed
What's
opportunities on the
hey?
short field.
What's
Kevin
going on,
Care, what's going
fellas?
on?
What's
Hey,
up,
first
brother?
of all, I want to co-sign my man and give y'all props on this show, man. I love when you talk numbers. You bring analytics to make us understand statistics a little better.
Right.
You know. Um,
Appreciate you.
but yeah, but like we always say, man, them guys they'll see Bryce get sacked 2 times and swear it happened 10 times.
Right.
Yeah,
And then just like the play, they'll see him complete. They see him make 2 or 3 good throws and swear up and down he did it 10 times and call it improvement. Like, are you
Right.
kidding me?
yeah.
Like, you kidding me? He did it twice and you calling it improvement.
Right.
2
I'm gonna
good
say something
throws
that's
out of 29, and it's improvement.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something that's unpopular, but if we can't keep it real with each other as Panther fans, then you're not gonna keep it real with anybody that you debate
What it
about
is,
any other team. So
what
what
it
I'm
is,
gonna say
Tata.
is
Oh, go ahead. No, finish your thought. Finish your thought.
my favorite player ever, Cam Newton. Cam Newton wasn't the most accurate quarterback. That's the
No,
truth. He wasn't.
no.
He had a big arm, but what he could not do with his arm per se, as far as precision, he made up for it on the ground. So
Mhm.
he complimented himself with other attributes that he could bring to the game because nobody could ever stop Cam Newton 4th and 1. And we can't
No,
even do that. We can't do a
no.
QB sneak. That's the harsh reality of it. You got to have a couple of elite traits about you, no matter what position you play, to be in this game and stay and have the longevity in this game, and to also to be called great. People are out here wildly using crazy words to describe somebody when they're not that elite, superstar, top tier. They're not. Stop playing yourself. Because if you go talk to somebody with a Super Bowl ring, they're gonna look at you like you crazy.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Pop, you got our franchise is just, I think we've been so bad so long. People are just looking for any glimmer of hope, right? I mean, we're still the
Yep.
only franchise in NFL history that hasn't had back-to-back seasons over 500. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Yep.
There's never been 2 seasons in which the Panthers had won more games than they lost, right? And I just think people just start to try to find the silver lining and some BS to feel good about their team, when really this thing just needs to be blown up, man, and built from the bottom up.
And people have told me you can't blow it up. And I don't know why. I still haven't got. I don't know. I still haven't got
Loyalty
why you can't blow it
to the
up.
players. Loyalty to
Hey,
players.
They have told
And
Goat, you can't start over right now. He said, why not? We 3 in negative. Why? What you
If
mean
not
can't
now,
start over?
when?
it goes back to an observation I made a while ago, man. There are more people who are fans of the team than they are the game.
Right.
They're
We just
so
don't
they're
have.
loyal to certain fans, and they don't even understand the game. Like, I got a question: what's the major or sole difference between a 3-4 and a 4-3 base defense?
nose guard.
Thank you. Now, do we have one?
We don't.
Okay,
We don't.
okay. So is it a scheme issue, or we just ain't got the talent to run either one?
Well, one thing about it, Kevin Kev, your owner. Now, this is one thing that I blame on him. That's what I was saying earlier. He came in. He said that's why he wants to run. That's why he
Mm-hmm.
wants his
Yeah.
franchise to be right. And
And
like Elaine said, we never allocated the funds to make the defense a 3-4 defense.
And Kendall,
Right.
right now we're in a weird spot where we don't have the players to really run a 4-3 or 3-4 right now.
That's my point. We don't have
That's a
talent.
fact.
We've been trying to transition so damn much and doing a piss poor job of it. We got a
Right.
bunch of hybrid this and hybrid that and hybrid this.
We
Right.
we got
We
we
don't
got
know
a
what the fuck we
cornerback
got.
and we got a
Right.
cornerback and a defensive tackle. We ain't
Right.
got no linebackers, nothing.
Right. Correct.
One cornerback,
Let,
one defensive tackle. We ain't got nobody else to do nothing else.
Exactly.
let's take it up a notch. I heard y'all talk about the mock draft. We got this last game coming up. A lot of things are going to change. The possibility of the Panthers being at number 2. I had this discussion with some fellas earlier. They were sitting here trying to tell me that if the Carolina Panthers were at 2, that they wouldn't take a quarterback. And so I challenged them. I said, when you look at Joe Burrow, right, you know the problem with Cincinnati Bengals, right? Cincinnati
Yeah.
Bengals don't have a great defense, and they have a terrible offensive line. When you look at the Carolina Panthers, you have 2 problems, defense and a quarterback. So what do you think they should do? Because Cincinnati, if they were picking at 2, they're not picking a quarterback because that's not their problem. See, if you pick a
Right.
franchise quarterback, that should last you 10 to 15 years. But since you are questioning because he's an if guy, then you can't sit here and tell me that if Canales is sitting at number 2 and the quarterback is sitting there, why wouldn't he take that?
He is, man. And Coppin, I'll say this real quick. When your quarterback is actually good, you don't have to try this freaking hard to defend him. He's
There
gonna
you go.
find ways to shine no matter
Week
what.
in and week
Right?
out, he gonna show you. He gonna show you. He gonna show you.
Right.
We wouldn't be talking about him. We would be talking about the defense or the scheme. We wouldn't be talking about our
Correct.
quarterback if we knew he was a franchise quarterback.
I would 100% be saying that get this young man some help on defense and hold his lead
Right.
that he is
It
putting
would
to you on this field.
right. It would just
That's
be
what I
big
would be
time.
telling y'all every fucking week in and week out. Get this man a defensive end. Get this man a D tackle.
Right.
Get this man a linebacker. Get this man some safety help. Get this man something
Yeah.
to hold his lead.
And I think I'm getting a little off track from what Poppin and asked, bro. But I would say when I first saw Josh Allen, they didn't win a lot of games that first year. But I remember seeing him throw and going, "Wow!" You
Yeah,
get what I'm saying? Like this kid got something, and
absolutely.
Yeah, it made you stand up.
and he only completed like 55% of his passes his rookie season, right? He had one of the best improvements. And so I say that to say this is like if the Panthers are in position to get a quarterback, they would be remiss if they don't entertain it. They are. They're not gonna. You have people. What we miss a lot of times. See, we're fans here. We just want to kind of see our guy win or whatever like that. But people got their careers, their families on the line behind Bryce Young. And I don't think they're going to really risk their career being hitched to a quarterback that really hasn't shown nothing if you put somebody else in their face that they believe is significantly better.
Well,
That's been my argument too.
That's the nail in the bucket. But that's how selfish some people are.
Yeah.
They would rather people
You
lose
can
their
be selfish
job,
as a fan, though. Yeah.
lose their
You don't got
jobs,
nothing on the line.
lose,
I
be
don't
shipped
think
to
they're gonna.
somewhere
I don't
else
think they're gonna lose their
instead
job.
of
I don't think they're gonna lose their job behind it.
no,
Pop. I
go.
don't think.
No,
Right.
that's not what I'm saying. Go. I'm saying people are willing to stick behind somebody who's mediocre and have coaches and staff members and husbands and wives lose their jobs off of one player's back. That's not
What I'm saying.
proven
What I'm
anything.
telling you, I don't think those coaches and those staff members are willing to do that. I think
We're on
that's
the same page,
ownership.
They
King.
better
That's what
not.
we're saying. Yeah.
I think
That's
that's
what we're saying. Yeah.
ownership. I don't think that's
Yeah.
the coaches. If the coaches and the staff members have a chance, they're going to go. They're making that change because
Yeah.
you seen what happened in week 2. So I don't know. I can't sit here and tell you I know who made that decision to set somebody on the bench, but
Yeah.
he got set on the bench. So that came from somewhere. So
Yeah.
somebody is already done looked at it because he got set on the bench.
Yeah.
Somebody already looked at them same numbers that Elaine gave us early in the early part of the show. That what you said? Say that again, Elaine. You got to be 60-some percent.
Yep, exactly. And you know, Kendall, I don't know if you guys know this, but the Panthers actually hired an advanced statistic person in their front office. So
Okay.
they know these numbers. I'm not saying nothing they don't know. I'm not brilliant. I'm not I'm not the smartest guy on the planet. I'm basically stating the obvious. Here, you get what I'm saying? So they know these numbers.
431 pop.
Yep.
I think Elaine need to tell the people that again, because for the new people that just got in the chat, tell them about that 431.
Yeah, since 2011, 431 quarterbacks have thrown passes in the NFL. And when you look at their average yards per dropback, Bryce Young is 431. No one who has finished
431.
300. No one who has finished 300 or worse finished their rookie contract on their team.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's just not good enough.
It's not good enough.
My thing is this: like we saw Mac Jones and Justin Fields and a couple of other guys that played. If you look at statistics, I mean, they arguably put up better numbers than Bryce.
They did
on comparable teams, and they lost their jobs. So why are we fighting so hard to keep Bryce?
Because they love him, brother. That's the boy next door, brother. That's the narrative.
They're trying to force him to fit, and he's playing worse than other quarterbacks that lost their jobs.
You right, brother. But the reality is they got an emotional attachment to it. Once your emotions involved, logic and reason goes out the window.
I mean, even the sports media, like, dude,
because it's good. It's good for TV, bro. It's the narrative. The movie's already been written. Bryce just got to go through it. We got to support it until the movie come out. It's gonna be on. It's gonna be on Disney.
He'll be on Netflix.
Facts. And Kendall, man, I got surgery in the morning. I'm gonna skedaddle out of here, man.
Hey, man. Good luck.
Thank you,
brother.
Good luck to you.
For you on that.
Yes,
Good
sir.
luck to you. Hey, man, this like I said, I put this together because, like I said, I can sit here and talk about this thing all day. But like I said, men lie, women lie, numbers do not. This guy right here, Elaine, Panther Theory, puts together some of the best analytics. I be like, wow, when I listen to that man's show. Hey, just give us a couple words, Elaine, before you go ahead and give me a closing argument.
Yeah, man. I'll say this, man. You guys don't see me do a lot of content lately, man, because I ain't gonna lie. I've been very frustrated with the team, the quarterback situation, and really just having these same arguments over and over again. I will start picking up a little bit. Hopefully the team does the right thing moving forward. I'll be there to see, man, and I'll be podcasting all the way through. If we don't draft a quarterback, I might be a Texans fan. I don't know. We'll see. But with that said, man, Kendall, I really appreciate this opportunity, man. And let's do this again, man.
No doubt, man. For everybody that say you knocked it out.
Find me at Panther Theory.
I appreciate it.
Elaine, hurry up and get your Bryce box snack in before 8 o'clock. You know you can't eat past 8.
Oh yeah, no, it's 12. They told me 12. They told me I can.
12.
They told me I'm good till 12.
Good stuff.
All right, brother.
All right, good luck to you, brother.
All right, brother. Thank you,
brother.
All right.
Yeah, man. Like I said, man, once again, that was Elaine, Panther Theory, man. Y'all go check that brother out, man, for real.
Hey, Kendall, all that being said, do you think, because he laid it out, it's undeniable. Anybody say, oh, you're lying, it wasn't laying opinion. This information is readily available to the public. And do you think that will change the hearts and minds of these Bryce Young sycophants?
No, they think numbers don't matter. They say numbers don't matter. Even though, like you, of course, you can look at game stats and say, yeah, that don't matter. But when you look at analytics, like this guy led the league in off-target throws, and you mad because receivers dropping the ball.
Yeah. There you go, Kevin Kev. That's it in a nutshell. That's it in a nutshell right there. And you said the man gave you the stats and analytics why you should not go out there and waste your time in getting a wide receiver. Go and get the damn D tackle or the edge rusher. That will help this team.
Yeah. And Bryce ain't got enough. It ain't his fault. Like, yo, this remind me of like your older sister, like be picking on your little brother. Leave him alone. He doing the best he could.
Yeah. You know what, Leo? I thought about it earlier. because somebody had said something crazy, and I said, okay, well, either way, we're probably rolling the next year with Bryce, right?
Mhm.
It's such a
We
deep
have to.
defensive draft, right? Go and you agree. This is a deep defensive draft. This team on defensively could possibly come out humming, right?
Yeah.
What is the excuse going to be then? If these guys go from rank 30 or 31 to rank 18 or 16, which is playoff worthy, we just proved that. We just proved there's definitely what's the team ranked 16? Minnesota. They ranked 16. Where are they going?
Minnesota.
Playoffs.
Mhm.
They could be humming. We could be humming next year on defense. And if the defense is doing well, what's the excuse then?
Mm-hmm.
So I hope
That's
everything goes right until then.
that's why I keep saying like everybody want to blame the defense, which the defense is bad. But okay, let's say we improve the defense, we still got a quarterback that struggles to get 14 points on the board.
Day in and day
Struggle.
out.
You punted 8 times last week. Don't talk to me about defense. You punted the ball
Yeah,
8 times in
the defense
a
might as
row.
well stay on the field all game. Then that's the case.
They did. Offense had 7 minutes. Offense had 7 minutes of possession in the first half.
Hold on 1 second. We want to welcome Tony from Two Fans in the Stand. What's going on, Tony?
Tony T.
Yeah, I can't call the go. What's happening?
I don't know it, brother. We just in here having a little football conversation. Ain't nothing but an opinionated conversation. What's on your mind?
Already. Hey, nothing. I was just happened to scroll through on my phone, late night, early morning where I'm at, about to
Yeah.
go to bed, and saw y'all was having a great conversation about analytics and data and stats and things of that nature. So I was just chiming in. Now, Elaine put up some good numbers. Those are some great numbers. Hey, I mean, analytics and data can be looked at in a lot of different ways.
Okay.
However you choose to look at it. But I just want people to know and understand there's a major difference between data and stats. I know people know that, so I'm not saying anything that anybody don't know. I just want to remind people that there's a difference between looking at some data or analytics as opposed to stats. You know what I'm
And
saying? Like stats.
now,
Go ahead.
Tony, you say that to say what? Because I always now every time I call you, if I'm gonna call you, I'm gonna call you a Bryce guy.
hmm
And then you'll tell
Okay.
me, no, I'm not a Bryce guy, this and that. Or
hmm
sometimes you'll take it, but I'm gonna call you a Bryce guy. Now with you saying that, or you dancing around it now, you dancing around that thing, and you say analytics and stats and you came on to say it because you said, and I highlighted you when you said it in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you didn't like something you didn't like what came out of that man's mouth earlier. So go ahead and get to it now. Stop dancing around it and go ahead and
What?
stick it on
No,
in there. Go ahead and stick
I
it on in there
ain't.
now.
Pause. Don't do that. But no, I just the only thing that was said that I didn't agree with is the being because according to the analytics or the data that he researched and saw or whatnot. Me personally, I don't believe just because you're 431 out of 431 that you're just the horrible quarterback that those numbers suggest. Because like you said, that data is based off of going back to 2001.
He
So
said
for
2011. He
me,
said 2011. He said
two,
2011.
2000 he said 2011, but then he said 2001
he
about something else.
said both. Yeah, he said both
Yeah,
Okay,
he
about the
okay,
did
same
say
okay,
thing.
both.
okay,
Yeah.
But
okay.
hey,
But
he got
even
surgery in the morning. He got surgery in the morning.
right.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
even if you use 2011, okay? My thing is when I look at Bryce and I try to compare him to what other people have done, I try to compare to say the past 5 years, okay?
Uh-huh.
Just say the past 5 years, or just say even when even when he came in the league, like we've always said, and we've always said Bryce last year, Bryce that was a shitty year for Bryce. Okay,
Uh-huh.
it was horrible. It was horrible on a lot of fronts. But what I've said, and I've always tried to say, and I always try to get people to understand, is just not a Bryce thing. Bryce isn't the only reason why the Panthers aren't playing bad. That's been my only argument about this whole Bryce thing. Because when I come
Well,
on,
brother, real quick though, brother, I got you. But check this out.
We
You made a
all
Mhm.
mistake by
understand that.
saying the word believe. You made a mistake saying believe because December 25th just passed. Some people believe Santa Claus exists, but you know what? He don't exist. So when you say believe, you made an ultimate mistake. So you showed your hand. You a Bryce Young fan. You a Bryce Young apologist.
when
You
I
can't
said
make
belief
no
about
excuses
what?
for his play.
When
No,
I
there are
said
no
belief
excuses
about
for his
what?
play. No excuses for his play. None.
So
You
again,
say he improved.
I'm
You said,
asking
bro,
you
real quick, brother. You
what
say he improved, brother. You say he improved. Where has he improved that? Because statistically, it's the same or worse.
I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. What did I say? I believe. What
Oh,
are you
you already
talking
know what
about?
you're saying. You just said, and you said,
No,
Elaine
I'm
said
asking you, brother.
431.
If it's
Elaine said a
I
fixed number, 431.
right,
Whether it's from
right,
2001 to 2011, the number is
right.
fixed. 431. He is that five. He is the bottom number. You said, I
Right.
believe. You made a mistake
I
because the
said I
number
don't
431 is
believe.
fixed.
I said I don't believe because 431 doesn't mean in my opinion, doesn't mean that he's the worst quarterback
But
that has ever
brother, you
played.
can't say you,
Listen,
brother. It's not an
if yes I
opinion, brother.
can, I can.
It's not an
Okay,
opinion.
so
One
so
second.
am
Hold
I
on one
am
second,
I
Tony.
am I
Hold on,
not entitled to my opinion?
Not when it comes to
hold
the
on one
fact,
second.
brother. Bro, okay,
No,
brother. If
That's
you
no,
say
not
the
no.
sky
Hold
brother.
on,
green,
hold
That's
on.
is
not
the
no
sky
fact.
green?
Hey, hold up, y'all. Hold
Oh
on,
God.
one second. Now, for
Go
the
ahead, go.
people just getting in here. What was said was this right here, and I hope I'm not messing up. We had Elaine from Panther Theory on, and I hope I'm
Right.
not messing up his statistics because he beautifully laid it out for us. You know what I'm saying? Very very
Mm-hmm.
one. He keys himself on that. Now he said, either y'all said between 2001 2011, either that time to present day, that
Mm-hmm.
there's 431 active quarterbacks that threw the football in the NFL, and that out of that, the
Okay.
431 of them that did not make it through their contract, they played so
Right.
poorly because they were under 60%. That was the biggest
Okay.
thing about it, that they were under
Right.
that 60%. And right now, for the last 2 years, Bryce Young had been at 50 something. You know what I'm saying? Low
Right.
50 something. You know what I'm saying? So if he could, and what he said, if he continue on that trajectory because he was at 431, he was at the
Mm-hmm.
bottom of that list. He wasn't number two
Okay.
on the list, which a little bit more, and he could be out of that red zone. You know what I'm saying? He was at 431. And like Leo
Right.
said, that is a fixed point. That's a fixed point right there. 431. You at the bottom. That's a long
Okay.
climb to the top now, Tony. That's a long
Okay.
damn climb.
Now
So
can I respond? Can I
go ahead,
respond
go.
to
Yeah, yeah,
exactly
yeah,
what you
yes,
just
sir,
said?
yes, sir. All day, all
You
day.
just said you just said in your explanation, given the numbers that Elaine gave, which you're
Yes,
right,
sir.
he laid it out eloquently. He laid it out nice.
Very, yeah.
But you said if Bryce Young continues on this trajectory in his rookie contract, it will
Mm-hmm.
not bode well for him to make it, right?
Yes.
You said if he continues on this trajectory.
History shows, the
So
numbers shows
right,
that he will
okay,
not get another one.
okay, cool. That's all well and fine and good. So I'm saying, based on my opinion, what I think, I don't think he will continue on that trajectory.
Okay.
Now, that's not talking about facts. I'm not saying that he will, he won't. That's not
And
saying
that's your
fact.
what
That's me
Leo is telling
giving
you,
my hold
that's
on.
your opinion. That's your opinion. That's
Thank
your
you.
opinion.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
me
yeah,
giving my opinion. So
yeah,
I'm glad you realize that. So
yeah,
explain that
yeah.
to your other listeners. That
Nah,
want
nah,
Yeah,
to
nah,
come at
brother.
me
Let me
like
tell you,
I don't know
look,
because
look,
everything.
real
look,
quick,
look, look,
I hear
look.
you, brother. I would just say, but look, check this out. You See, everybody on the panel has
Guys,
already solidified
hold
the
on,
fact.
guys. Have you listened? Have you seen? When was the last time you saw Bryce Young scout report? What it
Thank
said?
you.
Said
It told you
it
then
said
he wasn't gonna make it.
what it said is he has an ability to take control in a way in which other quarterbacks cannot. That's something that you cannot put down to data, stats, quantify, qualify. It's something that is just like it's juju, like some kind of magic shit.
You are so no. You hear this crazy talk coming from these
That
people?
doesn't work in the NFL.
You hear this
It does
crazy
work.
talk?
It does.
That's why
It does.
Elaine
It
could
does.
say
No, listen
anything.
to me.
A person could say anything with information that's verifiable. What are you talking about? It's not verifiable. You're talking
That
about some
ain't verifiable.
esoteric.
That
He
ain't
talking about
verifiable.
esoteric, spiritual bull
You talking
crap.
about a mentality shit. Yeah.
That's
But
exactly
Leo,
the point.
Le-
Hold on. That's exactly the point,
go
right?
ahead.
That is everything about quarterback play. Does it have to be verifiable and quantifiable for you to believe it?
Absolutely, because people
Yes.
get paid off
See,
of this.
this is where
People get paid.
this is where I disagree with a lot of this. Look, I don't doubt the statistics and the data. I really, really do not. That guy, I can't remember his name. Those are incredible data statistic points.
No,
that he was
sir. Say
mentioning.
they the fact. No, because you speaking as if it's just some he just throwing out there. That information he laid was factual and can be proven. What you're talking about is your belief. And I told y'all December 25th doesn't exist. This is the real world.
But Leo, what you need, hold on.
You're trying to argue Bryce Young's mindset.
all
Listen,
this.
right? If you're gonna say
That's
that,
not gonna win a game.
hold on. If you're gonna say that, then Tom Brady should never have become the GOAT, right? Because he was drafted.
Say that again. Say that again.
I'm saying that Tom Brady, right? He wasn't drafted number 1 or I think he was drafted number 19 or some crazy shit like that. That should never.
He should. 6th round. He went in the 6th round. He went in the 6th round.
That's what I'm saying, right? How would a 6th round motherfucker, right, end up being the GOAT based on just the statistics? Never in a million years. So what happened to him? Tell me what happened.
Wait. You're not arguing about a valid point.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up.
No, let me finish, man. Let me finish, right?
No. You ask the question. You're trying to say, how did Tom Brady, a 6th round pick? Because Brock Purdy, end of the draft, is now getting ready to get a big quarterback deal, just like the rest of the motherfuckers that got drafted number 1. Now, Ocho Cinco himself, he said it don't matter where you get drafted. Don't matter if you go to a school or big school. You understand what I'm saying? Can you play the fucking game? You understand what I'm saying? At that time, I couldn't tell you what happened exactly, what happened in that draft, why Tom Brady got overlooked, but they did overlook. They said
Kendall, Tom Brady got overlooked because Kendall, I'll tell you why I got overlooked. Because it was a guy, he was very tough. His last name was, it began with an H. He was better than Tom Brady. He played baseball. He got drafted by the Yankees. I forgot his last. I know the first last name began with an H, but he was better. Tom Brady had a good game in the Rose Bowl when they played against a school, but Tom Brady was not a good college football player. He made himself into a good football player, but he wasn't good in college.
Okay, I accept everything that you guys have said. What you're talking about is nuance. You're talking about stuff that doesn't come up in the statistics. You're talking about stuff that isn't
sir, that's
data-driven.
what you're talking about. No. That's what you're talking about.
Bryce Young's mindset.
For Tom Brady coming
His
out
mindset is not NFL caliber.
No, it's his physical attributes. Neither is his physical attributes. It's his physical attributes is the problem. His arm strength is not there. He is not an elite rusher, and he doesn't have the physical stature to stand up in the game. Nobody's denying that except for these Bryce Young sycophantic people.
What you're telling me is that Bryce Young is going to be a great coach one day. That's what you're telling me. He's not a good quarterback.
There you go.
You're telling me Bryce is going to be a decent offensive coordinator. You're not telling me he's a good quarterback.
I'm not denying any of that. None of that. What you're saying is I doubt none of that. What I do think you're missing is that sense of, like, as time goes by and with your natural talent, and that, it's not everything that is defined by numbers, and it's I don't know how to
Okay, brother. You,
explain
you
it
want
to
to
you.
see
It's
natural
not
talent?
everything. No, no,
CJ
no. Hold on.
Stroud. CJ
Just
Stroud is not the strongest. He doesn't have the strongest arm.
what
He is
happened to
not the
CJ Stroud
fastest.
this
But
season? What happened to CJ Stroud
but
this season?
no, but he going to the
He
playoffs, sir.
was
Stop
high.
it. He going to the
He
playoffs, sir. He going to the playoffs. But look, his first game, real
9
quick, brother.
wins.
His first game they played this year, they
Yeah,
played
y'all
against
stop that
Indianapolis.
because CJ Stroud still won 10. What they 10 games? He still won
Yep.
10 games this
That's
year.
what I'm
Stop
saying.
that. Stop that.
But Kendall,
He didn't have a year like he had. He didn't have a year like he had last year. No, he was just the rookie MVP. That's
yeah,
all he was last year.
yeah.
So
if
damn, you
Leggett
understand what I'm
didn't
saying?
drop all those, if Leggett
You
doesn't
act
drop
like,
all those
hold on.
balls and
Hey,
all these other balls are not dropped, we're not.
extra
Instead
smoke.
of
You
us
act
being
like he
12
fell
and
off the
4,
cliff.
4 and
You
12,
act like he only
we
won 2 games this year. You act like he only won 2 games. You act like he fell
okay,
off the cliff.
okay. So if we
Never
win,
mind. He had injuries on his team. Stephon Diggs, who they traded for, ain't played shit.
okay.
Don't say
So
nothing
if
about that.
how close were we to beating Philadelphia, the Chiefs, and
A
the
better
first time
quarterback.
rounds? No, it wasn't quarterback. That was Dropsy.
A better quarterback. We
Oh,
would have been
is a
beating them teams.
a better quarterback gonna catch the balls as well as throwing those balls? Just be honest with me. Just
A
please
better
be honest
quarterback
with
got your
me.
team up by 2-3 more possessions, where you don't even have to blame a drop ball on a first-year rookie who shouldn't even be on the field.
Thank you.
It's unbelievable. That's why it's sad that the
You're
brothers
arguing about Bryce's mindset, about the way he thinks. He was drafted over his mind. That ain't winning games.
But also, brother, he mentioned the esoteric, the spiritual side, the unseen, the metaphysical attributes that Bryce Young possesses in their mind that will allow him to be good in the future. He's saying to us and some people that believe that we don't have any foresight, that we don't believe. Because I told you, they keep saying that word belief. It has nothing to do with reality. That's why they emotionally attached to it. Or we can't win
Yeah,
with people
because
like that.
you're
You
just
can't even
statistic.
argue
No,
against
no,
nobody
because
like
you're
that.
just statistic. Look, you're statistically and data driven, and I respect the hell out of
No,
that,
but
right?
no, my friend, I didn't
No,
mean,
we're not.
sir, we talking about what we see on the field.
Which is statistic and data driven.
No, sir,
You're
I said what we see. Eight. Go ahead, brother.
Hold on.
What I'm saying.
Hold on a second. Now, Tony, let me ask you, Tony, you still in there, Tony?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Now, he just told that man that he's statistic and data driven. Does the NFL run on statistics and data?
Yes. Hell yeah. At least
Well, yeah,
95% it does. Yeah.
when you
That's
look
what you
at the
guys.
okay.
Kendall, when we get paid at our job, does it run on statistics and data and production?
Leo,
Yep,
I'm
that's how
trying
you
to
get a
let Tony.
raise.
I'm letting Tony answer. I'm gonna separate y'all two for just a second. You want extra smoke, and I'm asking Tony. I'm just slowing it down a little bit. Does the NFL run on statistics and data?
Yeah, in the overall grand scheme of things, yes. The league runs on statistics, data, analytics. I mean, everybody use all those numbers. Yeah.
Thank you. Because and I'm just trying to make a point here. Because everybody will get on here sometime and say, "Fuck them statistics, fuck that data." Well, there's
Mm-mm.
probably shit. I say there's probably 1,000 jobs, and I'm just spitballing. I know there's more than
Mm-hmm.
that. There's 1,000 jobs in the NFL that have nothing to do but collect data and statistics. So you
Yep.
mean
But
to tell me the
And
let me
NFL is what
patterns.
go. Hold on.
$1
But hold
billion
on.
operation
But hold on.
is wasting fucking
I
money
see.
by
I
employing
see
those
where you're
people
going.
that
Go.
don't do
I see where you're
nothing
going.
but
So
collect
let
data and statistics.
me ask you and Leo this one simple question right here.
Okay.
Can you have analytics and data without statistics?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Thank you. So we're talking about football, right? So the bedrock of accumulating statistics. I mean, accumulating data and analytics for you to formulate any of that, quantify it, put it in the computer, come up with different scenarios and all that. You first have to have statistics. Statistics is made of what the player does on the field. If he
Okay.
plays no
Go ahead.
games, if he plays, hold on, if he plays
Go ahead.
no games, he can't have no completions. He can't have no touchdowns. He can't have no catches, no nothing. If a
Mhm.
player gets on the field and plays one game and has 10 out of 12 for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns, that's statistics, correct?
That's statistics.
So you can
But
only
think of this
but
right here though.
The,
This
ana-
is
the
what people get
analytics.
on here and
What
say.
do the
This is
analytics
what
say?
people get on here and say though,
but
Tony.
it, no,
If
but
that
see, but
same
see,
player
hold,
get
hold,
on there
hold,
and
hold,
have
no,
10
no, no, no,
games,
no, no,
hold
no,
up
no,
now,
because
hold
that's
Tony,
right.
Oh,
That
I'm
right
ready
hold.
for
there,
this.
You
that
I'm
said,
ready
right
for
you
there is
this.
said,
where you.
is
That's right
that
there is
is
where you
that
lose the argument at.
hold on,
Whoever said
Nope,
but
that,
is
nope,
that
he
nope,
said
nope,
Tony,
nope.
Tony, but
he
hold on,
said,
Nope.
hold
"What
on, you
does
talking
the
to me.
ana?"
You talking to me
My
though, Tony.
God,
You talking to me. You talking to me. Now if that same player get on the field and have and goes 2 for 10.
mm-hmm.
If he go 2 for 10, if that same player go 2
Yep,
for 10, and I say he had a
yep,
bad game, the
facts.
statistics and the
That's
analytics
fact.
say that he had a bad game. That's what the argument is for Leo. Leo's having.
Look,
It
You can
has,
prove that he
it
had
take
has.
a
Adam
bad
Thielen.
Listen,
game.
what
Let's
I'm
look at
saying
Adam.
is what I'm trying to say to you. What I'm trying to tell you. Before you get to the analytics and before you get to the data, the proof and the facts are the stats. Because with the stats, you cannot argue the stats. If a player has 100 yards for the year or 1,500 yards, that's what the player
That's what he
has
got.
done. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So stop right there. Stop right there. So what I'm saying is the stats is the facts. That is the base. The data and the analytics are created off the facts. People put the stats and the data in the computer to generate all this other stuff. But what you can't put in the computer and generate is the stats. Is what I'm trying to say to y'all.
No,
The
wait. You
stats
saying
is
it
based
backwards. You
off.
make
No, I'm
dude.
not.
You're
How
arguing against
if you
yourself right
telling
now. You are arguing
brother,
against yourself. Now look, this is what I
brother.
want to say right here. Adam Thielen last year he had 1,000 yards with 100 catches. Right. That's what the stats say. If you go to the analytics, it says 9-10 yards per catch. That's fucking trash.
Trash.
See, you can look at the stats and say, oh, he had 1,000 yards, he had a great year. And then you look at
That's a great
analytics and
point.
say,
That's a
then you
great
look at
point.
you look at analytics and say, damn, it was only 9 yards a catch. That's
Yeah,
trash.
yeah,
And
yeah.
if you look at Adam Thielen when he was in Minnesota with Kirk Cousins, you know good and hell well Adam Thielen is good for 1,400 yards off 80 catches.
Yeah.
But only got 1,000 off 100
But that
catches.
doesn't mean that
That's
Adam
on
Thielen.
Bryce because he's
No,
averaging 5-6 yards a
okay,
throw.
Hey,
okay,
Tone,
but you so you just defeated your own argument.
No, I didn't.
If Bryce is averaging 5 or 6 yards per throw, which would affect Adam Thielen's catch per yardage, bringing it from 13 to 14 when he was in Minnesota to 10 in Carolina, that doesn't mean Adam Thielen is having a bad year.
No.
That
Right.
don't mean Adam Thielen is having a bad
He's
year.
telling you.
So
Tony,
the
let me
fact,
ask you this, Tony. What's the
Quarterback
reason
play.
for when we went 8 3 and outs Sunday? Can you give me an explanation for that, if you don't mind?
the offense wasn't clicking.
Who was the quarterback, Tony?
It's not just about the quarterback, Leo. That's what I'm trying to say. You trying to make
Well,
me
Tony,
make
what was
it believe.
Tony? What was the reason then, Tony?
Hold on.
I'm asking your opinion.
I
Since
just
it's not the
told you.
quarterback
I
fault,
just
what
told you
was
what
the
the reason
reason?
Because the
was.
wide receivers weren't
I
getting
just
open.
told you
They
what
were
the reason
getting
was
catches.
because
No,
the
Tony, you said
offense.
the offense wasn't clicking. Tony, can you give me some nuance to the offense wasn't clicking? Can you go into detail and explain to me why the offense
Yeah,
wasn't clicking?
I sure can. There
Yes,
was
sir.
no run game. We only ran the ball 9 times the whole game. Ran 5 catches for 22 yards on the first drive, and then after that, abandoned the run. We had drops by wide receivers. Second play of the game. Bryce hit Adam Thielen on the shot play, hit him in the breadbasket. Hit Adam Thielen on a 40-yard touchdown in the breadbasket. He hit him
But
They were
Tony,
again.
you
never
just named two.
accepting.
But
So,
Tony, you named just two
hold on.
throws.
They were
Tony, you
never
named two plays.
Exactly.
You asked me a
Out
question.
of 60
You
some
asked.
plays.
Okay. Let me.
That
Okay,
that has happened.
let's do this. Hold on. What was the stat?
All of the last 4 games, right? And yet you never acknowledge the truth of that. Okay, what he's just said, you could reiterate
What was the
that
stat?
in the
What
last
was the
4
stat for the
games.
game? What was the
Which
stat
game?
for the
Like
game?
all of those last 4 games, right? All the way going back from when we were the Giants, right? Have not figured in like things that have happened, like drop catches, and
Were those drop catches? Were those drops for the end zone? Were those game tying passes?
yeah, but that's not into the statistics, is it? The
No,
statistics
I'm
are about
asking you. I'm
everything.
asking you. Like,
Well,
but
no,
did
what I'm
those
saying
drops?
to
Did those lose the game for us?
some of them lost the game for us. I mean, the
Which
against
one
the
you talking? No,
Chiefs,
which one you
the
talking
ones
about, my
against the
friend?
one against
Which
the
one are you
Chiefs,
talking about?
the one against the Chiefs lost the game for us. But they dropped it like in the rolling into the end zone, but like on the replay showed that he actually dropped ball. That lost the
Hey,
game for
Leo.
us.
Hold
Okay,
on. Leo, let me.
a few other one, the one against Philadelphia, I think that lost the game for us as well. So
The Philadelphia was winning. We didn't lose.
He
Philadelphia was
talking about
winning.
okay,
that.
so
They talking about last
forget.
week. They
Hold on,
talking about last week now. They
so
talking about
forget
last week.
Philadelphia. How about
We
the
ain't playing.
Chiefs? The one in the Chiefs,
What
black and
we
white.
talking about?
The
We ain't talking about that. We
okay,
talking.
hold on. The one,
We talking about last week.
hold on. The one that the referees or umpires they
No, you
didn't see
can't
the
use
ball.
that.
Don't
You
use
can't
no
use that. You
referees.
can't use
Don't
that.
use that shit. That's an
That's an
excuse.
excuse. That's an excuse. Can't use no
Hey,
excuses
Nothing
now.
but an excuse.
hey, look at this though. Bryce Young had 28 pass attempts, and we had a total of about 13 rushing attempts.
Now hold up.
That
Now Kevin
wait,
Kev, hold up a sec. Okay, so where did you just find that at, Kevin Kev? Where did you
right
just
here on
find that?
Google. Right here on Google.
Okay,
This is
he was able
against
to.
Tampa.
This. Now listen, I'm gonna bring my show back. This show right here is called The Breakdown, meaning,
Yeah.
and I featured Panther Theory, who gives stats and statistics, not what if, I believe, I did, I dreamed, I had a dream, no shit like that. If he'd have caught this, if he'd have did this, if I took a shit yesterday, no.
Yeah, but go
That
right,
and
go,
statistics.
go. But
That man
statistics,
just went. Hold up,
go,
hold up.
What
That
you're
man
missing is
just went.
go, go.
Hold.
What you're
I'm gonna
missing is
mute
that
you now, extra
statistics
smoke.
don't
Hold
tell you
up. Hold up
absolutely
now.
everything. And go,
Extra smoke.
listen,
Dude,
statistics don't
15
tell
out
you
of
everything.
28, and you talking about wide receiver drops.
That
They didn't
man
drop
just
damn near
went and
15
Googled.
balls.
Extra smoke. He just went and Googled it. That's a fact. What he just said.
15
That's a
15 out of
fact.
28. You telling me the wide receivers drop almost 15 catches?
Over the last 4 games, yeah. I
No.
would say they dropped
We
15
talk
catches over the last 4 games.
last 4
Definitely.
games. Dude, 50% completion down there.
Guys, come on. Let's
But
just be
look,
honest.
28 pass attempts against Tampa Bay.
Now he
28
frustrated.
pass
Now he
attempts
frustrated.
against Tampa Bay. He had 28 pass attempts, and there was only 13 rushing attempts from all the rushers.
Okay, give me a fact.
When you ain't got no run game, you supposed to be throwing the ball 35, 40 times. He back there holding the ball and taking sacks.
Guys, can I ask you a question? Guys, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. When you start a game, right, and you see how the game is playing, you decide whether you want to rush, you want to throw, whatever you want to do, you decide it on the game. Okay, you want to throw the deep ball or whatever you want to do. You want to throw the slot route or whatever. You decide. Okay, does that mean that you know that okay, you might not throw 250 yards in a game because the game doesn't necessitate that. The game might require you to throw one deep ball.
But brother, they was going down the field. We got to keep up. We couldn't keep up because the quarterback is in there. Hey, look here. You know what they try to do, y'all?
By 20 points.
Exactly. You supposed to throw the ball. But Kendall, you know what's dangerous? Let me tell you what's dangerous.
Hold on.
People like this real quick. He said, "Let's be honest." Brother, hold on, brother. You say, "Let's be honest, brother." You know what? They try to prove that they didn't have the moral superior position by saying, "Let's be honest," as if we're lying. You see, that's the
No,
part that
but
just
this is
angers me.
but this is what but this is what
But
I'm
that because
saying.
you saying
So,
let's
so
be
tell me,
honest as if
tell me,
we're lying.
so tell me, I am saying let's be honest because
Oh,
I
so we're
feel
lying.
because I
So what
feel
you're saying is you're telling the truth, but we're lying. Is that what you're saying?
you're lying. No, I'm not saying that.
Then why
What
would you
I'm
say
saying
let's be honest then?
because this is my truth.
But,
My truth might be
Your
different from
truth.
your truth. Yeah, my
well,
truth.
just
Let me
say
tell you
that,
what
but
my
don't
truth
say
is.
let's be
Hold on.
honest because you
It's the same
disrespect
thing.
us
It's
as
the
if we're
same
telling
thing.
lies.
It's the same thing. If I'm
No,
saying
it's
let's be
not.
honest, because yes, it is, because I might convince you that my truth might become your truth, or your truth might become my truth.
No,
So when
sir,
I say
never,
let's be
never.
honest,
Man.
hold on. So when I say let's be honest, I'm not telling you that what you're
Yo, this
saying
is
is not.
hilarious.
I'm not. When I say let's be honest, I'm not saying that I don't. What you're saying isn't true to you, and it doesn't mean that what I'm saying isn't true to me. What I'm saying is that like when the time comes to do certain things, you do it, and the stats might not reflect that. You might not throw a deep ball in the whole game because the rushing game is all you need to win the game. And then you're
Well,
going to go to
what
the
was the
analytics and
excuse
you're going
on
to.
Sunday?
You can't rush the ball when you down
That's what I'm
21
saying. Why
points,
didn't
bro.
we throw the ball
You can't
40
do
times
it.
last Sunday, my friend? Why we didn't throw the ball 40 times?
Because he hit him
Because we didn't have
and he
Chuba in
fumbled
there, right?
twice.
Because we didn't have Chuba in there.
He
That's
took
right.
5
Why?
sacks.
Because if Chuba was in there, we would have run the ball. We would
No,
have
I
got all
said no,
this.
sir. You're talking about before the game. I'm talking about during the game. Chuba didn't play. Okay, we already know that. We can't run the ball. We already know that. It's on the quarterback. Why didn't we throw the ball 40 times, my friend?
Okay, like throwing the ball, right? Like to me, all right, throwing
There
the
you go.
ball
That's
in
your
those
truth, right?
that's
Truth,
my
right?
truth. That is my
Okay,
truth.
I
Yeah,
got you. So let's make it
my
clear.
truth.
It's not
This
the
is
truth.
my
It's just
truth.
your truth. I got you.
This is my truth. Okay, and
Okay.
you can tell me
Your
if you
version of
understand.
reality, right?
If no, look, you
No.
can tell me if
You're
you.
saying this is your version of reality, right or wrong? That what you're saying?
No, that's
No,
not
you're
what I'm
saying it's
saying.
my truth, my friend.
What I'm saying is that my truth, okay, is open to like
Interpretation?
criticism and scrutiny. And if you set me wrong, I'm gonna say, okay, shit, I didn't see that perspective. I didn't see what you. Okay, I feel that. I feel you, right? If that's what you're gonna say, and maybe I didn't see a element that you're putting into me, right? But what I'm saying is the way I'm looking at it right here, right now, watching that game, okay, when we're throwing the ball and we're not making those completions, for me personally, most of those are down to two things. One is bad receivers, and two, uh, uh, slightly overthrown or underthrown passes by Bryce. Okay, and that is my truth. And so what I'm saying is that like without the running
So
game,
my friend, so
hold on,
there's
hold on,
nothing.
hold on,
There's
hold on. Let
no
me
such
just
thing as the
finish. Let
truth.
me just finish. Let me just finish.
There's
Right.
no such
So
thing as
if
the
you
truth. I'm asking you, is there any such thing as the truth? I'm just asking you.
well,
Is the
what I've
truth
said.
subjective,
Hold on.
sir? Is the truth subjective?
What I've said. Is it
Is
wrong?
the truth subjective? I just want to answer the question. Is the truth
You can
subjective?
answer that question if you answer my question. What I've said, is it wrong or right? You answer your own question by answering
My
mine.
man, you got a
You feel
quarterback
me?
you got a quarterback in the history books for off-target throws, and you blaming the receivers.
Hold on, y'all. Let me read this
Come
money. Y'all,
on,
let me read the
man.
money.
Come
Y'all, let
on,
me read the
man.
money.
I
Don't
can't
come
believe
Y'all,
on
that.
me.
let me
Because are
read
you
the
telling
money.
me that those throws? Are you telling me that those throws were off? Those throws were
Expert,
not off.
listen here. Oh, let me read the money. Let me read the money. $5 super chat from Flame for Jesus. Flame for Jesus said, according to the NFL statistics, we don't drop the ball that many. That's a fact. Go
It
look it
is.
up.
It's got
We
to be a
don't drop the
catchable ball
ball.
to be considered a drop.
It's when you
Just
Exactly.
because
drop
it
the
So you
ball.
say
It's
bad
when
just
you.
because
receivers.
it hit his
It's
hands, it's not a
when you
drop.
drop the ball. It's when you drop the
No,
ball, not how.
dog, go look
Of
it up
course it
yourself.
is.
Go look it
Oh
up
my
yourself.
god.
It has to be a catchable ball to be considered a drop. Just because it hit his hand doesn't mean it's a catchable ball. It's a certain velocity, a certain angle that the ball got to come at the receiver at.
Did you
Bryce
see
ain't good at that.
Did you see T Higgins catching some of those balls against the I don't know who they played the other against the
Now you
Broncos.
saying it was
Those
I know what you're saying. I know what you're
those
saying.
balls were not in the bucket. He was catching
Right,
those balls. That's
right.
what you expect.
Go
That
in
is
the
what you
trap and
hold on.
find the
That
receiver.
is what Well, that's what you expect from your
From
wide
from
receiver.
who?
From your
How
wide
many
receiver.
how many of them exist? Y'all think they grow on trees. You
Well,
can't
that's
get
a
a
They
different
don't.
DeAndre
argument.
Hopkins in every draft. You
They
can't
don't.
get that in every draft.
They
Look,
You're
don't.
expecting
I
way
just,
too much. You're expecting way
I
too
just,
much from the
I
receivers
just,
more than
I
a
just want
guy
your,
that was first overall and expected to get $60 million a year after next year.
look. I just want to know. Want you to answer my question, right? If we've got no running game, and you're saying the quarterback then has to carry this team
That's right.
because that's what quarterbacks do, right?
That's
You
Uh-huh.
you throw that ball down the pitch, down the field, and you basically negate the running game by putting it into areas where you can continue
it's called a
the
quarterback shootout, and Bryce ain't never been in one. He can't handle it.
okay. Let's say that's the truth, right? If you go back and look at these games where those balls have been thrown in places where they should have been caught, they were catchable, might not have been the best passes in the world. Can you put that on Bryce? Can you really put that on Bryce?
Some
What
of them,
more?
yes. Yes, that's what we're
You
trying to
cannot.
tell you.
Okay, let me go back to that game yesterday, a few days ago, between Broncos and
Cincinnati Bengals.
and the
Broncos
Bengals, right? One of those guys was sacked about 7 times. All right.
Joe
The
Burrow,
other guy,
7 times.
yeah. Joe Burrow was sacked about 7 times. Right. He threw a ton of interceptions. The other dude,
No, he
pretty
didn't.
much the
No, he
same.
didn't. No,
No.
no, he did
So
not
who
throw
threw
no ton of interceptions. No, he didn't. No,
who
he
threw
didn't.
the interceptions? The other guy, right? The
Bo Nix threw
Bo
an
Nix.
interception. Uh-huh.
He threw at least 3 interceptions. Right. Nobody came.
Let me.
Yes,
No, no, no,
go.
no, no. I
Yes,
know
he
he threw
did.
one. I know
Yes,
he
he
threw
did.
one. I know he
No.
threw
He
one. I
threw
don't
at
know if he
least
threw.
three. He threw at
Okay,
least
well,
three
I'll go with it.
interceptions, right?
Let's say he threw three. I don't know if he threw
If that
three,
was
but
Bryce,
I know he threw one.
if that was Bryce, niggas would be losing their goddamn mind. Niggas would be saying,
Man, why
"This
we
guy
think
is
too?
fucking useless. He's fucking terrible.
I lost
Run
my
the hell
mind
out
2
of
weeks
Bryce."
ago with 4
But
turnovers.
huh?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 fumbles, 2 picks. I lost my mind. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but the point I'm making is that like the yardstick that you use to measure other quarterbacks is not the same you use to measure Bryce. Like
I'm not
nobody
using
said that, but
yardstick.
hold on,
I'm using the NFL. But go ahead.
nobody said that Bo Nix had a get. I saw that game. He played a really good game, even though he threw 3
Okay,
interceptions. I mean, that boy was on it. He was fucking
hey,
good last.
oh, God damn it, extra smoke. Hold on. I told you he
Okay,
only threw one interception. I'm looking at it right now. Bo Nix had 219 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, a QBR of 114.9.
I think I saw
And when
him
you
at
and
least
you were
throw two
that
interceptions,
ain't what
man.
you thinking. I'm looking it up right now. And you
Your
refer to
Okay,
eyes
him
are
as
fine.
deceiving
All
you.
right, fine. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I accept that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Hold on. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just saying that it wasn't a perfect game, right? He took some risks. He took some real. He made an
That's all we
incredible.
need.
He
That's what
made.
we want Bryce to do. Take some
114.
damn risks.
He's taking risks, and then
No,
when he
he ain't.
fucks up, oh my
28
god.
passes with no run game. You're not taking risks.
The other thing, hold on. The other thing I want to ask you, right, is that if the play caller, right, is calling up the plays that are not like, to our liking, so he's doing dink and dunk for whatever reasons. Okay, he's calling him he's a dink and dunk specialist, right? But that's what the play caller is calling. For whatever reasons, throw it 10 yards here, 5 yards there. Well, if he goes to the line and he sees the defense are coming in
The
in a
man just
funny
told you.
way,
The man
he
told
can
you this
change.
on this show right here. That's why he does well, 20 yards and out. So that's why he's only playing. He's calling. Canales is the play caller. Dave Canales. He's calling to his strengths. So y'all don't put that on Dave. He's play
No,
calling
no,
to
no,
his
no,
strengths.
no, no, no. And this is why I think you're so wrong about Bryce, right? This is why I really
Oh
think you're
my
wrong
God!
about
Now,
Bryce.
here you go.
Because, no, listen to me, right? Because what is going on is that, okay, in a way, it was a blessing that Chuba went down because what Canales was like, okay, let's see what you got, homie. You know what I mean? Like, we've got no run game. throw the ball. A whole offense is going to be about you throwing the ball deep. Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if you can be accurate. Let's see if you can do it on time. Let's see if you can step into the pocket and do all this kind of stuff, right?
So
I
did
think that's what. Hold on. I think that's what he's going to do this week as well. All right. This is still a test of whether Bryce is the guy or is not the guy.
You said as well.
Because
So you're saying that he did get it done Sunday?
I'm saying that he got it. He got some of it done. I'm saying that he got enough done for me to look at him and go, I'm quite impressed with some of that. Obviously,
He missed 13 passes, man, and there was not 13.
Did you know that the secondary
so
for Tampa Bay
Bo Nix and Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow missed a fucking ton of passes, bro.
What are you talking about?
And
Joe Burrow got sacked 7 fucking times. Hold on, fuck on. Joe Burrow got sacked 7 times and threw for 400 goddamn yards and won the game.
How many overthrows did he make?
Do you want him to throw for 500? Do you want him to throw for 500 in the game instead of 400?
Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Look, man.
The man don't have an offensive line and still gets the job done. Bryce got one of the best in the league right now and can't do shit.
Bryce has got one of the best in the league, all right?
Yes, sir.
I'm talking
Bryce.
Extra smoke. Extra smoke. Joe Burrow did not have his right tackle or his left tackle. His right tackle or his left tackle got sacked 7 times.
And put up 412 yards, Goat.
419 yards. 419. Don't take nothing away from him, Logic.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. We talking about facts here. I'm sorry, Goat. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think
those are okay.
Wait, let me look at
Okay.
You're gonna lose it. Pick another. Don't use that as an example.
Don't mention that man.
Okay,
Don't mention that man. You better get somebody else. Don't mention him.
So you're talking about
pass
that.
attempts.
49.
Pass attempts.
Ain't no Bryce would never. Bryce went 3 and out. He punted 8 times, man. Throw the ball. Take risk. Take a chance.
If Bryce was the receivers were receiving it, he's going to throw a lot more. He's going to throw a hell of a lot more. If they keep dropping the ball,
you can't keep blaming it on this. At the end of the day, he's a mediocre quarterback that had no business being where he was. He let the media and all that hype get him in the first round. If anybody ever looked at him and looked at his lack of strength and arm and his size and everything else that goes with him, he would have never been in the first round. He 3rd round at best. But nobody wants to admit that.
No, that's not what it is.
He missed half his passes, man, and you trying to say the receiver.
That's not why he went number 1. The reason he went number 1 was because the scouts felt that he had an ability to take control of the games, and that's what we haven't quite yet seen yet.
All right,
but he's training. Look at his scouting report.
I read the scout report.
And his scouting report says that he said that Bryce Young has got that it factor, which is he doesn't have the biggest.
That was all media hype. What game in a Carolina uniform has Bryce Young taken over? Name it. What game?
Last season we were saying he didn't have the deep ball. Now nobody's saying that anymore. He doesn't have the deep ball, right? Because we've seen it with our own 2 eyes that he's got the deep ball in at least 2 or 3 games.
Nope.
So that's out of the way. And in the same way, you're saying to me, he's the only thing I will say that I will. The only thing that I will agree with you guys is that his size is a problem because he's too light. He gets knocked.
Did you throw him off?
I don't know, but I in reference to the scout report.
He must have got disconnected.
I say the scout report.
Hey, can I say something about the scout report? Can I say something about the scout report? So he was right. He's correct when he says that Bryce has the ability to put stuff together. But in the cons, those are the pros. In the cons, they said Bryce has the bad habit of letting the play break down and then trying to put it back together, which doesn't always work. And they also said in the cons that Bryce's arm, he doesn't have a strong arm for deep balls, for anything over 20 yards through the air, and it gets weaker as the game goes on.
Yeah, that's
When Elaine Panther Theory said that he has a high completion percentage, for 20 yards or less. That's what you're telling me. That was a fact, correct?
Yep. It's in the
That's
scout
why
report.
and once again, this segment is called the breakdown. And
When you
all
look
I
at
did was break down facts, not
when you
fiction.
look at
I
Bryce,
broke down facts. We broke down facts.
when you look at Bryce Young's scout report from ESPN, it'll tell you how great of a quarterback he was in college, but then it turns around and paints the picture to where it won't work in the NFL. It literally tells you right there that he will not work in the NFL. Although he was good in
Everybody on
college.
this panel knew that, brother. We all knew that coming out when it came down to it.
Bryce Young is a poor version of Russell Wilson in Denver. That's who Bryce Young is.
I wouldn't even say that. I say Russell's still better.
He is, obviously, but
yes,
that's why I said a poor version.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's happening? Hey, y'all forgive me for a second. I popped in just real quick. I do want to make a comment, but I want to ask a favor of you. If you have Twan Dunn's Cash App, man, would you? Because you know you got my numbers and everything. Will you send it to me? I need to handle a little business with it, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Now that I got that out the way, I want to say something to extra smooth, man. It's extra smooth, right?
Yeah,
Extra smoke. Extra smoke. Extra smoke.
Yeah, I'm right. I can hear you. I can hear you. Go ahead.
It's extra smooth. It's extra smooth.
Yeah, extra smooth.
I've been listening to you.
I call him extra running his mouth, but extra smooth.
Hey, and he do bring some extra smoke. I'll give him credit for that. But extra smooth. I'm glad you rejoined the show. I asked about you the other day, man, because I happen to like when you comment onto the show. The content is good. The content is good. I like anybody who is willing to go and stand on their point, because I have to do that all the time over here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, listen, I'm gonna say this here. I'm a Falcons fan, and listening to you just now, it made me think of something. And quite frankly, I think I sort of relate to, and I could be wrong. I don't want to speak for you. But in hearing you, it makes me think of myself. You know, I'm excited about the young rookie quarterback that we have now. And I heard you say that at the time that y'all drafted Bryce, you know, all of the scouts were talking about his ability to make plays, his ability to do this, his ability to do that. And I get that excitement that comes when you take a young quarterback. You know, I'm quite sure the Washington fan base was excited. I'm quite sure the Chicago fan base, we all saw it. I get that you were excited over Bryce. But what I would tell you is some of these teams have reason to maintain their optimism because the players are showing them that they're living up to that. Sir, out of all due respect, with all due respect, I will tell you that watching and being on these podcasts with these guys, Bryce Young has not put the evidence out there to still be going to bat for him and say he lives up to what we thought we were getting with him.
Nah.
That's just your opinion, homie.
No, that's what I've seen. That's what the numbers show. He's four and whatever in nearly 2 years. That's what the numbers show. Michael Penix drove down the field in only his second NFL game and put the ball in the end zone. Bryce didn't do that during his rookie year. And I'm talking, that's not my opinion. That's what I saw happen.
Red, can you do me a favor?
Yes, brother.
Can you read that super chat right there up there from
Yes, sir. Flame.
You know I can. You know I can. From my good brother Flame for Jesus. From my good brother Flame for Jesus. Happy New Year, Flame. He says he is averaging 167 yards a game. The league averages 217 yards per game. There were no drops Sunday, according to the NFL.
Thank you. It's got to be an accurate ball to be considered a drop.
For that $5.
So yeah, it sucks that they dropped it or didn't catch it, but it's got to be an accurate ball to be considered a drop. It wasn't thrown properly.
There's nothing that I'm going to say that's going to convince you guys, and that's fine. But what I will say is that, like, in sports, there's what the known commodity and capacity, and there's the unknown. This is not about fantasy and what you pray for, stuff like that. It's the French will say "je ne sais quoi." That's like that slight thing that
Je ne sais quoi.
je ne sais quoi. This it means I
Yeah.
don't. I don't know exactly what, I'm not. There's that certain thing, or scripturally they say, "Cometh the man, or cometh the moment, cometh the man." All right.
Mm-hmm.
There's some guy.
Bryce is not the man because he's not met the moment.
No, I think this is what I think that we're missing
You
with
think
Bryce.
again, or the evidence has proved it out?
I think the evidence is showing a little bit of that because of those moments, in those big moments where, like, we've got 40 seconds on the clock and we need to drive the ball down the pitch, and he does it, and that's kind of special. There are a lot of quarterbacks that can do that.
One time in the game, in the
Not
fourth quarter. Yeah.
well, and that's why I say it's when it matters that you need to. He doesn't have to throw a deep ball every down. He doesn't have to throw 67 yards, 70 yards Throw it when you need it. Dink and dunk when you need it. Rush when you need it. You know what I mean? But with you guys,
That doesn't win games in the NFL today. Extra smooth. It don't. This is a quarterback-driven league. That's why
I
they
think Bryce
changed the
Young is
rules.
Extra
You
Smooth's
can't
nephew.
rush
I think
the
Bryce Young is your
quarterback
nephew,
the
bro.
same way. You can't hit in the
Look,
backfield the same way.
I'm not the only one that believes
Rules
that.
have been changed.
No, you're not. You're not. You're
I'm
not.
I'm not the only one that believes that Bryce is like one of those guys that is gonna, like, maybe start slow and then just fucking take off like a
Yeah,
motherfucker.
I can.
Man.
Hey, in
Really.
case you don't
And,
know the names of some of them, let me tell you, Javon Hargraves, but he won't pull up again for some reason. Running Young, but he MIA. Three
Man, you named an NFL player.
And guess why? Guess why? Extra smooth. Guess why? Guess why? All of them owe somebody money because they bet on Bryce and lost.
Don't make that mistake.
That's why
Don't
they're not around.
don't make that mistake, Smooth. Don't make that mistake, brother.
Better not bet. So how much you want to bet on that he getting ready to take off like a motherfucker? Like how much money you want to bet on that?
Well, in what time frame are we talking about?
No, don't do it, Extra Smooth. Don't do it. Don't do it, Extra Smooth. Don't do it, Extra Smooth.
I didn't say it. Everybody on this podcast know I ain't gonna say no shit like that.
Don't do it, Extra Smooth. Don't do it, man.
I believe. Look, first of all, I'm not a bettor, but I will bet on this. I've never bet in my life apart from just like the lottery shit, right?
Yeah.
But I do believe I believe that Bryce next season, like, because what I think is going to happen, and then what you guys are going to say is it's not him, it's because they put all the tools around him, because they're going to strengthen the defense in a big fucking way.
You got about the same odds as the lottery with Bryce Young. You got about the same odds. I will say that.
Okay. No way. So if you strengthen the defense in a major way, you bring in T. Higgins or someone else like that, and then all of a sudden,
now you got to strengthen the defense in a major way. You got to do this in a major way. You got to do that.
I'm triggered. I'm sorry, I'm triggered.
Some people are saying that we cannot strengthen defense in one draft enough to be competitive, right?
Y'all gonna run out of options to blame. You don't blame the offensive line, you fixed it. You don't blame the receivers, you fixed that. You blame the running backs, you fixed that. Now it's the defense, go. Now it's the defense. I don't know who they gonna blame
You better
next.
trigger me, bro. You better
I
trigger
don't
me.
care. I don't care if the defense give up 35, 40 points. If your offense struggling to score 17, we got a problem. We got a
There's a
problem.
problem, Houston. We got a problem, Houston.
Y'all, hold on a second. This question is addressed to Red Swarm of Falcons fans. Nothing but Red Swarm of Falcons fans. Red Swarm, you just had Kirk Cousins in there, right?
Yes, sir.
Injured Kirk Cousins, whatever, $180 million, right? Then y'all went a little skid and y'all said, let's change this thing. What did y'all insert? What change did you make?
A quarterback. They said money be damn, go. Money be damn. We the laughing stock of the NFL when it comes to that contract.
What kind of resurgence did that team just go through?
Hey, my boy James Jones in the podcast. He can tell you here in the chat. He saw it for himself up close and personal in Washington on Sunday night in only his second game. Now, Smooth, extra Smooth don't want to address that. See, I asked him, did he see? Yes, go. Just go. And actually,
a two-game rookie
a two-game rookie.
An 11-win team to overtime.
Yeah. What did he have around him? What did he have around him?
Shit.
The same thing Kirk Cousins couldn't win with. The same thing Kirk Cousins couldn't win with.
Same damn thing, Kirk.
Hey, Red, can I ask you a question on that? When it came down to that 4th and goal, you think Kirk Cousins could have made that throw?
Hell no.
Especially with the tight end. What you say, that tight end be dropping balls? You trusted the least likely guy to make a play.
Kyle Pitts did a damn thing all year.
Hey, be good. He couldn't have put it no better to where Pitts needed than if he'd have walked up there and handed it to him.
My brother from we call UK. I mean, I understand you want Bryce to be the guy. Maybe he can be somewhere else after years and years go by. You know what I mean? But what you're saying is it's gonna take way too long, and we got to build a super team.
He won't be in Carolina, and that's a Falcon fan telling you that. He won't be in Carolina.
Bryce is Sam Darnold all over again. He's not going to be extended here, and he's going to end up on a loaded team.
The front office
afford to pay their quarterback.
There you go, Kevin Cam, because they don't give rookie quarterbacks that long anymore. Point blank, period.
Nope.
Yeah,
I don't care if it is Bryce that walks on water. They don't give them that long anymore, brother. I'm sorry to tell you if you don't know it.
The front office have already said through other people that they're not drafting a QB in this draft. So we're with Bryce.
They can't say that out loud. If they end up top 5, they're going to do it.
That same front office told you that Frank Wright was going to pick his own quarterback, didn't it?
Yep.
Didn't it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that, but what I do know
they're
is
not going to tell you. They're not going to
Hey,
say that out loud, man.
No.
They're not going to say it out loud. But if they get a top 5 pick, they get the quarterback.
You believe
It just
that?
ain't gonna tell
I would say this: if we move to second or third, like second in the draft or third, we getting a quarterback. When it comes down to it, because I gotta have insurance. I'm talking
People are saying that this quarterback,
or they're gonna
people
get
are saying that
fired.
this quarterback draft is not that good. Apparently, I mean, I don't know.
Said second or third.
That's why we said second or third, top 5.
Well, so who would you go with then? Because
I mean, whoever's available. I just say you use them as insurance. That's what I'm saying. That's what some coaches do to try to get themselves an extra year when it comes down to it.
Hey, Swarm, read me that super chat for me there, if you would, brother, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My brother Flame for Jesus is in here with the $5 super bomb. He says, Spencer Rattler has his moments. Does that make him a starter in the NFL? Answer the question, extra smooth.
Obviously not. I accept that.
Good question, Flame.
Thank you, Flame, for that $5 super chat. And Flame, you just I couldn't have said it better myself. Just because one guy opinion that this guy was a #1 quarterback, and that was Dave Tepper, who in February ran up there to the Super Bowl and told a guy that he was going to pick him if he got the chance because he believed the media hype, and he told his head coach that he would get the chance to pick the quarterback, and then he reneged on him. Y'all forget about all that, right?
Okay, how about this, right? How about this? The Tepper, like when they fired Frank Reich, right? They said, and he did the interview. They said like, okay, so how come you got Bryce Young? And he was like, everyone's saying like, oh, it was your choice. He said, look, man. He said all of the scouting team, all of the coaches, everybody was saying Bryce is the guy, and he just rubber stamped it. That it wasn't his decision. This is what Tepper said. All right, whether he's saying the truth or he's saying bullshit, I don't know, but that's what he said. Now, let's assume that what
can I say this, brother?
Yeah,
you're missing a point. When Frank Wright got hired, he said he wanted a quarterback big, strong, and fast. That's the reason my brothers on here was saying they're gonna get the guy from what was it from Florida or C.J. Stroud. That's what Frank Wright's type of guy. Those the quarterbacks he was used to working with. So that's how they, the fan base was like, oh, we getting C.J. Stroud, or we getting what do you call the other guy? I forget his name.
Yeah, but you could say that for
When we
Canales as
picked
well.
Bryce, they went against his whole narrative
And
of
Levis.
like what he likes when it
BJ,
comes down
hey,
to it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Be good. Be good. I got another point to make too. Think about this. Think about this extra smooth. You're talking about Frank Wright and what he didn't say, as if he could have said it. Let me ask y'all something. Who is right now, and it's multiple ones, but who would you say is, if not the one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL right now?
That Salah guy that everyone is talking about.
Brian
Everyone is talking
Flores.
about
There you go,
Salah.
Kevin Kev.
Brian
Ding, ding,
Flores.
ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding. Now,
Oh,
Brian
That
Flores. Now,
that
let me ask
motherfucker
you
works for
why.
Magic in
And
Pittsburgh
let me ask you why.
and
Let me ask you
now
why he. Let
Minnesota.
me ask you why he's not a head coach in the NFL right now. Anybody want to take a guess?
Cause he don't
Oh,
put
he
it
got
in
He
the
sued
blackballed.
the NFL.
And
Well,
his head coach, he went out there talking shit that he shouldn't have said about his head coach. That's where it began at. You
By
his
his
don't
owner.
owner.
last. You
By his
don't get.
owner. By
You
his
don't.
owner, Red. By
By
his
his
owner.
owner.
His
I'm
owner.
sorry. Yeah, he
Yep.
was the head coach. By his owner. You
Yeah.
don't make money in the NFL by outing your owner. Them
Nope.
motherfuckers is billionaires. They sign the checks.
Yeah,
Sometimes
but
you swallow shit because of them.
okay, that's
Yeah.
fair enough,
Yeah.
right? That's fair enough. But at the end of the day, we weren't in those meetings. We can only go by what was being said. We can read in
That's
between
a
the
fact.
lines.
That's a
We
fact.
can
Yeah.
we can read in between the lines whether it's bullshit or it's true. But what Tepper said when he fired Reich, and he was explaining why he had fired Reich, and then a journalist said, "Okay, so how come about Bryce?" He said, "Well, all of the scouting department wanted Bryce. All of the coaches wanted Bryce. Everybody wanted Bryce. So you telling me these scouts, right, who have been in this game for 30, 40 years, that know are really skilled about assessing, you're telling me they've all got it wrong with Bryce? You're telling me
Sometimes
Yeah,
they
because
miss
hold
it,
on,
bro.
Yeah.
Sometimes they
hold
Yeah, they
miss.
got it
on.
wrong.
Tepper,
Hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on.
Tepper
hold on a
pull up.
second,
Y'all
hold
hold on
on,
for a second. Y'all
hold on a
hold on.
second,
Y'all hold on for a second. Hold on,
hold
extra
on,
smooth. Hold on.
Oh,
Extra
we got
smooth.
to get the money.
What you saying, extra smooth, that's not true.
that
You
is
said that's
true.
not true.
That is true.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's
I
not.
heard the interview
You
myself where Tepper said,
you heard you heard what Tepper said, but also it came out by Diana Ruzzini. It came out by David Newton. These are the beat writers came out after that said, no, that was not a unanimous decision. That
who
all the scouts
were they in
and
the
all the
office?
coaches.
Were they in the room? These
And
are
Boomer
fucking
and Boomer
journalists.
They
Esiason.
the
Boomer
damn right.
Esiason. Boomer
They the
Esiason.
Boomer Science and said Frank. These are the people that said it.
Look, I
Yeah,
believe that.
hold. Now, so
Look,
what you
I
telling
know,
me that
I
somebody,
know.
you know for yourself that somebody cannot write a report. They'll get sued. Extra
Yeah.
smooth. They'll get
Yeah.
For
sued.
quoting
They
for
can't
quoting
write that
people.
shit
Yep.
down.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Especially when they quote
come
people.
on now,
Yep.
bro.
all of
And
those
Boomer
people. Yeah,
Esiason ain't finna risk his career over no shit like that, man.
apart from Boomer Science,
No.
I don't know any of those fucking guys. I know Tepper. He's the head of our organization.
So
He told me.
I'm gonna tell
He
you who
said.
David Newton is.
He said in
I'm
his
gonna tell
interview,
you.
right? That he said in
Let me
his
tell you who David
interview
Newton.
that all the
See,
scouts wanted Bryce.
you can't tell him nothing. He run his mouth. You don't know who David Newton is. You don't know who Diana Ruzzini is. They are the
Yeah,
beat
she
writers
legit.
for
Yeah.
the Carolina Panthers. They are
So
our
you're,
people who we get our shit from.
so you're
It
saying that
comes
Tepper
out the
was.
horse's
So you're
mouth.
saying that Tepper was lying to us, is what you're saying.
Yes,
Well,
Yeah.
he's
not the
saying they
Basically,
first
got
time.
yes.
insider
Not the
Yes.
information.
first
He's saying
time.
they got
Yes.
insider information.
Not the
That's
first
why he
time he
didn't
lied to you.
That's why he didn't single anybody out. He just said everybody in the room agreed. He didn't point no names. He know what he's saying. He know what he's doing. Frank Wright never wanted to start Bryce. He wasn't even announced the starter until the night before week 1. Andy Dalton was supposed to start the season off. Why you think Frank Wright and the quarterback coach got fired together? Everybody else stayed.
Yeah, and his assistant
Come on,
coach.
man.
Why you think
And the
them three
assistant
got out
coach.
of here at the same time? Come on, bro.
Yep. They didn't
I
want
think.
Bryce, man.
Okay, I mean,
No, matter of fact, when Frank Wright went to C.J. Stroud scout day, whatever you call it, but he
And
was damn near
McCown.
about to kiss C.J. in the mouth.
Yeah.
Pause.
All I'm saying is, what you call it, before Frank Wright got, what happened is he was known as a quarterback guru when it came down to it. Every quarterback he had did pretty well or had their best numbers. But when it came to Bryce, he couldn't make it work.
He wanted to bench him, and he wasn't allowed to.
We all know that
Dave
he wanted to
Canales,
bench him
Dave,
after that Saints game. But
yeah, after
Tepper
week
came
2,
out there and said, "Nah, you start my boy after that." You know what I'm
yep,
saying? After Andy started.
he
And then,
allowed Canales to
then when he
bench him,
finally
but he didn't allow Frank to do that though.
Here's my question for you, Extra Smooth. How long are you gonna stick with him?
One more season. I think if he's not lighting it up one more next season, then
Okay.
fine. Because
Okay.
I think, you know what I feel, right? I feel
I
that
mean, he's still on a rookie contract. That's a
I feel
fact.
I feel there are two ways to look at this, right? You can either look at the way you guys are looking at it, which is like, look, you're number one overall draft pick. We expect you to come in, whether the offensive line is shit and the receivers are shit, we expect you to win the game for us.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
mean,
way
Bo
you guys
Nix
are
doing
looking
it.
at it.
Jaden Daniels doing it. They doing it. Why
Yep,
not?
yep,
It's not
yep,
an
yep, yep.
unfair
Yeah,
expectation.
but I
Look,
don't know. I don't know
Joe
what
Brown
Jaden
just did it. Joe Brown just did it. Joe Brown been doing it since he been drafted.
It's
They
not
ain't put no one in
unreasonable.
that line.
with a terrible our offensive line last season was horrible. The Burrows line is not. None of those guys. Jaden Daniels' O line
You,
is not
you,
as bad as
Hey,
don't you
brother.
say
as
it. Don't you say they
Hey,
said it.
brother.
Don't
You
you
know
say
how
it. You
long
a
that
bad
line
guy.
held
look,
up,
You a
though?
bad guy.
again.
Don't
Go
do it.
look at the
You a lie.
data. The
You a
data.
lie.
Go look
You
at
a
the
lie.
data,
You
dude.
a
It'll
lie.
tell you.
You a
Go look
lie.
at the
You a
data.
lie. You a
Them
lie. You a
stats,
nigga
them
and a
stats
liar.
that you don't,
You a lie.
them stats that you don't like, it'll tell you they O line suck.
But they fixed
They
it.
O
Y'all
line
fixed
worse
it
than our
this year,
line.
Extra Smooth. What's the excuse this year? Y'all fixed the O-line.
The man just
In a
told
well.
you.
in a
He
massive
just gave
way.
you the
In a
stats.
massive way.
He just gave you the stats right here on this show right here. The breakdown on the breakdown that last year's line had him in more clean pockets than you would think of. That he had the same amount of time as he did right now. He
You,
didn't get the job done. Let's
you
stop
let
it
your,
now.
you
But
let your eyes
even
deceive
if
you.
you grant him
I'm
that,
triggered, bro.
even if you grant him that, then
I
why
can't do
only
it.
two
I
wins?
can't do it, Red. I can't
Yeah.
do it because
What
it's
I know
wrong.
what you're saying, but still the question Extra Smooth would be only a one game more win this year than he had last year with a top five.
$180 million. $180
Yeah.
million
Yeah.
invested.
You
Hey,
That's
gotta
what
you
I'm
gotta
mad
address
about.
that, Extra Smooth. You gotta address that.
That's what
hey,
I'm
So
mad about.
extra smooth.
so
You think Bryce is good in play action? You think that's his strength?
I think that he's got an it factor that is growing with every game. That's what I
So play,
personally
so,
think.
It's factor.
And
play
I
Because
action
and
based.
because
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. And I
We
that in
gon'
the
think
we
scouting
gonna see
report. You
Sunday.
read
We
that
gonna
in the
see
scouting
Sunday.
report. Because you
No,
read
and,
that in the
and
scouting report. You keep hollering
most
he got an it factor. Because you read
most
that in the
Bryce
scouting
Young
report.
most Bryce Young fans
Listen,
say play action is his strength and that's what he does best. But it turns
listen,
out he has a 29% completion rate in play action,
It's
and
hard to
that's
run
his
play
strength.
action when you don't get under that center.
I think there's other things you're missing, like the big game gene or the big moment gene. Come at the man, come at the moment. When you need Bryce to step up, he steps up. You can't teach that shit, man. Yeah, I mean,
Bro,
Man,
hey,
kid,
let me say this. You know who had that gene too that you
He
talking
like to
about?
say
when
that.
That
you're in
got
a
thrown out the league.
when
oh
you're
my
in a
Guess
God,
2 minute,
who? Hold
when
on,
you're
my brother. You know
he
when
who
you're
else
in
who
a
had that
2 minute
gene
drill,
that did like what Bryce did?
The
when you're in a
quarterback
And he
two,
from
won games.
LSU
No, Tim Tebow. He had that
there
it
we go.
factor.
sure
Yes,
did.
sir. See,
He
At
you
didn't
look
pass
to
the
Clemson.
be
ball either
you
and stuff, but
you
he won games.
you
Yep.
like to be entertained. Bryce looks good in moments. He looks great out there. He was a very entertaining quarterback in college, and if he could do it in the NFL, you would be satisfied. But what if I told you that shit ain't winning games?
Uh-oh.
well,
I don't give a damn how good he looked or how great one pass was through the whole damn game. You down 2 possessions
You know
because
what
you
he gonna
weren't
tell you,
throwing the
Kevin
ball.
Care?
You weren't
He gonna
throwing the
tell you.
ball.
He gonna
You
tell
weren't
you
throwing the ball the other six.
he believes that he's going to be.
Yeah, because he looked good. That like Justin Fields. At times he looks good. You be
Oh,
like,
he looks
damn, that
great
was
at
nice.
times.
At times he
Woo.
looks great, but that doesn't mean he's a good quarterback. It doesn't
yeah,
mean that he's gonna
So
make all the other
so
shit.
Kevin Cab, it sounds to
yeah,
me
Flavor.
like
He
you on
steps up when you down
right
20
on the
points.
brink of telling us that you need to see consistency.
How did he become a
Yeah.
Carolina fan? I'm sorry. How you become a Carolina fan?
Who?
I'm hearing you from
He
the
always
UK.
been a
You from
Panthers fan. I think that's what you told us before, didn't you? Didn't you say
you
that,
from the
Extra
you from
Smooth?
the UK.
What's that? Sorry,
Didn't you say you've always been a Panthers fan?
I've been a Panther fan since 2013. So just over
Okay,
Okay,
my
10,
bad.
Cam
My
Newton
bad,
days.
Petey. My
11
bad,
years.
Petey. My bad,
He
Yeah,
was
Petey.
a
11
fan
years.
when Cam Newton was at his highest, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I've been a fan since 2013. So I'm not the oldest fan. I don't know all the shit about shit, but I know that like Panthers are like one of those expansion franchises that a lot of people are sort of like they feel them. They're starting to feel them because they're not like one of these old like Steelers that have been around forever, and yeah, they've been to a Super Bowl. They've been excited. Out of all the expansion franchises, we're the most successful. Successful
Yeah, yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah.
of the.
100%. 100%.
So
Yeah,
so
yeah.
so there's a lot to love about that, man. Our gear is
don't
cool. The black on black is amazing with the
We're
black
They ain't
with
arguing
the
with
black
you about the
helmet.
team. They talking
So
about this
at,
quarterback.
we're not
They
my
arguing
ain't,
about
they
point.
the
ain't
team.
No,
on
Yeah,
your
we're not
ass
arguing
about the
about the
team.
team. We're not arguing about the team. We
so
just say I
so
tell you
after looking
why
at
you saying that
after
about
seeing
it
the
about the team and everything you just said. I say preach. Hell yeah, that's my team.
Yeah,
That's my squad. Damn
Petey
right.
set your ass
Preach,
up.
preach,
Petey set
but
your ass up.
no.
preach.
if you look at
So no.
DeLome and Cam Newton, then you should know Bryce ain't it.
Yeah, but you can't
Look
replicate
at
a
all
Cam.
the
Look, if
other
you could,
quarterbacks Carolina has had, man.
if you could go and get a Cam Newton, of course you'd go and get a Cam Newton, but you can only deal with
Yeah,
what you've got, right?
right.
No one is
No, you
gonna,
don't have
no,
to
no
deal with
one is
what you got. You get rid of what you got when it ain't working.
That's a
yeah,
fact.
but
That's
I
what I'm
don't
trying
think
to
it,
say. Dale
but
Long and Cam Newton,
I
outside
think
of
the
all
only
the other
thing,
Carolina quarterbacks, you should know Bryce ain't it. He just
the
like the
only
rest.
thing,
Jimmy
that
Clausen.
okay, so you look at
Thank you.
the guy that
Thank
drives
you.
the camper van that we got rid of, the tall lanky guy. Shit, I can't remember his name.
Will Greer.
No, the guy that we've
He was a lineman, wasn't he?
Sam
Teddy
Darnold.
no, we got rid of Sam Darnold. We got
Teddy Bridgewater.
Teddy Bridgewater. We got rid of Teddy Bridgewater. We got rid
And
of
he was better than Bryce.
the Allen guy, one of the Allen guys that was like
Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
Josh
Kyle
Allen.
Allen. Kyle Allen.
We got
Oh,
rid of
Kyle
him.
Allen. Kyle
We
Allen.
got rid of
Damn, Josh.
we get rid of all of these quarterbacks, right? Some of them go on and do well, some of them don't, right? But the point is that like now we've got a quarterback that's showing significant improvement. He's not quite what we
Where?
want him to be, but
Improvement
yet you
where?
want to get oh come on.
Not in the win-loss
Significant.
column.
Because he looks
You said
good in
watch your
3
words.
different
What you saying?
moments.
Watch your words. What you said. You said significant improvement. We just
Significant.
gave you the breakdown. This is the once again. I'm gonna tell you once again. This segment is called the breakdown. We
The
just broke
breakdown.
it down
Oh,
and
hey, go.
showed
By the
you
Elaine,
way,
that
by the
and
way, go.
gave
You
you
and Elaine
by
got
the
down,
number.
boy. Y'all got down, boy.
Elaine
Hold on,
told
man.
you how he
We
improved,
just
and I
gave you
guarantee
the
you're not gonna.
numbers
Let me tell
that
I
let,
it
guarantee
did
you,
not
you
move
won't
the
even. You
needle.
can't
It
even
did
tell
not
us
move
why.
the needle. The numbers did not move the needle. So you said significant. So watch what you said significant. Now that's the only reason why I got on you because you just said
Words
okay,
significant.
matter,
so
You
That's
got
buddy.
to
not
stand
significant
on
true.
that. You got to
so
stand
That's
on
not
that.
true.
okay, so significant to me, right, means he's throwing the deep ball. He wasn't throwing the deep ball last season. That's significant. He's stepping up into the pocket and making
No, no, no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
fucking
no,
yes.
no,
Don't tell me
no,
that shit,
no.
homie.
Right.
Oh
Yes,
shit!
No.
yes.
We
He's
Oh
just
stepping
shit!
said
into the pocket and making these fucking balls, right? And you're telling me that that's not
smooth.
significant improvement.
We
That's
just gave you the
two
numbers.
significant fucking improvements that you fucking guys are not
Smooth.
acknowledging.
Smooth say he
Acknowledge
gonna
that.
defend his
Can
point.
I
Now
please
y'all
step
ain't gonna
in?
take
Can I please
Hey,
everything
step
hey,
from
in?
hey,
him.
hold on
Can
a
I
second.
step
Hold on
in?
a
No,
second.
no,
We
no,
gotta
no,
read
no,
this
no.
money.
You hold on. You
We
hold on.
gotta
No,
read this
you
money.
hold on.
Hold on. We
Are you
gotta read this
telling
money.
me? Are you telling me that
Say
he
you
Whoa,
actually
clean.
said that he
Hey,
was
Smooth,
hold
throwing
on.
or the
hold on,
way he was
Smooth.
throwing?
You
Hold
don't
on,
tell
Smooth. You
hold,
gotta read the
hold,
money. Gotta read the money,
gotta
Smooth.
read the money, but
Always.
don't tell me to hold
Always
on now.
got to
I tell you
pause
to
for
read
the
the
money.
money now. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh
Always
now.
got to pause for the money. They
I
fund the
I,
show,
I,
bro.
I like you smooth now, but hold now. You talking to the whole hold on now. You get a little too goddamn hype now. Hold on.
Come on, guys, be
And
honest.
also, just for context, since people like context, Smooth. Whenever you see King JP
Yeah,
put a super chat up there, I
yeah.
encourage you to pause because he is a sniper. Be
Okay.
careful.
Yeah.
That's all I'm telling you. All right.
What did he say?
Read,
He has an
read
Hey,
that
last
for
IT
me.
word.
factor, but has a
Read that for me.
521 starting record in the
Read that.
NFL.
Hold on, Smooth. Read that for me, Red.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Smooth. King
Yeah.
JP, as we know him, the first shepherd, says he has an it factor, but has a 5-21 starting record in the NFL. Shaking my head. Make that make sense.
It makes
So
sense.
Smooth.
It makes
Yeah,
sense if
yeah.
you
Go ahead, Smooth. Go ahead.
it makes sense
Go
if
ahead.
you consider it just on the the 5-21 is not great. Obviously, we can all agree on that. All right, but when we're talking about the bigger picture, and this is what I think you guys miss. You're so statistic and data driven that I think you miss the big picture. And for me, the big picture is that what is this guy seeing? What is it? What does next year look like? With like this
You
year's
don't
gone,
know. We don't know, and you don't know. We
and
don't
that's
know.
why. But yet you want to go and draft Cam Ward, and you know even less about that
I don't want to.
motherfucker. You want to
No. See, you ain't
draft
listened to the show.
Shador
You
Sanders.
have not
You know
listened to the
even
show.
less
I don't
about
want
him.
no Cam. We did not want no Cam Ward over here. We didn't want no Cam Ward
Okay,
over
but
here.
you want to
So
go and
don't come
draft
over
a
here talking about
quarterback.
we want to draft Cam Ward.
But you want to draft a quarterback,
No,
whereas you've
I
got a
said there's
quarterback
no
right
quarterbacks
now.
in this draft worth drafting. You
Well,
got to
that's what
listen
I
to the
say as
show
well.
now.
That's what I say as well. There's no quarterbacks in this draft
We want to
that's worth.
draft a big
So
man
why would you
because
get
this
rid
is
of?
a
Why
big
would you
man
get?
draft.
If there's no quarterbacks in this draft that are worth drafting, why would you get rid of one that's showing some improvement?
There's other ways
And
to
when
get a
you say,
quarterback.
I see the disconnect
when I
is. I see the
say,
disconnect. Can I get in here?
you can't
Tag,
tell me.
tag,
Hold
can I
on,
get in?
Hey,
hold on.
can I get my last words?
Yes, please, sir. Go ahead.
All right, everybody. What you're saying is, I'm.
Hello?
We can hear you, be
Y'all still
good.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Now, Prophet, he must have been trying to fix his mic because he done dropped out now.
Hey, read JP other super chat.
I'm on it. I'm on it. Go ahead. You can read it, Smooth. Go ahead.
The deep ball accuracy is still shit this year, 38%. The deep ball accuracy is still shit this year, 38%.
And he improved and it's still shit. Yep.
That's what you call
That's the point we
context.
trying to
That's
make.
context.
Hey,
Go
my
be
fault,
good.
people. I got a phone call. That's why it
Okay.
stopped. Hey, I
Be
was
good. Go
saying,
ahead,
hey,
man.
bro.
I know you don't like to go back and forth when people trying to jump in. You and Poppin don't like that shit, man. So y'all
I'm
know what
trying
it
to
is
do
when we
better,
get one.
Red. That's all I'm
I
trying
know.
to say. I'm trying to do better in the world now. You know what I'm saying?
I
I
like
used
it.
to
I
be.
like it when you and him, man. You ain't Poppin, man.
Look, if
I
you
got
tell
you. My
hold on,
brother,
if you're telling
I
me,
was going
right?
to say that
Sorry, go ahead.
improvement you saying is not going to be able to move the needle of what my brothers are saying to win games. With certain things, and I'm not just calling you out, certain people saying their improvement. I said it on another podcast. Right before the benching was a full bowl of shit. Full bowl of shit. You know what I'm saying? Now he's playing like a half a bowl of shit when it comes down to it. Slightly less shitty is still shitty, bro. We just know as a Panther podcast, well, not me, them. They just know this is not going to lead to a successful future with him, especially if you're trying to horse that Super Bowl. We know we ain't gonna be able to win anytime soon with that. But all right, y'all. Hey, I just want to say that for my last, statement. So
I don't
enjoy
All
your
right,
care.
be good.
It-
I got a
it's-
question for Black Ass Smooth.
Yeah,
Smooth. When you
yeah.
started watching American football, what year?
Oh, I started watching it when I was a kid. Well, that was like, oh my god, like 30,
Okay, that was back with the
30
dinosaurs. I got you. All right, so
ages ago, man. Fucking 30 years ago. I started watching American football 30 years ago. But my first.
hold on. Here you go.
Yeah.
Here you go. Because we ain't got to go too far back. In 2012, do you remember who won that Super Bowl?
No, I don't remember that. Sorry.
Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco won the Super Bowl. Now, does Joe Flacco remind you any of Lamar Jackson?
No.
But what is Lamar Jackson and what was Joe Flacco?
Well,
a franchise quarterback.
Lamar.
See, the
obviously.
standard.
Yeah,
The
go on.
standard is The standard is because you've been watching it, and I'm gonna repeat this one more time. The bar has already been set. You never got to look at stats. You ain't got to look at data. Whatever it is in your mind, you know, as a grown ass man, that the bar is set. So you can't lower your standards just because you feel sympathy for somebody that plays on your team. Your standard, right? When you came in watching the Carolina Panthers, your quarterback was Cam Newton. Now I don't need. I don't need a Cam Newton. Just like the Ravens don't need another Joe Flacco. They got a Lamar Jackson. Why can't I get a quarterback that's a franchise quarterback? It don't have to be the same type of quarterback. What I'm trying to do is open your eyes. Is that there is standards in every single position on this team that we should always keep. Luke Kuechly is the standard. Thomas Davis is the standard. Derek Brown is a standard. So whatever position it is, there is a standard you have to keep. When you start lowering your standards as a Panther fan, you might want to hang up. And I'm getting off the podcast. Just want to say, don't lower your standards.
You said it yourself. Panthers are a very young and new franchise. They're only 30 years old. In 30 years, they've had 2 franchise quarterbacks. There's been a shit ton of them else or more that's actually started for the team. After seeing Delhomme and Cam Newton, you should know Bryce Young is not it.
Bryce Young is just different. Bryce Young is just different.
No, he's bad. He's bad. He's not different. Not only is he different, he's bad.
He's not.
And extra smooth.
Kyle Allen was different and bad. After hearing his answer, right, then you know you cannot lead the blind to water.
I ain't gonna have Poppin, but I do want to say this to you too, to follow up what Poppin said in the discussion about a standard. One thing that I think we should all be able to find common ground on, Extra Smooth, whether it be if tennis is your sport, if European football, I don't care if hockey is your sport, basketball, baseball, you name it. One common thing that we can say is a standard that everybody wants from their team in a competitive environment is wins over losses. I don't give a damn how you get them. You can have a Lamar Jackson that's a running quarterback, or you can have a Joe Flacco who is a stand-in-the-pocket statue. If the motherfucker is winning, he's setting a standard. And most fans will be appreciative of it. If he's losing, I don't give a damn how excited you get for him, what he look like, if he's improving, if he's looking good. If he's still losing, you want a winner. What he say go? If you still got ifs about him, it's time to pivot.
It's time to pivot.
And that's all I'm saying. It's been 2 years.
Yeah, but I just think you've got to put it in context. 1 year. Okay, I mean, we're just going in circles. I mean, you're never going to believe what I'm saying. I'm never going to believe what you're saying.
I hear everything you're saying. The receivers, the O-line, all of that. I can agree that it's been bad. And I can also say that Bryce has been bad as well.
But he's not bad now.
He is bad. He's still the worst quarterback in the league. What are you talking about?
Week 16, PFF or whatever they call him, put him as the highest graded quarterback in the league. Out of
for
all
the week, for 1 damn week.
Exactly. And
he's still number 32.
Because
1 week, and he's still number 32.
Because he was benched for the last four or 6 weeks.
No, man.
That was for 1 week against the league. 1 week.
1 week.
1 week. Not the whole
and he's still the 32nd.
That's why he was still at 32, because when you take his whole body of work, he's 32. But for that 1 week, that one game, he played well.
Okay, so
this some funny shit, man.
So
shit.
So the times when he was like with a bad offensive line and all the drop catches, you put that on him.
That's last year. That's last year. We're talking about this year with a top 10 offensive line, a top five running back.
I ain't never heard so many excuse making motherfuckers, man. I'm gonna tell you something. Listen to this, Extra Smooth. I have moved on to a rookie quarterback who has started his second game. he probably deserves a little bit of leniency. You
He
ask me
does.
right now how I'm feeling about the fact that that motherfucker didn't win that game and possibly could have got me into the playoffs. Was it all his
But Red,
fault? No.
hey, Red,
But did I
I'm
want him
glad
to
you said
make
that,
one more
Red.
play?
Hold tight, Red. Hold tight, Red. Hold tight. Think about
Yeah,
this. Red, y'all done been through 3 quarterbacks in 2 years, right?
damn right.
3.
Four.
Well,
We on
yeah,
our fourth
Mariota.
right
And
now. We on our fourth.
yeah, Mariota. The 4th one
Yep.
in 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we can't change one, and they was winning. And they
Yep.
was winning.
Yep.
Desmond
They
Ritter
changed
was
them,
better
and they
than
was
Bryce.
winning.
They gone.
Third rounder. That's what somebody said earlier. That's what Logic said earlier. Third rounder.
All right, do whatever you want to do. I don't give a shit, man. Do whatever. Get rid
Yes,
of
you do.
Bryce,
You
man.
care.
I don't
You
fucking
care.
care. No, get rid of him. Throw him out of Carolina. Get someone else in, and let's see what happens. I don't care, man. I don't give a shit, man. I'm just going to watch and see what happens. I just think we're going.
No.
If we do that, we're going in
Okay,
the wrong direction. But like,
let me step in.
the majority rules,
How
right?
can you
The
go in the wrong
majority
Okay,
rules.
direction when
smooth.
you're 4
No,
and 12? How can you
go
go in the
ahead.
wrong direction?
Smooth. Okay, smooth. This is what
How
smooth problem
can you
is.
go in the wrong
Smooth.
direction at 4 and 12?
No, I'm saying
Smooth
go
issue.
ahead and get rid of Bryce. No problem. Let's see what will happen. I don't care, man.
You said that's
Smooth.
gonna take us in the wrong direction. How can we go in the wrong direction at 4 and 12? When I just told you Atlanta was winning and changed quarterback.
That's what I'm
Winning.
saying. Get rid of Bryce and bring in someone else that you feel is going to be good. No problem. I'm just going to
That's
be
what you're
watching
gonna have
from.
to do.
Yeah, I'll just be watching from the
You can
sidelines
sound
and see.
melancholy about it if you want
Well,
to, but that's what you're gonna have to do before you
I'm gonna
start
be
winning.
watching from the sideline. But what I'm telling you, y'all scared like you can't move, you can't mess this up. Mess up what? We're losing.
Losing. You got a
Thank-
top 5 O-line, top 10 offensive line, top 5 running back. But you
I
Can I
think.
get in here?
struggle. But you're punting 8 times. Man, come on. That's
So you're
quarter.
saying that Bryce is like Tim Tebow, basically, just some fucking guy that's just all showbiz and just he's a big name.
Yeah,
He has
media
no
driven.
talent.
Yes,
Super
yes,
nice. Don't
yeah,
forget all the adjectives. He's super
yeah.
nice.
Remember the other week, old boy got hurt and Bryce was praying on the field. Yeah, they like that shit.
Oh my
I'm not
God!
saying that's a bad thing, but that's what they like about Bryce. He's
Look,
media driven,
Extra
man.
Smooth don't like that. He don't like that comparison right there. He said,
Bryce
"Oh
is a
my God."
gunslinger. Bryce is a gunslinger. Bryce is a gunslinger, whether you like
No,
it or
he's
not.
not.
Right? Yes, he
No,
is. Bryce
Bryce
is
is
a
a
game
backyard
manager.
baller.
He's a
Dude,
game
look,
manager
all
when
right.
he needs to manage the game, and he's a
Hey,
gunslinger when
check
he
this
needs
out.
to
Check
blow
this
it.
out. Straight from
Bryce
Alabama.
that he
Straight from
needs to do.
Straight from Alabama. Bryce
He's a
Young, Mac Jones, and Tua. Guess what their completion percentages was on passes over 20 air yards? Bryce was 32%. Tua was 58%. Mac Jones was 54% in Alabama. So when we say he can't throw the deep ball, we're just
But
saying
Kevin
we know
Kev,
he can't do it all the time.
but Kevin Kev, we can even
Yeah,
simplify it from what he
it's
just
below.
said. How
He's a
dare he
backyard
say?
baller.
How dare he say that Bryce Young is a gunslinger when what y'all needed Sunday against a gunslinger? Because Baker Mayfield was slinging that motherfucking
It was a
football.
quarterback shootout, and he
Was
wasn't
a
there.
gunslinger, and he wasn't
Yep.
one. And I'll tell you right now, he may have to be one this Sunday. But then
They
there'll
put
be
that. Hey,
excuses.
he read that in the paper. Red. He read that.
A
I seen that
gunslinger.
one too.
Yeah,
Gunslinger.
yeah,
See,
yeah.
all them adjective gunslingers and this and that, point guard and all that bullshit. When I start talking to people and they start feeding me that bullshit, regurgitating that bullshit, I say, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know where you got it from because I read the same
Yeah.
article.
Let me
I
tell you, Bryce is
Okay.
a back. Bryce Young is a back. He's a
I swear to you,
pickup.
Extra Smooth, where I live at in North Carolina, when we see 8 o'clock games, it's Alabama because I get that on my TV. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm forced to watch that game. I seen enough of Bryce Young, and I told you on this podcast, April the 20-something, when we drafted the kid. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. It will
You
destroy
did.
this motherfucking franchise. And look at what's happened. 2 games, 4 games.
Bryce
From
Young is a
7.
backyard baller, man. That's all he is. He's a backyard baller. That's it.
Yeah.
He let the play break down and try to put it back together. Hold the ball too damn long. Let the play break down and try to put it back together. Because here's the thing about Bryce. I don't care if you got a number one offensive line. He's a backyard baller at 5'10", 190 pounds. And guess who don't give a fuck? Mike Parsons.
Hey man, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I was jealous.
TJ Watt, he don't give a
I
fuck
was
about what
jealous as
Bryce can
hell of
do
y'all,
outside the
man.
pocket.
I was
He gonna
jealous
tear
as
his
hell of
ass up.
y'all. When y'all owner jumped up in the draft and went from 9-1, and I knew we was gonna run that
And I knew
thing
what
back
he
with
was getting
Desmond
ready to do.
Ritter.
And I knew
Go,
what
you
he
know
was
I
getting
was
ready to do.
jealous as a motherfucker.
I knew what he was getting ready to do, Red. I knew what he was getting
Yeah,
ready to do. I
yeah,
knew what he was getting ready to do.
yeah. You tried to tell me.
Trying to be cute.
I knew what he was getting ready to do.
Trying to be
But
Yeah,
I've
cute is
been
have
what
a
he was
called
trying to
number
do.
one offensive
I've
line.
been
When
called
Bryce
out
Young
a
get out that pocket,
fan.
Michael Parsons coming for his ass.
I've been told to leave this dude alone. Don't pick on me. I'm not a fan. All this shit. But that don't change the fact that we ain't won but 4 fucking games this year. Well, he ain't won but 3. I'm
Yeah,
not giving him that one that Andy won. I'm not gonna fucking do it. That don't
Absolutely.
change the fact.
yeah.
That
I
don't
agree
change
with
the
you.
fact.
Don't give
Absolutely.
That don't
Andy
change.
shit away.
That don't change the fact. Just like JP said, he's 5 and fucking 20 something. That don't change the fact. Y'all can say
Bro,
whatever the
listen
hell
here.
you want to. Don't like me. Don't this that. Go on. Don't watch the show no more. Whatever. It don't change. It's not gonna change. It still ain't gonna change the fact.
See, we done had this
Still ain't gonna
conversation
change.
before about about getting too close to players. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Being a player's, you know
Okay.
Okay,
what I'm saying, fan.
okay.
Y'all
And
say
I
whatever you
stopped
want to
doing
say
that,
about
bro.
me. Say whatever you want to say about.
You get
I done
attached to the player,
represented
and it
this
pull you away from the team.
motherfucking podcast
Exactly.
Yep.
on now one more motherfucking time. But it still don't change the fact that he has not won a road game since he put the damn uniform on.
Preach.
Still don't
And
change.
he ain't gonna win this first on Sunday. I can tell you that shit.
He has
Thank you,
not
Red.
answered. He has not answered the call to
Still
one
don't change
damn
the fact.
quarterback shootout.
I
He
don't
has
give a
not
damn.
answered the call. Every opportunity for a quarterback shootout, he did
But
not
Kevin Kell,
answer the
he's a
call.
gunslinger. He's a gunslinger,
Right.
Kevin Kell.
He did not answer the call. You always got
Well,
to
shit,
blame.
what
Oh,
is
we
it?
we couldn't get
22?
the run game going. That's why we lost. No, he got to throw the ball.
Is that a 22? A gunslinger? Is that a 22 a gun?
A slingshot.
Our
Hell
gunslinger
yeah.
throw the ball 40 times. They don't take 5 sacks and
Hey,
end the
Extra
game with
Smooth say,
200
fuck
yards.
all us. He say he ain't doing this shit no more. He say Tony left him in here. He ain't finna fight this shit.
It ain't. Don't come over here thinking, yeah, we just the big bad empire against Bryce. Ain't nobody
No.
against the man. It don't change. If I swear for God, if he was out there throwing dimes, 300 plus yards, making Leggett not looking like a Puka Nakuka,
You would hear
any of
none
them
of
rest of
this.
them boys, you know what I'm saying? I'd be up there playing. I got
Nakuka.
me a damn number 9 jersey. But I'm gonna
Okay.
tell you, it don't change the fact from what he done. He ain't done it. It's time to
Ain't
move
done a
on. I'm
motherfucker, man.
sorry. It don't change the fact. It's a fact.
A
That ain't
bum is
my
a bum.
opinion. It's a
Hey,
No matter
fact.
how
Extra
you dress it.
Smooth. Tony is an army vet, man. He wouldn't have left you in here by yourself, man. I know but he 8 hours ahead of us, man. So,
Yeah.
he
Tony in Afghanistan.
yeah, he wouldn't
I
have
just
left you.
I just
Big
I
up
just
to
don't like when jokers.
Afghanistan. Thank you for dropping through, Tony.
I just don't like when jokers talk about improvement or he made a big play here and there. Dog, we had to punt 8 times. I don't give a damn about no big play.
I'm telling you.
You
Yeah.
punting 8 times in a game.
And Kevin Kell, what does that mean? You weren't sustaining drives, right?
There we go. Yeah,
Yeah.
you made a 40-yard play and then had to punt because you didn't make the next play.
Yes, sir.
And what did we
Well,
just say about the percent? And we've been broke down punting on this. This is the breakdown. This is a breakdown series. We even broke down punting, what it does for field position, what it does to
Yep,
hurt you. We
yep.
just
Punting,
did that. And
punting,
3 and outs, 3 and outs, 3 and
punting,
outs.
That put a
punting
lot of
from your
pressure on
own
the
30.
defense, man. That puts a
Come
lot of
on,
pressure
now.
on your
Then y'all
defense.
holler, fire Evero, get rid of Evero. You gut his defense and you spend 180 million on the offensive side of the ball, and it don't move the needle none. Well, a little bit, minimal. And then you're gonna come in here and talk about somebody's a damn gunslinger?
8 3 and outs isn't on him though. 8 3 and outs is on the fact that we didn't have a running game on that day.
Dude,
Oh,
quarterbacks
man.
play without a running back every
Hold,
Sunday, man.
Kev. So now you telling me Juba Huber is fucking Christian McCaffrey. So Christian McCaffrey is the highest paid motherfucking running back in the league. So he's Christian McCaffrey now. So he's that much of a difference maker.
He's a difference maker. He's a difference maker to us. I'm not saying he's a Christian McCaffrey, but when you're talking about you know managing the game in a way that works for you, you don't need a Christian McCaffrey. You just need a Chuba Huber
Well, I
because
will
he's
say this,
the one that's gonna
Sunday doggone show proved that fact, didn't it?
Well, I think that if you don't have a running back,
there you go.
I guess he is us.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you this right here. Sunday night at 8:00, you got the Vikings and the Detroit Lions.
Oh my God! The popcorn,
yes sir.
The popcorn
Hey, look here.
pop.
Hey, look here though.
Yo.
What up, great D'Angelo? What's up, bro?
What up, Red? Hold on.
What's up?
Let me say something real quick. To the London. What's good, fellas? What's good, Red?
What's happening, bro? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Let me say something to the London guy real quick. Yeah, hold on. Let me come in. Let me exit out of the podcast.
Your mic dirty. But Detroit and Minnesota Sunday night at 8:00.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there probably won't be a whole lot of running that night. That's gonna be a quarterback showdown.
Boy, what you say? They both got a quarterback, and the popcorn will be popped for that one.
Where you been at, Patty? How you doing, Patty? Good to see you, Patty. Happy New Year. I see you in the chat there, baby. What's going on?
Detroit got a good run game, but I'm not expecting a lot of running that night. I'm not.
They both do. To be honest with you, Kel, they both do. But you know what? If you go in that thing and my bad, Pop. My bad, go. D'Angelo, you back? Okay, bro. Yeah.
Let me say something real quick to the London cat, man. When he talking about Bryce a gunslinger, that don't got shit to do. You know what a gunslinger is, man? Like who I think that was talking, saying that you don't need a running back to be a gun to throw the ball, which you don't, because you can go right there to goddamn Cincinnati and look at Joe Burrow. That's a motherfucking gunslinger. That motherfucker.
He had T. Higgins. He had T. Higgins to throw to. That's not dropping the ball all the fucking time.
No.
You know
he got Jamar Chase. He got Jamar Chase. T. Higgins ain't doing shit over there.
You cannot compare. You cannot.
Y'all gotta stop that. Y'all gotta stop this narrative.
Hold on.
It's not that he has T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. It's that they have Joe Burrow.
Right.
Y'all got it twisted.
T. Higgins wants to stay in Cincinnati because of Joe Burrow. He said it today with his own words. He's not taking big money to go to another team. He said he wants to stay there with Joe Burrow.
Right, and Joe Burrow, we talk about offensive line. You do know Joe Burrow offensive line is trash. The goddamn Chase Brown got motherfucking hurt. What that motherfucker do? That motherfucker threw 44 times for 38.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
49.
A gunslinger needs someone to throw to that's going to catch the ball. Otherwise, being a gunslinger means nothing. It means absolutely fucking nothing. All right? He's got no one to throw to apart from Adam Thielen. That is and Sanders, the tight end, right? Who's reliable?
Yeah, the rookie.
The rookie. Okay, Cokehead. I don't know why Canales I don't know personally. I don't know why Canales doesn't dial up more plays to those more dependable guys, right? Because I've not seen Sanders drop the ball a whole hell of a lot. I've not seen Coker drop the ball much. Thielen hardly ever drops the ball, right? But yeah, how often is he using, apart from Thielen, how often is he using those?
Hey, go watch your all 22 film and see how often Bryce don't look at the motherfuckers.
Right. That's what I'm
but he's gonna look at them if Canales is dialing up the ball, the plays to them, who's gonna?
You got it.
Obviously, you never played football before.
Another bad coach. Another bad coach, D'Angelo.
Hold for a second,
Another
D'Angelo.
bad
Hold for a
coach.
second. Hold for a second, Red. Hold for a second. Extra smooth.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that I don't know how y'all get your news or how you watch the games and stuff like that. But
yeah,
you're talking to people that a D'Angelo, a Red
yeah,
Swan, is going to
yeah,
be here January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, all year talking football with us. See, some of
Yep.
these
yeah.
motherfuckers you ain't gonna see them again until they don't know who the fuck we drafted. They don't know who the fuck we picked up in free agency. They don't know who the fuck we went and seen at camp. These guys right here gonna be there. They gonna do.
Yep.
Then you arguing with them. You trying to tell you way over there,
Go
bro. You
go
way
go watch
over
a
there.
all
You
go
arguing.
watch a
You arguing with them.
22 all 22 film and
The
see
man
how
is
often
telling
Bryce don't see them
exactly.
guys.
The first
I-
20 plays in any game is scripted.
Scripted.
So they
They
got him
know him on
open.
Friday
They
evening.
asking him
Go.
for him.
They know him on
Yes,
Friday evening.
that's why they trying to tell you he's not hitting them. He just ain't hitting them.
You apparently you ain't seen Adam Thielen throw a tantrum on the field, have you?
No, I haven't
That's
seen
why
that.
he's throwing tantrums.
He
That's
do
why
it
he's
every
throwing
game.
tantrums.
He do it every game. He down because he
But see,
down the field wide
but
open.
see,
Bryce
Kevin
could not
Kev,
see him from the pocket.
all he's seeing is Adam Thielen at the damn mic saying, "Yeah, I like him," and me
No,
and
no,
him
no,
talk on
no.
the telephone.
Nah,
They don't talk on the fucking telephone. They
no.
don't
Damn
All
sure
talk.
he
don't.
He don't catch that nigga.
no. All he's seeing is Excel drop 15 passes.
No,
That's
all
what he
he's
see.
seeing is the press conferences. That's what he's seeing. The press conferences.
And
I'm
highlights.
seeing,
And
I'm
highlights.
seeing,
And
I'm,
highlights. And
I'm seeing
highlights.
I'm seeing all the games. All right, live, same as you guys are seeing them. Maybe 5 second delay or something like that. So I watch
Are you
all
looking
the
at the throw?
games.
You seen the throwing chart?
I see all the games in real time. All right, and what
You
I'm
seen the throwing
seeing is
charts?
that like
Go see that spray chart. Yes, sir.
Yes,
so
sir.
so like if you're saying to me that like say the Bryce is making these plays independent of the play call, that's obviously not right.
Of course he's
So
not.
exactly. So so why is Canales how many times has Canales used that tight end Sanders?
But
Hardly
Look at
listen.
the
ever.
throwing chart.
Extra smooth. Extra smooth. Go ahead, D'Angelo.
Do something different, man. Do something different. If it's not working,
When he's sitting that tight end across the middle of the field, he's not getting the ball.
Jalen Coker, how many times did he hold on. How many times did he throw it to
Let me
Jalen
tell you
Coker?
what's going on. It ain't got nothing to do with Canales, man. It ain't got nothing to do with Canales can drop the plays. It's up to
He
goddamn
designed
Bryce.
4 reads for Bryce on every play.
It's up to Bryce to throw it to motherfucking Sanders. Throw it to motherfucking Coker. The Canales don't control that shit.
The problem is when Sanders and Thielen cross the middle of the field, they don't get the ball. Go look at the spread chart. He don't throw in the middle of the field. He cannot see from the pocket. He has
Extra
to roll
smooth.
out. He's got to scramble and get outside the pocket for a defensive end to tear his ass up. And y'all complain about the O-line.
Extra smooth. Let me say this to you or ask you this. I don't know if it'll come out as a question or as a statement. It's sort of disrespectful, even for me as an outsider, to hear you question Canales and now to be throwing another head coach under the bus because of Bryce and say that it's on the play caller. Now, when I sat over here and listened to Panthers fans in the preseason be excited about Canales saying that he was a quasi quarterback guru. Look at what he had with Geno Smith. Look at what he did with Baker Mayfield. Now all of a sudden, he's not an effective play caller because of Bryce Young. But to D'Angelo's point, this is the second thing I'll add, is that I guarantee you Dave Canales, as a play caller, schemes in at least 3, if not 4 reads for Bryce Young in every passing play that he draws up. It's not his fault if Bryce can't work his way through 2 or 3 of those. It's not his fault. That's what
Yeah,
a
but
quarterback have to have the ability to go out and execute.
Go
yeah,
look at
but
the throwing chart. Everything in the flats.
okay.
He
Okay. In
can't
the
see.
last, say, let's just say last four, since the Germany game, right? Since the Germany game.
He's been better.
Okay, exactly. And maybe one game before that, he's been able to read the defense, read the which wide receivers are open, and his decision making has been decent. I would say good. His decision making has been good. All right, and that has been the reason why we've been so close in a lot of these games against really good teams, much teams that are on paper much better than we are. All right, so you got to give him props for that. The fact that we didn't win those
No, I
games,
don't.
all right, the fact
No,
that we
I
didn't win those games is not, for me, it's not on him if they're not catching the ball, because he's put us in a position to win. He's done his part. Okay. Now, if you're saying to me that he needs to do extra on top of that, then that's
don't.
where I think there's an unfair expectation on him.
Mhm.
When he's putting us in 2 minutes, he's driving us 85 yards down the pitch in a 2 minute drill, and then Excel is dropping the ball and we're losing the game. You say, "Oh motherfucker, we ain't lost. He can't win us a game." What else is he supposed to do? He's making the
Win
right
the game.
decision. How is he going to win the game if those
You
fucking guys
wait.
are
Look,
in the
look, look, look,
ball?
look. Let me tell
Come
you about
on, man.
NFL.
Be
Look at
realistic.
look. Wait.
What the
Let me
fuck
tell
are
you
you
something.
talking
Let me
about?
tell you something. Look. Let me tell you
Come
something
on.
about
He
Come
said,
on.
"How
Be
you
Cam,
supposed to
let's
win
realistic,
that?"
Cam.
man.
hey, look.
Come on.
Let's
Let me
Cam,
tell
let's
you
let's
about
Cam.
modern.
Hold that
Let me.
thought. Hold that thought. We're gonna read the money.
Yeah.
Read the money for me, Red. Read the money for
I
me.
got
Read the
you.
money.
Hey, our boy King JP, the one shepherd, the first shepherd, the sniper himself, hits us with a $5 super chat. Hey, this is for you, Smooth.
Yeah.
JP wants to know. He says, since we gotta stop. He says we gotta stop expecting wide receivers to look the same in Carolina as they do elsewhere. Higgins with Burrow would not look like Cincy Higgins with Bryce.
I don't know what that means. What is that? What is he
Okay,
saying, man?
No,
okay.
why not?
Let's break it
Why
down
this?
Wait.
for him. Go. Break it down for him. Go.
I'm gonna break it down for him. T. Higgins, the guy, I can get T. Higgins with Joe
He
Burrow,
ain't got
one
1,000
of
yards.
one of
But go ahead.
one of the best quarterbacks in the league, top five quarterbacks in the league, has 858
Thank you.
yards, receptions, 69 receptions. He's averaging 12.4 yards a clip. Uh, yeah, 10 touchdowns for the year with
And he
Joe
said it.
Burrow. That's what he's saying is with Cincy, with Joe Burrow, who he just said, I want to come back and play with Joe Burrow, but he want the bag. Because guess what? Him and his agent has went around the league and said, well, shit, they're going to send you here, there. And none of them quarterbacks is good as Joe Burrow. And your black
Thank
ass
you.
ain't got but 858 yards with Joe
Thank
Burrow.
you. Thank you. There we go. Now we're talking.
I mean, no one is doubting Joe Burrow is an elite quarterback.
He come to Carolina. He gonna have 400 yards.
No.
Yes. Yes.
I be
What's
damn.
Kevin
happening?
Kale say
I think
damn.
what's
400.
happening.
I be
What's happening.
damn.
What is happening in that situation, right? Is that Joe Burrow is throwing massive yardage per game and stuff like that, right? Because that's the way that they're set up their scheme to be. All right.
Okay,
The,
so
the
hey,
scheme.
let me ask you
The
something.
scheme.
So
Hold on. The scheme.
how can he throw massive yardage? How can he throw massive yardage when I just told you how bad that offensive line is? He got
Thank
sacked
you.
7 times, so he
Thank
throw a
you.
massive yardage. But now
Because
you just said that this guy right here got a bad line and can't throw massive yardage.
Thank
because he's
you.
got
So
elite. Because
how he
he's
gonna
got
have better? How he gonna have better in
because
Carolina
he's got
than he would over there?
because he's got terrible. He might have a terrible O line, but he's got elite wide receivers, and he's an elite QB. We've got
Bullshit.
we've got a QB with average wideouts, right? So it's not the same thing. If we had elite, look, if we had Justin Jefferson. We had pick anyone you want, any of these elite wideouts with Bryce Young. Trust me, bro. We wouldn't even be having this conversation because they would be making. Come on, man. Come
Did
on.
you not hear what I said about Adam Thielen in Minnesota? 1,400 yards, man, off 80 catches.
Okay.
Everybody likes to say, "Oh, he old, he washed up." No, your quarterback is limiting him. Adam Thielen is. That's what you think. The stats say otherwise. Adam Thielen is better than what he's putting on in Carolina, but you got a quarterback that don't see him.
Go, you got some money, go.
Yes, sir. Hit me that, read it for me, that Red.
Yeah.
Hey, let me get Kevin Kev. Let me get Flame for Jesus in here. Flame for Jesus supporting the show big time tonight with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, Flame. Flame says in the Philly game, if he doesn't throw that interception, remember that one, and give them 7 points, the Panthers win 16-15. Quit blaming Excel for that one.
Thank you, Flame. Thank you, Flame.
But
they don't care about what happened before or what got us to overtime or right there beside each other. What about the 7 fucking penalties? And then Philly helped us out with 7 of theirs. That's uncharacteristic for a good team like Philly. So they didn't even take us serious.
That's a fact.
And as far as you were saying, what else?
You guys are gonna be proved so wrong next season. I believe you watch what's gonna happen next season.
I doubt it.
Okay.
Next season, you guys are gonna be so wrong. You're gonna be eating humble pie. I'm gonna be laughing my black ass off here, going, "I told you."
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you right here. This is the modern day NFL. If you ain't got a top 10 quarterback, you ain't going to no playoffs and no Super Bowl.
We've got an elite quarterback, like almost elite. He's not elite yet, but his head
kidding me?
He's trending in that direction. Believe me, right?
So look. Here's my thing right here. You said
trending elite.
Look. If Bryce is supposed to be a franchise quarterback, you do understand that after year 3, we're going to have to pay him $60 million a year.
Yeah, I know that.
Kevin Kev. He already said he cool with paying him $50 million. He already said, Kevin.
But look, what we're going to end up with? We're going to end up just like the Jacksonville Jaguars. You're paying Trevor Lawrence $55 million a year to be the man, and he ain't. Because why? Trevor Lawrence still need receivers. He still need offensive line. He still need a defense. And blah blah. It's everybody else's fault when he gets $55 million.
If at the end of next season he's not the man, then you just don't sign up the extension.
We already know he ain't.
Well, obviously we don't. Otherwise, we wouldn't be taking him into the next season. If we knew for sure. And these guys are better than us in terms of assessing this stuff. No one is mollycoddling. No one is like saying, "Oh, we just want to we don't want to hurt his feelings and shit." They're looking at this they're looking at this in a cold, hard nose. Is this guy going to take us at least to win our division and deep into the playoffs? You think that if they didn't believe that he was the man, you think that they wouldn't get rid of him? Or anyway, let's see what's going to happen in the draft. But you think that if they didn't believe that
they benched him at the game too. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
They put him on the bench.
If they don't, so they didn't believe in something because he got benched. Good players don't get benched, bro.
Yeah, okay, but since he's come back off the bench, they're assessing him
since he come back off the bench, he ain't did shit. Nothing to move the needle. Stop it.
If he hadn't done shit since he's come back off the bench, they wouldn't be taking him into the next year. It's just as simple as that.
No.
So hold on, let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question.
You can't trade him because it costs too much money.
You tell me something serious. What can they do? What else could they do? Right now, we're looking at the roster. What else could they do? What else can they do?
Well, they can tank and trade down or up
Come
or
on,
whatever,
nobody ain't
and
supposed.
fucking
Come on
get
now, man.
and go in and get another QB.
So
They
New York's supposed to
their
tank, and
QBs their QB.
motherfucking Las Vegas is supposed to tank. They supposed to be at number one, number two right now. Come on, man. Nobody
Look,
ain't tanking. Come on, stop that.
okay, forget the tanking for a second, right? What they can do is what they're doing now. So we don't know what they're going to do in the draft or in the off season. You guys might be right. They might be just playing it and saying, "Oh yeah, Bryce." As soon as the off season finishes, they might trade him out and bring in someone else. That's
Who
a
knows him?
possibility.
They gonna trade him for what?
There's any,
What
well,
can you get for him?
okay, if you're not going to trade him, how are you going to get another QB in if you don't believe in him? So you're saying that we've got no move, there's no move for us. We're stuck with
No
him.
move. No move.
Yep.
He said, "Oh, hey, oh, my
What?
bad, go."
I'm asking one more question, Red, and then you can read it
Okay,
for me.
okay, okay, okay.
Extra smooth. If you're another NFL franchise and you're going to trade, what are you giving me for him?
Why is it that when he was benched, you had
I just asked
all
you.
of
I
the,
just asked you. I asked you a question. What are you giving me for a 5-21 quarterback? What are you giving me for that?
well, it depends on what I see in him. In the
Man, it's a
same,
simple question, man.
I don't know. It depends on what I've got to give. I can only give what I've got. I can't give what I haven't got. So if you're asking for two-thirds or a third and a fifth or something like that, I might give you that if I've got it. If I haven't got it, I can't give you what I haven't got. In the same way that when we traded, who was that bust running? I think it was a running back that we traded to nobody. Mingo. Was it Mingo that we traded to Dallas or something like that? Right? No one was
So
like,
now you putting him in that frame of
no,
Mingo. Now you putting him in the
just
same frame of Mingo.
no. The only reason I'm saying that is because they saw something in him that we didn't want no part of it, right?
Jerry
Everybody,
Jones.
everybody was happy to get rid of
Oh,
Mingo, and I think it was Mingo. Right?
man,
Is
this
that
dude just
nobody
talking,
wanted
man.
him in Carolina, but yet Dallas they gave good draft capital for him because they saw something. So when you're saying what would somebody give for Bryce, it depends what they see in him. They might think, hey, we can unlock something in him that Carolina haven't been able to do. In the same way, the Vikings have unlocked something in Sam Darnold.
They didn't
Well,
unlock nothing in him.
well,
Nope.
extra smooth. Go if you will allow me to read King
Yes, sir.
JP's comment
Please,
because I think
please,
it's appropriate right now, extra smooth, because you
please.
yourself just a moment ago said that Bryce is trending elite. So I would think that you would get a first round draft pick for an elite quarterback. But just to that point, King JP, the shepherd, want to add a little context since people like context. He says, with the $5 super chat, by the way, elite QBs don't lead 32nd ranked in 2023 or 31st ranked, just up one spot. 2024 currently offenses. Now, go. You want to break
Not
that one
elite.
down for him?
No. I think he said that most eloquently and
Perfectly.
wrote it out most eloquently. If anybody can't get that, I can't. There's nothing I can say. I've been talking for the last fucking 8 months. There's nothing else I can do.
Do you get
I'm
that
not
extra
going.
smooth? Is your boy still elite?
Look, I think the statistics don't lie. The data doesn't lie. That's what it is. What it is. All right. But
Okay.
what I'm seeing is telling me that he's better than those figures. Those figures are fact, right? No doubt about it.
What you
But
seeing?
are
What
you telling me? Are you telling
because
me?
that's your guy. What you seeing? What you?
Are you did he look like a 32nd or 31st QB against the
Fuck
Chiefs or
yeah.
Did it
Hell
look like
yeah.
that
Philly?
against Tampa
Hell
Bay?
yeah.
He didn't.
Hell
Since
Look,
you
he
yeah.
did.
want you
He
want
did.
recent
Look,
stuff, since you
consistently,
want
bro.
recency, let's talk about Tampa Bay.
Yeah, go on.
Gunslinger.
Tampa Bay was an anomaly because, like,
Oh no. Oh no.
he was
Oh no.
carrying
Anomaly.
everything on his shoulders, right?
That
We
was a
had no
quarterback
running
shootout
game.
he
We
shied
had
away from.
we had no running game. We had
Elite quarterbacks can
A
do that.
quarterback shootout that he shied away from.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean,
CJ Stroud had 5-6 quarterback shootouts last year.
tit for tat, 300-400 yards. Bryce shied away from it.
With receivers catching the ball or dropping the ball.
No.
Receiver.
Receiver.
It's gonna be blamed on receivers. It's gonna be no Chuba. It's gonna be
Coaches.
blamed, man. It's gonna be
Yep.
excuse. Canales,
The play
this and that.
caller.
The
Yep.
grass wasn't cut. You know what I'm saying? The whole nine.
The grass was cut.
So what
We
are you
just
telling
told
me?
you,
Are
go
you
look at the throwing chart. He doesn't throw in the middle of the field.
Don't forget that duck. Don't forget the duck was on the field. The
Oh,
duck
yeah,
was
that's
on
right.
the
You know
Okay,
why?
maybe-
You know why
okay.
he don't throw in the middle of the field, don't you, Kevin Kill?
Yeah,
that's
He
it.
think no. Go. He think Jesse Bates standing in there. That's why.
No, that duck
Okay.
was on the field. That duck was on the field, man. Let's
He
don't
can't
make
get
somebody
Jesse Bates out his head.
you
He
know
can't
what?
get Jesse Bates out his head.
You know
He
what? You
think
might
Jesse
be.
Bates standing in there.
You know you what? You
20,
might be.
28
Okay.
pass attempts down by 2-3 possessions. Boy,
Okay,
you crazy.
you might be right. Okay, that he's not good at what do you call it? Mano a mano, like
Yeah,
head
man
to
for
head,
man.
man for man. Okay, maybe that's not his thing. But the point is that right, you know, like you can't be all things to all people. He may be average at that, but be good at coming up into the pocket and throwing a dime in there. So like the point that I'm just trying to make is that like not every how many quarterbacks are the complete package? How many quarterbacks have got absolutely everything? You
10,
don't not, hardly
10,
any of
and
them.
he ain't one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, at least 10. At least top 10.
Look at Joe Burrow. He can't scramble. He can't run for fuck, man. He's not a good runner. You know what I mean?
Because he got
But
an
I say
arm on him.
yeah. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So he might be able to go mano a mano, right? But he can't run. You look at Lamar Jackson. He's great at. He's an incredible runner, incredible thrower, but he's not great in the pocket. You know what I mean? He's not great at sneaking up through the when the pocket is collapsing, sneaking
That's
up.
the point we made earlier in the show. The things Bryce is good at don't work in the NFL.
Oh, come on!
That's it.
I don't
What you mean,
believe
come
that.
on? You
But
don't
you're
have to
saying that
believe it.
that he's not good at certain things and he's good at other things. That's what you're saying is that that's the same as anybody else. That's the same as anybody else.
His
Be good at
strength is
every
letting
sport.
the play break down and try to put it back together, and it's costing the team. He's holding the ball too long. He's too short to see the middle of the field from the pocket. That's why he got to roll out and he got to scramble and get outside the pocket, which stresses your O-line. It makes the defensive end come full speed at his ass.
Yes, it did, Kitty.
Yeah, but he's been released. He's got one of the fastest releases now.
What?
2.6 seconds. That's what they're saying now at the moment, that he's releasing faster than almost anybody else. 2.6 seconds. So that doesn't even hold
For
water.
5
That to
yards.
say that he's holding
To average 5 yards per attempt.
No. 2.5 seconds. The ball is out of his hand. So you
5
think
yards per attempt.
I don't have that information in front of me, but like when you're saying that the problem that he's having is that he's holding onto the ball too long, where he's making him having to scramble out to the left or to the right and then throw. Well, if he's releasing the ball in 2.5 seconds, he's definitely seeing something that he's throwing to, and he's not. And they're not incomplete
I need to see that for
passes.
myself too.
Most of his
This
passes.
release time.
Check it out. It says 2.5.
Who he say?
Most
The
Bryce,
trending elite man.
Bryce Young is releasing the ball in 2.5 to 2.7 seconds. That's his average release time. All right.
And where the ball going?
No.
And yes, that is correct. That is correct. All right. And when he's
Hitting them in
releasing
the
the
hand,
ball,
they just dropping it, Kevin Kill.
and hold on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they dropped it. They dropped 13 passes. That's right.
and he's not throwing the.
It ain't even worth looking it up. It ain't even worth
Look it up. Look it up, man. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm
It
wrong.
ain't even worth looking it up.
Yeah, because you know I'm right. That's
I'm
why
gonna look it up.
you're not looking at it because you know
I
I'm
had to
right.
go look up something else because you talk
Yeah,
about Joe Burrow,
you're
man.
not looking it up
Know
because I
what
know you know I'm right.
you talking
Okay.
about Joe Burrow, you don't know what you're talking about. Joe Burrow got 202 yards rushing this season right here. This season, man. And he got over 4,000 and some change throwing the ball. Don't bring up Joe Burrow, the only 9 that should be in the league. Don't bring up JB9. when you talking about Bryce. Don't do it no more. There's no comparisons.
And release
Night,
time,
day,
that's
shit, Joe Burrow. You understand? Don't bring up Joe Burrow when you talking about Bryce no more.
I'm trying to
No
see what you're talking about with release time. Because I mean, all that scrambling and stuff, that's just what he do best. He make his best plays, running around with the ball.
Hey, you making a point for a quarterback
Not really, not really. He's not been scrambling out of the pocket as much as
He
he
said,
used to.
not really. I like that shit.
He sit in the pocket. He sits in the pocket and he
Dog, he
throws
be
balls.
behind the pocket. Bryce ain't never hardly in the pocket. He either
Where you
behind
get
it
this
or
dude
ran
from,
away
Red?
to the side, dude. What are you
No,
talking
Where
about?
you get this
that's
dude
not
from, Red?
correct.
Where you
That's
get
not
it from?
correct.
It is correct.
Don't
That's
put
why
that
he
shit
only
on me, go.
averaging
That's not
5 yards
correct.
a throw because he fucking
That's
10
cute.
yards behind the
That's
line of
cute.
scrimmage.
That's
Where you
cute,
get it
go.
from?
Yeah.
That's you, boy.
That's
In the
Where
on
you
last
you.
get it
Hell
from?
yeah.
in the
I
last
don't
four
know, man.
games, how many times have you seen him step up outside
He get
out
over
of
there and
so
spit on talking
so
about Bryce
when the
stepping up in
pocket
the pocket, Bryce
when the
this,
pocket
Bryce that. No,
Dog, he either
what can
beside it
you
or
Elite,
behind the
do?
pocket.
elite, go.
I
Elite,
say
go.
what
Elite,
elite.
when the
What
pocket
can
is
you? What
collapsing
year he looking at?
elite,
2037? What year you looking at?
elite, elite,
When
he
the fuck is
says.
he
I've seen
Elite.
elite and
I,
stepping up
I've
in the
seen
pocket? What
I,
year?
oh, come on,
When?
man. Oh my God. Okay.
Dog,
I'll give you when.
Where?
I'll give you when. At least twice or thrice in the
That's
Chiefs
not
game.
good.
At
Two
least
times?
twice or thrice
That
in
ain't
the
good
when
enough.
I love it. My dog
the
said
pocket is
That's
thrice.
not good enough.
like I said,
the
he
Take
pocket
it
do it 3
slow.
times and you act like he did it the whole game.
That's not good
the
enough,
pocket
extra
collapsing
slow.
and he's either scrambling, breaking the pocket, or throwing it when he goes through the pocket. He doesn't scramble to the left or right as much as he used to before. He used to do that all the time. I accept that, but he's not doing that anymore. And that's what you want
You,
Where?
from your QB. You
when
want
he
your
used to do
QB
it
to
all the
say,
time.
look, how many times have you seen him get smashed, absolutely destroyed by the by the defense coming through, when our pocket is collapsing and he stands right
Uh-oh.
there, fucking
And he
Uh-oh.
stood there.
Uh-oh.
He just stood tall in
Uh-oh.
the pocket.
5'8"
He stood
Uh-oh.
little
tall in the pocket.
motherfucker, right? He's
Uh-oh,
standing right
extra
there.
smooth. Extra smooth. It's a thing called Google and the internet.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Flame
yeah.
for Jesus and Flame for Jesus. Well, this is on me, not Flame for Jesus, because he don't talk like this.
He had
But Flame
3.2
for Jesus
seconds
on
to
your
throw.
top, he on your ass. He
Mm.
said for the
Read
$5
it, Red.
super chat. He said now he had 3.2 seconds to throw the ball in Tampa. Where is this 2.5 seconds you talking about?
He talking
That's
about a release time. They saying he throwing the ball in 2.7 seconds. That's what Google
That's right.
says.
And again,
But
Flame for
my
Jesus
art,
points this
but
out to
where
you
the
again. He says he looked it up and he had no drops Sunday, according
exactly.
to the NFL.
But my thing, he said release time, which is good. But where's the ball going? 5
and, I,
yards.
and you know what, man? And you know what? Me as a host of the show, like I said, I'm not even bothering to go and look it up. But I got people that be in the chat extra smooth, like Flame for Jesus, like
That's
Kitty
right.
Kid, like
That's
Dopey
right.
Nightlife, like I'm going on. I'm sorry I don't name y'all. Like JP Shepard. You know what I'm saying? That will come on and get on your ass because you basically you're lying, bruh.
Yeah,
You
you better be
lying to
right.
the
You
boy.
better be right when you
Yeah,
throw
so
something out
they
there.
telling you. I ain't said it. So y'all ain't got to go beat him down. Go beat him. Flame for Jesus just
No,
gave you one. If Flame for Jesus just
he,
gave you 100%.
Yeah, you
What's
can't
going
get
on?
away with that on
I
Black
ain't
no,
got
Cat
no,
to
no.
tell
Panther
you. I ain't got.
podcast. I can
You
tell
ain't
you
getting
that.
away with that on Black Cat. You're not getting away with that on Black Cat. Especially not
Well, no,
tonight
he
when it's the break. It's called a breakdown.
2.7 seconds. His
yeah. The
average
Google
release time.
says 2.7 seconds release time. He's getting. I think Flame was talking about protection time.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm
But
correct, okay? That's what I'm saying. So that
No,
2.7 seconds, yes, I am correct, Coach, okay?
no, you not, bro.
Yes,
Now
I'm
he's not
motherfucking
getting it
am,
out.
he's
He's
homie.
not
correct.
getting it
What
out
are you
consistently
talking
in
about?
2.7 seconds. He's not getting
No,
it
he
out in
is.
2.7
He getting
seconds.
it out. It's not. He's getting it out. The ball ain't going nowhere. That's the point I'm making.
No, the ball
No.
is
What I'm
going
saying, Kevin,
somewhere.
Kev, is
The
what I'm
ball is
saying
the ball is
consistently.
going.
And then
Hold
and
on.
then see his argument on other times is that he don't have time. And he's telling you he's averaging 3.2 seconds in the pocket.
Yeah, he got
That's
protection
why he's
time,
telling you.
and his release time is quick. My argument is the ball ain't going nowhere. So he arguing that he's throwing the ball faster, which he is, but it ain't going nowhere. We see the throwing chart every week.
Well,
And
does that throw?
yes, he's got some deep balls on there. But in the Tampa game, for example, 15 out of 28. They ain't dropped that many balls.
15 out of how many?
28.
15 out of 28 completion.
Barely half.
Well,
no run game. You throw the ball 35, 40 times, but you went 3 and out. And no drops.
I mean, I think that Canales wants to see if he's got that in him. I mean, for me, if Bryce can do that, I think that okay. He's shown a few things. He's shown he can scratch. He can rush when the thing breaks down. He can rush. He can throw deep. He's shown that he can do. He can read the defense. He can show that. What he hasn't shown is what you're talking about, and I think that's really important. He hasn't shown that he can go mano a mano without a running game. And I think that's why Canales is going to definitely playing him this season. Playing him tomorrow on Sunday, whenever, and that's what he wanted to see against the Bucks.
We've seen it in Alabama. He ain't shit without a running back.
You telling me what he's supposed to do? Because Chuba was out. So what was he supposed to do? Pull him? He was supposed to pull him and play somebody else. Play Andy. Play Jay. What was he supposed to do? Because
No. He wanted to see if he could do that because
if he could carry the team.
If he could carry the team, yeah, that's what he. That's
did he succeed or did he fail?
I don't. That's a good question because
punted 8 times.
Yeah, but there were four important drops that would have changed the momentum and the feel of that game. Really important drops where it's not a case of how many. Not just how many drops, it's the context of the game when you drop that ball. You drop that ball on a third and long, and then all of a sudden you're punting. You catch that same ball, and the whole vibe feel of the team changes. It's almost like that game against Dallas where we got smoked, right? Where that first drive, we went all the way down the pitch, and he did some nice little rush. Then he dropped the ball.
It changed
15 out of 28, and you still talking about 2-3 drops.
Exactly. You can say that on 2, 3, but you can't say that. You can't define 8, bro.
Yeah, but that's what you're missing is the momentum. What you're missing is the momentum that those drops cause.
I get
because
all
that momentum is built on the time of those drops.
I get all of that.
I'm not saying that he did a good job. I'm not even saying that he did a good job. All I'm saying is that that's what Canales wanted to see. That's why Chuba not being there was a blessing and a curse because.
But listen. Chuba be damned. Chuba not, Chuba here, Chuba there, whatever. At least 4 of them 8, 50%. You gotta say, I'm that guy. I'm this motherfucker. Y'all is not gonna deny me this first down again. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, but he can't do the cam. So that the run, him rushing.
We had a standard at quarterback. We don't have a standard at quarterback. We don't tell you that. If he ain't what we used to have and what we used to see, get him the fuck up out of there. You can't do the job, bro.
No,
excellent point.
It's not like that because you can't replicate. It's not. You can't replicate a cam. You can't get how many Lamar Jacksons? How many Mahomes?
Don't say that. No, because when you talk about receivers, how many Jamar Chases are there? How many Justin Jeffersons are there?
That's why he just said. If you had Jamar Chase up here, if you had Justin Jefferson, you just said that. I didn't say replicate cam. I said get me somebody better. Let's go on and let's do it. This guy
can win. That can win. That's why I made the point about whether it be golf, whether it be tennis. Yep, basketball wins.
You know what Canales said. Canales said right that he doesn't require Bryce to be a magician all of the time. He just requires him to do the basics correctly. 8 times out of 10, and 2 times out of 10 be that magician. All right, because every quarterback, and that magician is got to be unique to him. He can't run like Cam, and he can't he can't do the
You
things
know
that.
anything
But
about
what?
racing? You know
But
anything about racing? Extra smooth. Do you know anything
Uh
about
oh.
racing?
Uh oh. Go
Canales
You
about to
know
finna.
be out
anything
of a
about?
job.
Go finna get you.
You know anything about racing? You
racing
know,
a little.
yeah, racing,
No,
racing like
don't let go
like
set you up. You
Yeah,
finna get in go
no, no,
wheelhouse
no,
now. Don't do
no,
that.
yeah. I'm just saying. Do you know anything about racing, cars, engines,
a
racing?
little bit, a little bit, a little bit.
Okay, so therefore, there's a thing called a quarter mile race, and there's a thing called an eighth of a mile race.
Okay,
Okay, so the
okay.
quarter mile race is out. If you're on the racetrack, they call it going out the back door. That's the long one. That's the long one. You got to have a quarter horse. You got to have one to get you on the big end. You understand what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
if I built me an eighth of a mile car, I'm not gonna let one of them guys at the track that have a quarter horse dope me or bait me into racing their race.
Can't
That's
run
what
with him.
Canales is. I can't run with it. By the time we get to the eighth, I'm gonna be out of gas. You understand what I'm saying? And
Out the gates.
he just getting his together. You
Getting
understand
in
what I'm saying?
stride. Yep.
He just getting his stride.
Hit
I
that
feel
last
But
you.
gear, buddy.
so that is what Dave Canales is telling you. I know this motherfucker right here is limited. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
I'm
what
sir.
not
I'm
trusting him to. That's
and
what
what
he's
I'm
saying in a nice way.
and what I'm telling you is
Is
that
not a gunslinger.
Yes.
what I'm telling you is that every quarterback is limited in some way, and you
Not
play.
everyone. No.
No,
Yes,
We
no.
just
yes,
told you
yes.
they 10 of them motherfuckers in the league. Well, they 10 of them motherfuckers in the league. And that's
Look,
who you got to beat, them 10 to get to them Lombardis. And that's where
There
I'm
you
trying
go.
to go with the Carolina Panthers.
There
So
we
therefore,
go. I don't. Yep.
I can't have a limited motherfucker when when I got 10 motherfucking Superman, I got to go beat. I can't do it, bro. I
And
can't
they
do
gonna
it.
be standing in your way because they trying to get there their damn
They
self.
standing all in
Yep.
my way. They standing
Yep.
all in my way.
And go,
I just told y'all the other day, extra
go,
smooth. We won 4 games.
go,
I just told you
go. They
right
flying
now,
on. They
right
flying.
now,
They flying on them
right now,
dragons. Go. They
yeah,
flying on them
right now.
dragons. Go.
Right now, smooth. Right now, swarm. It takes 12 to 13 games to win.
Yep.
Yep.
Do you understand that? And we ain't won but 5. I mean 4.
Yep.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Hey, go,
That's
go,
I'm,
go. Let me put it in a
I'm so
term that me and
frustrated.
you like. Let me put it in a term that me and
That's
you
all
like.
I've been
Go.
trying to tell
Can
y'all
can
the whole time.
can you beat
But
them? Can you beat them if you ain't got a dragon? Go.
you ain't got a dragon, you ain't doing shit.
Hey. Hey.
If you ain't got
Look
a
at.
dragon in this land, you ain't doing
Look at the.
shit, bro.
Hey. Look at the Eagle. Look at the Eagles fans. The Eagles fans. They
Go.
shaking in their.
I knew you would like
Hey.
that one. Go.
Look at the Eagles fans. The Eagles fans are shaking in their boots right now because Saquon Barkley drugged them all the way through the regular season. Now they're
Yep.
going to the playoffs. There's going to be a game where Saquon Barkley,
Well,
as phenomenal
Jalen,
as he is,
yes,
he's not going to
yes,
get 100 yards. And Jalen
They don't
Hurts is
yes.
even
going to
want
have
him to
to
get
throw
the
that
record.
fucking
They
ball.
don't
Jalen,
even want him
Yep.
to get
Jalen
the
gonna
record
have
because they don't want to risk getting
yeah.
him hurt, bro.
Jalen Hurts is going to have to throw that ball in the playoffs.
At
In
some
the,
point in
in,
time,
yep.
he gonna have to put him on his back.
Yep.
every player's got their limitations. You remember some so a
Not in the
few
What
first
up,
round
Howard?
a
overall
few
draft pick.
you
Ain't no
remember you
Happy
limitations
New
remember
there.
Year, Howard. Happy New Year,
you,
bro.
Happy
you
New
remember
Year's.
you remember
Not no first round overall. Ain't no limitations. Hell no. We don't want
Ain't
to hear
supposed to be
that.
no limitation.
Ain't no
Ain't supposed to be no
limitations on
limitation.
nothing. No, sir.
Ain't supposed to be no
yeah
Absolutely
limitation.
not.
because
We ain't
because like
accepting that. We could
because
get
he
a
Third
game manager in the 5th round.
no but he's more than a
third
game
round
manager.
excuses
You
and third
you
round
you,
adjustments
you,
for a first
you,
overall pick.
you remember a few Super Bowls where Mahomes was like almost crawling, throwing the ball on his knees and shit like that. That was his limitation. He had done everything that he could. He had
And
reached
still
his
won.
What
ceiling.
you mean
He should have,
limitation?
no,
He
I
was
think they
hurt. He
lost
was
that
hurt.
one. They lost. They lost
He
that
was
one.
hurt. He was hurt.
Yeah, but oh shit. I don't. Maybe he was. I can't. I can't. Or the
Yeah, his
point.
Of
leg was
course he
messed up.
The
was.
point I'm making
Damn
is that
leg was
he.
messed up.
The point
That ain't
I'm
got nothing to
I
do
making.
with
told
no healthy Bryce Young.
extra smooth. I told you, stop trying to put Burrow. Mahomes and them top 10 boys with Bryce Young.
And the
Use
same
somebody
Bryce
else.
Young. It's not the
Use
same,
fucking
dog.
Aiden O'Connor or some goddamn
It
body,
ain't
bro.
the same,
Don't
Howard.
use them
And
boys
no, it
there.
ain't the same.
Don't use
And
them boys there.
hey,
Don't use them boys there.
Kendall, Kendall,
Yes,
I
sir.
want to say one thing about they want to talk about Patrick Mahomes, and I tell guys all the time, Patrick Mahomes does more. He's done things with less.
With
He's lost a
less.
bunch of
He's
players.
doing
He
it
still
right
showing you
now.
that I can do it without top tier wide receivers and things like that. You know what I'm
Howard,
saying?
he on here
Yeah,
talking about drops, making excuses.
drops.
No other team had more drops than the Chiefs last year, and he still
Okay,
won a Super
and
Bowl.
they still won the
Still won
Super
a
Bowl.
Super Bowl with rookies. You
Listen,
can't
my
even
man.
name half of them
Bryce
motherfuckers that
Young
was
is
on the
just not
Super
it,
Bowl
okay?
last year.
And I don't know why you trying to hold on to that. He's not it. He can't conjure up 5 wins, okay? That ain't no good quarterback for you. And it's gonna be busters in the league. Remember that. It happens sometime. All right, but
Yeah,
you got to be able to
yeah.
move on from that. You can't stay there with that. You got to move
Yeah.
on.
I think let's see what happens next. If he's here next season, I think he's going to prove you guys wrong, prove me
Yeah, y'all
right.
said that the year before last. You said the same
No,
thing
no,
about
no.
this year.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
In his scout
and
report, his scout
yeah,
report said that he
hey,
thinks that he's going to be a great quarterback in
this
2
was
to
Nah, they
this was
3
wrong.
supposed to
They wrong.
this
seasons.
was
They
That's
wrong as
what
hell.
they
this
said.
was supposed to
That's
be
what
the
the
year of
scout
no
report
Yeah,
said.
excuses.
they wrong as hell.
Everybody
They
told
wrong as
me.
hell.
The
Everybody
scout
said
report
no
contradicted
excuses.
themselves.
No excuses. No excuses. No excuses. That's what they said first of the year. And I'd be damn right now if I
Got
ain't getting
benched
no
the
more.
first 2
I'm getting
games of the
so many
season, dog.
Wait,
motherfucking excuses. Don't make no sense.
Howard, go. I gotta say something. Now, I think you're being disingenuous, extra smooth, because you just said his scouting report said that he's gonna be good in 2 to 3 years. Now, I always heard that his scouting report said that he was the most NFL ready quarterback coming out last year.
That's right.
Today, yeah.
Yeah, but
So
that's
which
two
is it?
Today.
different things. Well, that's two different
Off
I
things.
the
know.
rip.
I'm telling you,
No,
it's
that's
Listen,
two
not 2
different
different
things.
off
things.
the
That's the
rip.
It is.
scout report saying it. They're
It's two.
saying it. So you want to quote what they're saying to us now? Come on.
The scouting report didn't say anything about him being NFL ready. It didn't.
Yes, it
It
did.
said
Yes, they
Sign
did.
I
it.
Oh
didn't.
Yes,
my
It's
they
God.
did.
on
The
It didn't.
Oh
first
line.
my
year.
It's
God.
It
The
didn't.
Oh
first
my
year, they
God.
did say it. Yes, they
It
did.
Oh
didn't.
my
It
Yes, they
didn't.
did.
God.
It
Yes,
was.
it
It was
did.
the commentators. It was
No,
the
no
No,
commentators
commentators.
that
no,
were
No,
no,
no.
saying
no,
Commentators
no,
ain't had
no,
nothing to do with us drafting him.
no.
Okay?
Extra
Our
smooth.
owner
the
was
scouting
The
report.
scouting
listening to
report,
scouting reports and other people saying,
the scouting report said that he was the most NFL ready and
that's
the
Yeah.
right.
most want to could see stuff at the line of scrimmage. That he
Yep.
had the no the
Knowledge, his knowledge of the
no
game. Yeah,
not
his
no
ability to
no
read
at the
defenses.
at the end of the
um
scouting report, it says
God
that
no
within
You're
um
making
2
up too
or
many
3
excuses for this
seasons,
guy, my man. If
within
you got
2
to
or
make up that many
Which
excuses
scouting
for this
report, y'all?
quarterback, that means he ain't worth a
I'm
damn.
telling you what the scouting report said.
There's
Yeah.
multiple scouting
Read
reports.
everything they
I'll
said.
Yeah,
I'll go
yeah.
From
to
The
last year,
general
too.
ESPN.
consensus. The general
not,
consensus
not
was
Yeah.
anticipation his
The scouting
processing
report that the scouting report
his
the scouting report
processing
processing.
his
that,
processing his
the scouting
processing
report that
his
I read
processing was right up there with some NFL
Because
elites,
because
the great.
what was they saying? That he was already like a third year quarterback. Ain't that what they were saying?
That's what they were
That's what
saying.
they
Peyton Manning.
That's
Peyton
what they
Manning
were
is what they was
saying.
calling him.
That was what they were saying.
the scouting report that I read said that he said they said a lot of things about him, and at the end of the report, it said they expect him to be a good quarterback in the NFL within 2 to 3 seasons. That's
Man,
what
listen, man. It
that was
ain't happening,
that
dog.
was
It
the
ain't happening.
conclusion of that. And
Right. It ain't happening. And they said that at the
why I
beginning of
hold
this year.
you
What
know why
about last year? What did they say about
I
him when he
hold
came out of the draft? What did they
I
say
hold
about
on
him?
to that because those guys are
NFL ready.
professional. Those are
What did they say about
professional.
him when he came out of the draft, my man?
Um, who? That's the problem. Everyone was saying all kinds of shit. People saying all kinds of
No.
different
We
things.
talking about the scouting reports. I ain't talking about everybody. What did the scouting reports say about him coming out of the draft?
That
What did they
within
say?
2 to 3 seasons that he'll be a great.
No, sir. Let
Yes,
me go
yes,
pull. Let me go
yeah,
find my information right now so I can read it to you.
yeah. And I'll do the same.
And
I'll
I
do the
know,
same. I'll do the
and
same.
listen, extra smooth. I know
Yeah.
diehard Bryce fans,
He
diehard
is.
supporters of his
No,
that would
you talking
disagree
to
with
one.
what you're saying
You
right
talk.
now.
You talking to
Yeah,
one.
but go. I'm saying they would disagree with what he's saying. They will tell him that the reports were that he was the most NFL ready quarterback coming out.
They already been saying
They will
that.
That's what they
honestly
said.
admit
They
that.
said
They were
that's why
saying that.
David Tepper
That's not what I
got the
read.
magic bean. That's why
That's
that
that's
bullshit David
that.
Tepper was eating. That he was
Yeah.
a point guard.
Elite
That it was
processor.
that elite processor. That he was going. That they didn't have to go get. Oh, they said
Dissects
the
a
scout
playbook,
report.
all that.
Since
Dissecting
you
playbooks.
want to
He
talk about
knows
the scout
everything.
report, hold on, Howard. You want to talk about the playbook? I mean the scout report. The scout report said that we didn't need to have to go get these big time receivers
That's
because he
right.
was a point guard.
That's right.
He could do
Because he was a
And
kid.
you remember
do
Bama
more with
Bryce,
less.
Bama Bryce, and all that.
Now,
Man, stop, man.
now, y'all need
That
all these big
scout
time receivers.
the scouting report that I read didn't say any of this.
Well, go do some more research, my man. Do some more research, and you'll find it is more that they said.
We
This
lying
ain't the
now.
first time they've been talking
We lying
about.
now.
Yeah, this ain't the first time
Yeah,
they
we
talked about Bryce Young. There's plenty more stuff that they said about Bryce Young, and you know it. This ain't the first time they said something about Bryce Young.
Yeah, I
So
think he
don't
know
even
it too,
try that,
Howard.
man.
Yeah, I mean, what I do know is that people, when people are talking all kinds of stuff, what are you going to pick up? You're going to pick up some. You're going to mix up some. You know how do you really pick out the wheat from the chaff? How do you do that when there's so much information coming? Some is bullshit.
Put
Some
him
is
through
made
the
up. Some
So
is
fire.
why are we
Put him
listening to
through the
only what
fire.
you're saying?
So you rely.
know how you do that?
No, no, no. What
You want to know how you do
no,
it?
I'll tell you how
When
you
they
do that. You
have,
rely. I'll
you
tell
want,
you how. I'll tell you how you do that. You
you
rely
want to know how
on
you
your
do it?
own scouts.
You want to
You don't
know?
rely
Yeah.
on independent scouts. You rely on your own scouts. What your own scouts, the people that
Tell him,
have been
go.
Let
in
me.
the game for the
Okay.
last
So
30 years. They've been in
listen.
the game
Hold
for
up.
40 years.
He don't want you to say it, go. He
Yeah,
don't
he
want
don't
you
want
to
you to
say
say
it.
it. He don't want you to say it, Ken.
You just said it. What you do is this. You go to his pro day. You tell him to make his ass compete at the combine, which
He
him and
ain't
Yep.
even
his
do the
motherfucking
combine.
he didn't do, he ran away from. Make him go play in his bowl game, which he ran away from. Watch his
Mm,
bucky ass all year long. And
mm.
then, like you said, the scouting report, and then you say our scouts and everything. Well, we might have did look at our scouts, but our owner said, fuck it.
The
I
owner
want
didn't
him.
care nothing about that.
Owner
He
didn't
just
Yep.
give
went
a
and
damn.
grabbed him.
So that's the things you say. Yeah, the scouts. You sit there and talking about the scout. No, I better we go look at them scouting reports. Them scouts have told you he didn't have an arm, he didn't have this, that. All that shit
That's
was true.
right.
But the owner didn't give a fuck. Our owner didn't give a damn.
The owner got bamboozled, tricked, hoodwinked.
But hey, man, I love all y'all. Happy New Year, everything. We going on damn near almost 4 hours.
It's
Oh
been a
man,
good one. It's been a
it's been a
good
good
one,
one.
man.
Hey, Red.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I want to
Happy
say
New Year,
this,
guys.
man. Shouts out to my dog Penix. Listen, dog, that dude. I wish we should have drafted. Oh God, I'm
You
so
said it
mad.
last year. How you said it last year?
God,
You said it last
man.
year.
How you gonna draft him? We didn't have our first round pick went to Chicago. So how the hell we were gonna draft?
You know, I don't know. Make a miracle happen.
But Howard liked him. He
Oh.
damn sure was high on
Listen,
him. Howard was
and one
high on
more
him,
thing I
go.
want to say, Red. Listen, this man been in the weight room. Y'all see Penix? Boy, Penix big as him. Penix about 240. Shit. What the hell? This man big.
Yeah, I like to see him put on a little more weight though, Howard, man. But I'm gonna tell you something though. If he don't do nothing but learn how to maneuver in the pocket, get out every once in a while, and throw that ball down the field, he
He gonna
throws
be
a
great
pretty
for
ball
y'all.
down the
He
field,
gonna
man.
be
Yeah,
great
man.
for y'all, man.
Yeah, yeah,
Y'all got y'all future, and that's good. I understand it now. Why y'all owner did that. That I understand.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. Cause like you say, man, we got to eat that contract. So the
Eat
best
it.
way to be able to eat a bad contract is to have a rookie that can step up and fill in, man.
And that's the same thing with
Y'all gonna
Carolina. Like there
y'all
are going to be
gonna
buses. You're not going to pick the right man all the time, but
Yep.
after a while, you got to say, hey, you know what? He didn't work. We made a bad decision. We got to move on. We got to move
You
forward.
called it. You called it, Howard. You've been called it.
move on. We gotta move on.
I don't think
Hey,
we made a bad
Red,
decision.
they'll say
Yes,
something if
sir.
I read this super
Yes,
chat for
sir.
you.
Hey man,
Read that
I
super
want to
chat.
wish everybody a happy new year. I know
Happy New Year to
sometimes I
everybody.
come up, yes sir, bro. I
Same
know
here, guys.
sometimes I come over here talking my Falcon shit, and I know I piss people off, but I appreciate everybody's patience, man, because I like to talk football. You know what I'm saying? I like to talk football above
Hey
all.
Kendall,
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
me and you
Yes,
need
sir.
to go into the lab, and we gonna have to break some stuff down about defenses. That's between me and you, so we can figure
Okay.
out what is what. You feel me?
Okay. Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
Okay,
Hey,
okay,
I like to see y'all do that show, man.
yeah,
I would, cause Gold, I will say this, and I told you this the other night about how it felt strongly about that. Didn't I say that?
sure,
Yeah.
Well,
So what I'm saying is, but
hang on hang on after let me get your information. Hang on
okay,
after I end the
sound
show.
good, sound good. I
Hang
like to
on
hear
after I
y'all
end
do
the
a
show.
show on talking defenses, man, cause I know
yeah,
Howard know his shit. Go, he does.
If anybody ever come up, that's what Black Cat is about. Anybody ever come up and say, hey, yo, I like to do this, I like to do this. If you got the nerve to hit that link, even extra smooth, that's
Yep.
why,
Oh,
like
yeah.
I said, I let
Oh,
him
I
sit here and
respect them. I
talk.
yeah,
respect them, man.
I can't do nothing but respect him. I let him sit here and talk. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate it.
Because one thing he's passionate about Bryce. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
he
And
is.
you got
yeah,
as
Yeah.
much
yeah,
passion, but only thing about being this, be real with it now. Be
Yeah.
100% real with it.
Yep.
Be accurate
Appreciate you,
with it
Dopey.
now. Be accurate with it. That's all I ask. Be
yeah.
Yep.
accurate.
So hey, I'm
But
gonna go on and get my last word, man. I appreciate y'all having me on.
read CJ Hill
Oh, my
read his
bad, my
Monday
bad, my bad. I got him. Oh shit, I got to laugh first. CJ cracking me. CJ with the super chat, man, coming in
CJ
here.
talking all that shit, man. He's talking all that shit, man. I ain't listening to that shit. You
you
talking
see,
to CJ.
you, you
Bryce
see it
Sexton.
extra smooth.
I ain't no Bryce Sexton. I'm just like a realist. I'm a realist, man.
I can't even read
Bryce
that shit.
Sexton, man.
Oh my god.
I'm not a bisexual. I just
CJ.
believe that I believe in the little brother. You know what I mean? I believe that the guy's got
Oh
the talent.
shit.
He
I
said, I
believe
Bryce will
he's
got
never
it.
go to a
capable.
playoff in the
Good.
NFL,
I
man.
tried to
So
He
read it.
said,
that's
I
the little
He'll
tried to
never
brother.
read
make
it.
a playoff.
CJ cracked
yeah,
me up, man. I
He'll
had to
never
go
make a
back up and
playoff in
look
the
at it.
NFL, man. I don't care what team he goes on, who he got around him.
Oh
Bryce
shit.
don't elevate. One thing about
CJ, you
Bryce, he
cracked
don't
me up,
elevate
boy.
nothing on that
Oh
offense.
shit.
And I'm telling you, without that run
My
game,
queen,
that
kitty
showed it.
kitty.
That showed it. He cannot put this
Oh
team on his
shit.
back at all, ever. Why you
Go,
got your
go. I
eyes so
tried
close
to
to the
read it,
screen, man?
man. I
Back your
scrolled
eyes
back
up,
up and
man.
saw that shit,
I
boy.
got you. I got you. I'ma say it one more time. CJ Hill said, this motherfucker an elite Bryce Sexton.
Bryce is fucking
Talking
elite,
about
homie.
your
Better
ass,
believe
boy.
it. Bryce is elite as hell.
Oh
He ain't never
shit.
did nothing elite. Nothing elite.
Oh
He ain't did
shit.
nothing elite.
Oh
You guys
shit.
are gonna be eating.
CJ.
You guys are gonna be eating humble pie
CJ.
next season, man. Trust me.
But
Next season,
extra smooth. You know how it go. Give me your last words. Give me your last
Happy
words.
New Year, Andrew.
my
What's
last
up, big
word is
guy?
that it's great to be a Panther fan, even in these dark times. I believe that we're gonna, we're not gonna give up until we're back at the Super Bowl, like in 2015, and keep pounding, homies. And Happy New Year to everyone. That's my last word.
No, no
Hey,
doubt, no doubt.
go. I got to say this, man. I'm sorry. I know it's your show. Please forgive me for this. But I want to say to Andrew, man, I'm gonna read his comment in the chat. It says, Happy New Year, all. He said, been MIA, man. Just got out of the hospital.
Oh.
Almost got to see Frank Gifford, QB again.
Damn.
Y'all know what he mean by that. Good
Yeah,
to go.
yeah.
Now, Andrew, we
Damn.
didn't know. But hey, listen, we've had these conversations before on a spiritual level. Hey, brother, I'm praying for you, man.
Yeah.
I'm praying for you.
Yeah.
Andrew, I'm praying for you,
No
brother.
doubt, Andrew. No doubt. Hey,
Yeah,
and it's a good thing you got out, Andrew. Glad to see
that's
you
right.
out
That's
on the
right.
New Year.
That's right. That's right.
Big up to Andrew.
Big up, Andrew.
Be
Glad to
blessed.
hear
Andrew
you
always
out of
Be
that
say that.
well.
hospital,
He'll say
man.
that in a minute.
Yeah,
Be safe.
Andrew will
absolutely.
say, I'm an old man. He'll say that in a minute. Yeah, like,
Yeah,
hey, good thing, Andrew, you got out.
Be well,
Appreciate you.
sir.
yeah.
Be
No
well. Be
doubt.
well. All right, I'm out, guys. God bless you. Talk to you on the next
I'm out
time.
of there.
Okay.
God bless
Smooth.
y'all.
Hey, give me something, Howard. Give me a last word.
Last words, man. Hey, man. I hope going in a few. Hey, first off, Happy New Year's to everybody.
Thank you.
Happy New Year's. Going forward, man, Panthers just need to make the right decisions, smart decisions. Go ahead and get that defense together. Go ahead and do what you got to do. If you want to look at Bryce one last time, look at him. But when he starts, just go ahead and move on, and let's go ahead and look into the future, so we can get this team back on track, man. Because he is
Yeah.
the elephant in the room, man. He is. Okay. And that's it. That's all I got, Kendall, man. I appreciate you having me on the show.
No doubt. Oh, Red got out of here. I was getting ready to get Red. But anyway, man, hey,
Great show,
this is the
guys.
thing.
Great show.
Appreciate it there, Smooth. This is the thing. I will say it once, twice, and forever. That hey, Howard, I gotta get your information, Howard. You gotta come
Howard is
back.
gone. Howard is gone.
Oh, man, he'll pop back on. Hit the link again, Howard. Anyway, man,
Speak your truth.
boy,
Don't.
we just gave Elaine Panther Theory. Hey, I appreciate you for giving me that at the beginning of the show. I had the brother on, man. Y'all go over there, man. Like and subscribe to anything that brother puts out, man. He gonna give you, like I said, number one stats, things like that. I like to thank Extra Smooth. I like to thank everybody that was on here. We winding up, man. Like we said, we're gonna probably not be broadcasting as much on Black Cat. We will be going over to the tailgate experience throughout the playoffs and talking about football for the league and not just as much because this is a Panther podcast. But we want to start talking about the rest of the league in the playoffs because we're not going to be in the playoffs. And
I only
then
give
we'll
a shit
start
about
talking
the
about
Panthers. I only care about the Panthers. Go. All the other teams
okay,
can
okay.
kiss my
Well,
ass, man.
hey,
I'm
you
all
got to
about
play them.
Panthers.
You got to play them at some point in time. So you got to know your opponent. You got to know your opponent. And other than that, man, happy New Year's to everybody, man. We love all y'all. We're more likely we'll be here Sunday after the game, and that'll probably be one of the last broadcasts on Black Hat Panther, and then we'll go over to the tailgate. But other than that, man, we appreciate you. We out. I'm out, y'all.
See ya.